What is up, and welcome to Truth and Transparency. I've been waiting for this lovely Monday for a long time. Do me a favor, at some point, you're going to have an opinion about the video. Thumbs it up, thumbs it down. Let me know what you think in the comment section of this video. This video is a live broadcast kicking off the trial of the state of Florida versus Mario Saldana. Now, I want to give a shout out to right here, Brian Eaton went ahead and did a part 1 and part 2. I'm going to put it on 1.5 speed, 1.25 speed. Just want to introduce you guys the intro to the case. I got on here early to do this specifically. So I want to give a shout out here. You can go check it out. Brian Eaton, he did a courtroom insider, but he did a part 1 and part 2. But this is trial day number 1, opening statements, the state of Florida versus Mario Saldana. This is my trilogy. Back to back here. Mario will go first. Shanna Gardner, who is going to be represented by Jose Baez and Diana Nashi. That's why we're really watching, right? We want to see some amazing lawyering. We want to see the government be put on the spot for their tactics in this case. And we are not taking the guided tour. Myself, and I, as well as some others, we will be in Jacksonville Beach to kick off Shanna Gardner's jury selection. And I may just stick around for the whole damn thing. But either way, you can be right here with us. We will be live streaming it, gavel to gavel, like I said.
Of the suspects is going to trial. This is a story that I know many of you have followed since the crimes occurred back in 2022. I should say alleged crimes. And it's a little bit complicated. There's a lot of moving parts to it. So what we're going to do is we're going to spend tonight looking at one aspect of the case, and then tomorrow night looking at the other aspect of the case. So this is a two-parter, but we're really going to do a deep dive so that by the time the trial starts Monday, you should be ready to go. By the way, I'm Nate Eaton. This is Courtroom Insider. We're going to be bringing you details of the trials, I should say plural, excuse me, over the next 3 or 4 weeks as this happens. So I would love to know where you're watching from. If you have any questions, please leave them in the comments below. Also, if you're new here, write that you're new, because it's always fun to see new people. And if you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel,
yeah, everything that he just said, go ahead and do that right here at Truth and Transparency. Thank you for saving my voice there, Nate. I do appreciate that. You do ask softball questions when you do interviews, but I always give credit where credit's due. And I did appreciate this first part and the second part. You did a fine job. So thank you.
Of 4 children. He was ambushed and shot dead on February 16th, 2022 in Jacksonville Beach, Florida, after stopping to move a tire that was in the road. The people involved in this case are his ex-wife, Shanna Gardner, her then husband, Mario Fernandez Saldana. They are accused of hiring Fernandez's former tenant, Henry Tenon, as the gunman. So, got all that? Jared's ex-wife, Shanna, marries Mario. I'm using first names. It's easier for me to follow. Mario and Shanna are accused of hiring Mario's former tenant, Henry, to kill Jared. Heading into trial, all 3 of these are charged with first-degree murder. They've all pleaded not guilty. A twist in the case, though, happened with Henry Tenon. He is the man, the tenant, the hitman for hire. He actually pleaded guilty in 2023 and agreed to testify in these trials. But now, just months ago in February, he withdrew his guilty plea and says he will not testify. So there's some interesting stuff there. As I mentioned, Jared Bridegan, my loving father by all accounts, 4 children shot and killed on the evening of February 16th, 2022 on Sanctuary Boulevard in the Sanctuary neighborhood of Jacksonville Beach, Florida. He had just dropped off his 9-year-old twins, whom he shared with Shanna, at Gardner's house in Jacksonville Beach, Florida, after he had gone on a date night with his kids, and he was driving his 2-year-old daughter, Bexley, whom he shared with his new wife, Kristen, home to St. Augustine, where he encountered a tire in the road. Here's a picture of that tire. So he had his twins that he had with Shanna and Shanna Gardner. He dropped the twins off. He's driving home with his 2-year-old Bexley from a new spouse when he runs into this tire. He steps out of the Volkswagen Atlas SUV to move it and was ambushed by gunfire and killed. Bexley, strapped in the car seat, was unharmed. At least 1 bullet missed her by just inches. Here, let me find it, is the 911 call made that night or a series, some of the 911 calls that were made over the course of after that shooting.
Jacksonville Beach 911.
I'm pretty sure I just heard 3 or 4 gunshots, and now there's a bunch of cars that are backed up. So you guys might want to see or something like that.
Where on JTB?
No, not on JTB. So Sanctuary Parkway is where the cars are backed up, and that's kind of where the sound came from.
Okay.
But just like you might want to get somebody out here because I was 100% gunshots.
And how many did you say you heard?
What's that?
How many gunshots
again?
did you say you heard?
I would say 3 or 4.
Jack Beach 911.
Yeah, there is a car. We are driving by Sanctuary Boulevard, corner to JT Butler,
Okay.
and there is a car standing in the middle of the road. There is a guy standing on the floor. There was a little girl inside, and there is a Samaritan guy that came up and took the girl. And we're waiting here, for help.
You're waiting or they're waiting?
Well, everybody's waiting because the car is in the middle of the road of the Sanctuary Boulevard. So,
Okay, you headed towards the ocean or towards Jacksonville?
towards Jacksonville. Yeah.
Okay. Near Sanctuary on JTB. Is that what you got to?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
All right,
not-
then what
it's
type
not
of car is it?
It's a, do you see the make? It's an SUV, but I cannot make the.
QSO transfer.
Hi, yes, I'm calling. There's a guy in the middle of the road on America Avenue. I'm not sure if somebody else caught it in. Hello?
What's he doing?
He's like the car is open, and he's laying on the ground. I'm not sure what's
We're out on
going
America.
on. Right when you take a left on America, going out, I believe to Sanctuary. Maybe is it only him on the ground?
What's he doing?
He's just laying there. I'm not sure. He's having a heart attack or something, and he has a little kid in the car. My husband right now is holding her. She was crying. So I think it's just him and this little girl.
Okay. And you think it's a medical emergency?
It might be. It looks like he stopped the car and just laid on the ground on the
Is
road.
he bleeding? Can you talk to him or?
Is he awake? Is he conscious? Is he conscious or he's unconscious?
Unconscious? Okay. Let me get
Yes.
fire. I got officers on the way. Let me get the fire department on the way also.
Gosh, can you imagine coming upon that scene? So Jared grew up in Warrensburg, Missouri, and Jacksonville, Florida. Graduated Douglas Anderson School of the Arts in 2007, earned a degree from UT.
Again, welcome today. Good morning. Truth and transparency here. What you just heard there was the 911. There was going to be several calls. We're probably going to hear them throughout the trial. But that's what you guys just heard right there. I think there was 3, possibly 4. Nobody except for the person that heard gunshots that was nowhere like by the scene in terms of like seeing a body or seeing blood, nothing. So think about this. The people that were actually like in the vehicles parked behind to pull up right behind Jared's vehicle, when they had called 911, nobody's over here talking about blood. I think there's a little bit of a language barrier as well. And but nobody talks about, seeing shell casings, nothing, right? So I thought that was interesting. I wanted to point that out. But Nate Eaton did a nice 1 and 2 parter here that I wanted to share a little bit of before we started today's opening statements. Just to, those of you guys that want to follow the case, don't really know that much about it. It's going to be a good one.
Utah Valley University, which is in Provo, Orem, Utah. Ironically, the same university where Tyler Robinson is accused of shooting Charlie Kirk. Obviously, they were there at different times, but the same university that we are talking about. He was a senior design manager at Microsoft beginning in October of 2017. He married Shanna Gardner in April of 2010. They had a boy and twin girls. Shanna Gardner is 39. Comes from, that's her on the right, in the front of the image with the braids. Comes from a prominent wealthy family in Utah. Her parents own a crafts company called Stampin' Up. Shanna and Jared divorced in 2015. It was finalized in 2018. Her new husband at the time is there on screen left. That's Mario, who we'll talk about in a little bit. Now, a woman named Kim Jensen has known Jared since he was 12 years old. They grew up in the same community. They went to the same LDS church. She ended up growing closer to Shanna and referred to herself as Shanna's best friend. She was interviewed by the police after Jared's murder, and she painted a very different view of Jared's public-facing image. Now, I want to be sensitive given the circumstances. Jensen has some strong views. Many of you will disagree with them. Some of you may be offended by them, but this is what she told investigators, how she described Jared and Shanna and their marriage to the investigators when she was.
See, I just love this. You could totally tell the difference of reporting that I provide. I would never give a warning to what Kim Jensen is about to say. I'm sorry, but the world has just come so much about like, hey, check your feelings here. This isn't me. Don't come and hate on me. That I'm going to, play somebody else's First Amendment words, like, God. 15 minutes outside of the opening statements, or I should say court adjourning here or beginning.
Interviewed after this shooting.
He never had a lot of friends. The girls he dated in the church, two things that I remember always: never dated a girl that wasn't loaded with money, and never didn't end the relationship that everyone talked about what a jerk he was. Mm-hmm. He was the guy that broke the girls' hearts. He was, he puts on, you know what I mean? He would be nice at first, and then the real Jared would come out. Okay. When then I met Shanna, I knew about Shanna when he married her, because his mom was so excited because she was, from this rich family, and their life was going to be so great, and blah blah blah. And then she had twins, and ended up having pulmonary hypertension, and they had to move to Florida. So I met Shanna about maybe 8.5 years ago. Okay. And I have twins. So, and she actually was one of my teenage daughter's teachers in the youth program. Okay. And so.
And the clips you'll see tonight, hours and hours of tape that we obtained from the police departments. Big thanks to my producer, Melissa, who went through all of this and put this together so that we could see it. It's hours and hours of footage. Again, many of you may not agree with what that woman said, but that is part of the police record. She went on to say that Shanna filed for divorce first and chose to work 3 jobs to raise her children because her parents had cut her off financially. She said Jared tried to evade child support, and that's when tensions started to rise between the two. It was about money and custody of the kids and their parenting schedules. All of this is going to come out at trial. I mean, this is going to come out. We know these things in these type of trials, when there's these allegations and children are involved and you have child custody payments and whatnot, we'll see all about it when it comes out. During this time, she said that Jared moved out of state, and Shanna decided to leave the LDS church she had grown up in because she wanted to disconnect all ties from Jared.
What was your thought about when Shanna decided that she kind of wanted to leave the church?
Like I said, you probably interviewed a lot of church people.
Actually, no, really.
No?
Haven't.
You haven't? Okay. For me, I think there are good people and bad people.
Yeah.
When you first met.
Okay. So you've got the friend saying that. And what investigators did is they used what this friend told them to try to find if there was a motive or a reason why Shanna would do this, to get insight into her. When Jared moved away, he met and fell in love with a woman named Kirsten, and they married in October of 2017. As I mentioned.
All right, I have to stop Nate Eaton there. Again, it's just so funny to hear people talk about a case that you know really, really well. Nate Eaton does not mention the fact that Jared had a wife or a fiance before Kirsten Bridegan. I think that's important. Why? It's important to understand that Jared up and left. Okay. Jared up and left and went to Utah right after their divorce. Okay. And went to go look for a wife, more or less. That's what it looks like to me. He also went back to school. So that's going to be like a big part of this, because this is about supposedly like child custody and this relationship. And I think that when you don't lay out the true marriage and then the divorce, if you don't lay that out foundationally correctly, it could then lead to you having a certain opinion about where they were at in their lives and if there was this animosity. And I think that's really important for Shanna Gardner's defense team to get across, because they were not at a point in their lives where Shanna Gardner would be saying, I need him out of my life. Okay. They got to the point that they're on this 1 week, one week on, 1 week off, with every other Wednesday when it's not your week that you exercise a date night to have like dinner. You came and pick up the kids, you went to dinner, and you didn't have to exercise that, but it was available to you to do, which they thought was a lot easier on the kids to do as they were getting older, 1 week on, 1 week off, versus like a 2-2-3-3 schedule. But if the divorce aspect doesn't get laid out properly, I think then in all the intangibles about that, I think that then could be very misleading to the person that's watching the trial, but most importantly, the jury. So I'm putting a ton of money on the fact that this will not be the case, that the jury will be properly informed about this, the chronological order of events. Both Shanna Gardner, in my opinion, and Mario and Jared Bridegan, they got married like lickety split quick. You want to know why, though? Both of them did this because of the way that they're, from my understanding, because I read all 800 and like some ridiculous pages of this divorce that they're saying was so contentious. It truly was not. But you guys can be the judge of that. But it was because of, like any and all divorces, when it comes to the kids, okay, if you want to create your own parenting plan and you want to say things like, if you want to put extra rules in there, which people do when they're being petty, people do in the beginning, and then it's just like, okay, we don't need to have this, like the first right of refusal. That's a big point of contention with people. It's like, well, hey, if you're not going to be with the kids, I want the first right of refusal to be like, my kids aren't just to be stuck with like a babysitter the whole time when you're off doing whatever. So if you're not going to be with the kids for more than like a 3-hour or 4-hour period of time, I have first right of refusal. And so then therefore the kids then are with me over some fucking, stranger. Okay. But it usually has to be for an extended period of time, not just like an hour or two or like that. It's like an extended period of time. And people do put those in their divorces. And then normally what ends up happening is they start to realize that that's just like a silly thing. But at the end of the day, if this divorce thing doesn't get laid out properly for the jury to see how it truly was and where they were at, I think then that could lead to, because for me, the state never has to prove motive. But guess what a jury always wants to see? Motive. Okay.
And I have some photos here. Let me see. He is in prison. And here is Jared with children. Now, Jared and his new wife, Kirsten, as I mentioned, they had 2 daughters. One of them was in the car when he was shot and killed outside of the vehicle. Kirsten has described Jared as a devoted father, a man of faith who moved back to Florida from Utah to be near his twins. And they drove long distances. He drove long distances so that he could spend time with them. Kirsten has taken a leading advocate role since this happened. She launched Bexley Boxes, named after the daughter who was in the car with Jared when he was killed.
Okay. I'm going to stop it here and go a little bit forward.
Alarmed at the fact that she only dated Mario for 2 months before they tied the knot. This is audio only. There was no camera in there, but you'll be able to hear. Here's the state attorney's office interviewing Elizabeth Smith.
Anna, she and Mario were not together, correct? Yes. At some point when you were
holidays, in her sworn statement, she said that Shanna had a devout LDS background and she'd get money from the family if she was married. All of her friends were alarmed at the fact that she only dated Mario for 2 months before they tied the knot. This is audio only. There was no camera in there, but you'll be able to hear. Here's the state attorney's office interviewing Elizabeth Smith.
Anna, she and Mario were not together, correct? Yes. At some point when you were friends with Shanna, she and Mario began dating, and you described it as a very quick courtship. They met like 4 weeks later, they were engaged. Yes. Okay. And you were talking about something that Shanna told you while you all were working at the school.
Guess why that had to happen for both of them? They both married quickly. Guess why? Because you could not be in the presence of the child with your significant other unless you were married. Don't you think that's a very important part to include? I get it now, Lana. So both of these two get married so quickly to actually include the fact that Jerry came back with a different fiance. And then that fiance, who you're going to hear from in this trial when it comes to Shanna Gardner's turn, she actually calls up Shanna Gardner and says, will you help me? I need to come over to your house. I need to get out of here. I need to leave. So something that they put in their papers was that you can't have your significant other unless you're married to them around the children. Okay. And so that is a very important part of the story that everybody wants to leave out. And I'm like, guys, how is it so hard to read the papers? I've read all 800 and some pages. In their divorce decree, these two in their planned parent and their shared parenting 50-50, you could not have the children around your significant other unless you were married to them. They're not going to be staying over your house. They're not going to be caring for the children. Okay. So you are in, like, you have no choice but to do what? Marry somebody. So guess what? You are marrying basically your nanny. Okay. You're marrying your manny. Shit you not. And so when you have ridiculous rules like that, then one does what? So we're going to hear people try to say that Shanna Gardner married her hitman. Okay. That is laughable to me. Only because of if it wasn't in the paperwork, the way that it was written, then yeah, you know what? I'll let you have that. I'll pull a Bev and I'll say they can have it. But right when you see in the divorce decree paperwork for the shared parenting plan of these two individuals, Shanna Gardner and Jared Bridegan, right when you see that you cannot have your significant other around the kids, you have to be married, then that goes out the window. Again, you're not going to hear those facts. You want to know why? Because from other channels in the news, you want to know why? Because Jose Baez said, stop taking the guided fucking tour. Stop taking this guided tour. The state's narrative is the guided tour. We're not taking that. We never take that. So this person that's being interviewed, you're going to hear from her in the trial. And I kind of want to wait for that to happen because I want it to be introduced correctly. Going back to Kim Jensen again. Hear what Nadine has to say over here.
Looks like the date is May 6th of 2022. So this was 3 months after he was shot and killed. So this is the friend, again, just a little soundbite about how she talks about how people didn't like being near Kirsten, his new wife.
So everyone saw that. The teachers all saw he was just weirdly opposed to being even near her. And
no, actually, he has that wrong. Nadine has this wrong. What she's talking about right there, we're just going to stop. We're going to just stop right there. We're going to wait for the trial here because I'm not going to explain mistakes that were made. So we hate the guided tour. Yes. So I just want to say good morning to everybody. How about this? Court TV is covering it, right? Law and Crime is covering it now, right? I was curious if they were going to cover it, if they were going to wait to like the last minute. They did no prep. They've not been talking about this case at all. And now they just put it down as, hey, we're going to have a camera in the courtroom though. So Court TV is going to be in there. Law and Crime is going to be in there. Law and Crime is using their trials channel. Okay. We know a lot of people are following the Clancy case. And like I said this before, everybody's saying, Lana, do you think Patrick Clancy did it? Lana, maybe I will do a live this week in the evening with Bella and we can tell you what we think about that case. All right. Since I've gotten so many emails and random phone calls from friends, like it's just been a random week. But everybody showed up. Here's trial time here. Everybody shows up, but yet nobody knows the case. And so I love this because they don't know the case. They haven't been following the case. They're going to try to talk about this. They're going to try to bring in analysts about this case. And it's like, how do you do that when you don't know anything about the case? So I'm going to write an email, a very professional, as always, email to any of these, Jesse Weber's or Vinnie Paultons, anybody that's going to be covering this case. Then I want to be heard from. I want to be heard from because there's nobody that's going to spit the facts out more clear than if you have a position and you state something that's absolutely wild. That's not what's in the discovery. That's not what's in publicly available documents. So where'd you get that material? That's all I'll be saying. But Jose Baez said it, and I'll play you guys this intro to get us really pumped up for a trial. Do you guys know at Georgetown they like pregame and drink at Georgetown University? If you were in Georgetown right now and you're walking those, precious streets over there, bars would be open, CNN's blaring, Fox News is blaring, all these, and then trials. You can go into a bar, order a beer, and watch a trial. How fucking amazing is that? I think it's rather amazing. I tried to do that in the Karen Reed case, but no bars around in that area where the courthouse was. They said that they were not showing support either way. And I was like, we don't want you to support either way. We want you to just play the trial. We don't want you to put out pink or blue, motherfuckers. We want you to just play it. So here we go. Jose Baez reminding us not to take the guided tour. Because I personally don't believe that Shanna Gardner knew whatever Mario was doing, because he was set to lose his cushy lifestyle if they were to get divorced. And Shanna Gardner was leaving him, had made it known. Like, we're done. Like, this is over. Over. I don't even know. Let's just go into the courtroom. It's 9:01. Judge Kite's probably having our asses. So let's do this. Let's do the sound boost here. Let's see what we're going to use. Sound boost. Okay. We're getting us in there. Okay.
Composite documents from Department of State First Choice Home Rentals LLC. 7R coming in as 174, composite receipts and documents from Discount Tires. 7S coming in as 175, composite Department of Transportation records, DOT numbers, Michelin tires. 7T coming in as 176, certified marriage license. 7U coming in as 177, vehicle registration, Ford F-150. 7B coming in as 178, a composite disc of call detail and toll records.
This is all stipulated. So she's reading off for the court reporter stipulated exhibits, I believe.
Toll records T-Mobile Tenon. 7X 180, composite disc call detail and toll records AT&T John Biggerson. 7Y will come in as 181, a composite CD Google location data records Henry Tenon. 7Z coming in as 182, a composite FBI cast cell site maps. 8A coming in as 183, recorded interview of Mario Fernandez, and we'll need the redaction instruction for that, Your Honor. I'll remind the court at the time. 8B will come in as 184, cell phone A13 Mario Fernandez. 8C coming in as 185, once Ms. Day is done reviewing it. 8D coming in as 186, composite binder device.
Has it been marked?
I'm sorry, I believe it has been marked. They're just checking to ensure that the records on the disc match those that were sent.
Okay, sorry about that. All right, keep going. So you were in 186.
186, Cellbrite device extraction reports and Google reports, Henry Tenon. 8E coming in as 187, a composite binder, Cellbrite extraction and Google reports, John Biggerson.
All right, what we're going to be dealing with here is we have different camera views. So we'll see which ones we like better.
From wire intercept, call 1035. 8H coming in as 190, firearms inventory sheet. 8I coming in as 191, a composite ATF certified firearms trace and purchase records. 8J coming in as 192, vehicle keys for Ford F-150. 8K coming in as 193, swab of keys. 8L coming in as 194, composite DVD, body-worn camera footage, Henry Tenon. 8M coming in as 195, composite receipts from Walmart, Pennsylvania. 8N coming in as 196, composite family law docket and filings, St. John's Clerk of Courts. 8O coming in as 197, composite exhibit, notebook and paperwork recovered from garage at Potomac. 8P coming in as 198, Google Map, Jacksonville Beach. 8Q coming in as 199, Google Image, Potomac Avenue House. 8R coming in as 200, booking photograph of Henry Tenon. 8S coming in as 201, photograph of Shanna Gardner. 8T coming in as 202, Google Image of Sanctuary, Google Map. 8U coming in as 203, DVD surveillance flash drives with DVD surveillance clips. 8V coming in as 208, Google Image route, Wendy's to Marsh Inlet. 8W coming in as 205, Google Image, Marsh Inlet House.
Wait a minute. So 8B, you said 208.
204,
Okay,
I'm sorry.
all right.
Google route to Wendy's to Marsh Inlet. 8W 205, Google Image Marsh Inlet House. 8X coming in as 206, phone number chart. And then 8Y coming in as 207, photograph of Fernandez and Gardner.
Okay. Mr. Dreiser for the defense.
Good morning again.
Good morning. Do you have a list or I can just write it?
It's a lot. I think this is an extra matching list. If not, I'll print you one. If somehow
Okay.
one of the binders don't match, I'll print you another one.
Okay.
So we have exhibit letter A through I, which comes in as 1A through 1I.
Oh, okay. It's in composite.
Yes, ma'am, but we did break the composites up, so it's clear. Would you like me to read what they are? The record?
Yes, for the record.
1A, St. Johns County dissolution of marriage docket, referred to as DOM. 1B, consent final judgment, dissolution of marriage. 1C, former wife's supplemental petition to modify parental responsibility timesharing. 1D, former wife's supplemental petition for modification of timesharing support. 1E, former husband's motion for school determination and request for expedited hearing. 1F, former wife's consent order regarding school choice. 1G, former wife's motion for declaratory relief. 1H, former husband's response for mother's motion for declaratory relief. 1I, consent order on mother's motion for declaratory relief. Exhibit letter B coming into evidence as 2 is the postnuptial agreement. Exhibit letter C coming in as evidence 3, irrevocable trust agreement. Exhibit letter D coming in as evidence number 4, composite receipts from Pennsylvania trip, Walmart, Ruby Tuesday, Spring Hill Suites. E coming in as evidence number 5, bigger staff order setting conditions of release. F coming in as number 6, T-Mobile interpreting records packet. G coming in as number 7, evidence technician, otherwise referred to as ET, photo Potomac Ave house, living room / front entryway. H coming in as number 8, evidence technician, photo Potomac Ave house, living room table. I coming in as 9, evidence technician, photo Potomac Avenue house, boots / router. J coming in as 10, evidence technician, photo Potomac Avenue house, lease agreement. K, which has a composite of 11A and 11B. So K coming in as 11A would be composite, 2 ET photos, Potomac Ave house, green camo jacket, which was located in the garage.
Okay.
K coming in as 11B, composite, 2 evidence technician photos, Potomac Ave house, tan jacket and garage. L coming in as 12A, composite, 2 ET photos, Potomac house, tan jacket. Did I just read that incorrectly? Did I double?
No, so 2A is 2 photos, but found a tan jacket in the garage and then tan jacket post-collection
Yes.
is
thank-
composite.
Yes, thank
Okay.
you. M coming in as 13A is a composite. It's 2 evidence tech photos, Potomac Ave house, tan sweatshirt and closet. M coming in as 13B, composite, 2 evidence technician photos, the Potomac house, tan sweatshirt, post collection. N coming in as 14A is a composite of 3 evidence technician photos, the Potomac house, boots, black and tan boots. N again coming in as 14B, composite, 3 ET photos, Potomac house, boots, tan boots. N coming in as 14C, composite, 3 ET photos, Potomac house, boots, 1 tan boot, 2 black boots. O, which is a 15A through
C.
15C. A being composite, 3 ET photos, truck, processing, boots, boots in truck, passenger side. 15B of composite, 3 ET photos, truck, processing, boots, boots in truck, driver side. And 15C, composite, 3 ET photos, truck processing, boots, post collection. Exhibit P coming in as 16, ET photo, Potomac Ave house, outdoors, side of house. Q coming in as 17, ET photo, Potomac Ave house, checkbook. R 18 as coming in as 18A, and there's an 18B through C. 18A is a composite of 3 ET photos, Potomac Ave house, Home Depot receipt on floor. 18B is composite, 3 ET photos, Potomac Ave house, Home Depot receipt, post collection, front bedroom. 18C, composite, 3 ET photos, Potomac Ave house, Home Depot receipt, post collection. S coming in as 19A through 19B. 19A specifically is a composite, 2 defense photos from evidence view, rental agreement, first page. 19B, composite, 2 defense photos from evidence view, rental agreement, second page. Exhibit T coming in as evidence 20, defense photo from evidence view, value pawn and jewelry papers. U coming in as 21, defense photos from evidence view, Advance America papers. V, which is comprised of 22A through 22E. 22A is a composite of 5 defense photos from evidence view, palette ledger, page 1. 22B is composite 5 defense photos from evidence view, palette ledger, page 2. 22C is a composite of 5 defense photos from evidence view, palette ledger, page 3. 22D, composite 5 defense photos from evidence view, palette ledger, page 4. And 22E is composite 5 defense photos from evidence view, palette ledger, page 5. W coming in as evidence number 23 is a defense photo from Sanctuary Boulevard, Jacksonville Drive. X coming in as evidence number 24 is defense photo from the intersection of Sanctuary Boulevard and Jacksonville Drive. Y, defense number 25, defense photo from scene, described yellow sign. Z coming in as evidence number 26, defense photo from Pablo Hamlet parking space. Double A coming in as 27, defense photo from Pablo Hamlet neighboring complex. BB coming in as 28, defense photo from Pablo Hamlet smoking area. CC coming in as 29, defense photo from Pablo Hamlet main building. DD coming in is number 30, defense photo from rear of Marsh Inlet property. EE, 30, coming in as 31, composite external pole camera surveillance. Just so the court's aware, there is a composite of terabytes of pole camera. We admitted all of it, and then specifically we identified the clips that are likely to be shown as exhibits and small clip exhibits. So you'll see, I think that'll make sense later, but all of it's in, and then it's identified per what we expect to show the jury at trial.
Wow.
So
They're so fucking prepared, man.
FF coming in as exhibit number 32 is a composite. It's 3 clips from Potomac pole camera, August 27th through August 29th, 2022, and it's labeled Biggerstaff because we believe that Mr. Biggerstaff is present for those pole camera clips. GG coming in as 33, composite 20 clips from Potomac pole camera, August 9th through September 13th, 2022, Fernandez. HH coming in as 34, a composite 16 clips from Marsh Inlet pole camera, March 13th through April 9th, 2022, Fernandez. II coming in as number 35, a composite 3 surveillance clips from 25 Fairway Lane, 2/16/22 between 6 p.m. and 7 p.m., between 7 and 8 p.m., and 8 p.m. and 8:37 p.m. JJ coming in as 36 is a composite of 6 surveillance clips from 65 Fairway Lane on 2/16/2022.
You don't have to go through the times, I don't think.
Yes, ma'am. KK coming in as number 37 is a composite of 4 surveillance clips from 101 Penman Road South, which is the police station, on 2/16/2022. LL coming in as number 38, a surveillance clip from 882 13th Avenue South on 2/16/22. MM coming in as 39, surveillance clip from 901 7th Avenue South, Jack's Refrigeration, 2/16/22. NN coming in as 40, surveillance clip from 1200 Shetter Avenue, Public Storage, 2/16/22. OO coming in as 41, surveillance clip from 1202 12th Street South, Builder's Choice, 2/16/22. PP coming in as 42, composite 2 surveillance clips from 1600 Shetter Avenue, Pablo Hamlet on 2/16/22. QQ number 43, a composite of 4 surveillance clips from 1712 Beach Boulevard, which is Taco Lou, on 2/16/22. RR coming in as 44, a composite 3 surveillance clips from 2705 American Avenue, 2/16/22. SS coming in as 45, composite 3 surveillance clips from 2720 America Avenue, 2/16/22. TT coming in as 46, composite 3 surveillance clips from 2743 America Avenue, 2/16/22. UU coming in as 47, composite 3 surveillance clips from 3521 America Avenue, 2/16/22. VV coming in as 48, surveillance clip from 3724 Sanctuary Way South, 2/16/22. Additionally, I don't know that, and then there's some that's electronic that was contained in that and some that was paper.
Okay.
That's it.
And so from WW on, it doesn't to W.
I'm not sure I understand it.
My list continues.
Okay.
WW is a composite of 13 exhibits. I'll hand it back.
Yeah, we added this morning, so that's probably not the additional ones that have been added. They're in, I assume. May I see that?
Yes.
I think you just have the updated list.
Okay.
Alrighty, and guys, welcome to the transparency. Florida versus Mario Saldana. Both the state and the defense just read into the record their exhibits that they both sides stipulated to. So that the judge had them ahead of time. That's what we just saw here. The state went first. Then you just saw Jesse Dreiser. He is one of Mario's attorneys. Right next to Mario there, that's his other attorney. And then in the second table back, he's got two paralegals back there and one of the female partners, Shannon Day. That's a girl, Shannon. So again, they've been on top of it. Jose Baez's firm has adopted some of the motions that they have filed in this case. They pretty much work together a lot on this case. So again, we've been waiting 3 years for this trial. It's finally here. Mario goes first. They're expected, the state says, 2-week trial. Shanna Gardner, 3-week. And it happens right after this. And then not till March of 2027 will the alleged gunman, Henry Tenon, face trial. Again, we'll be there for that as well. Mario and Gardner are not divorced. They had just announced that they were getting divorced in January of 2022. And then just weeks to, at the most, a month, that's when the shooting was on February 16th, 2022. How good are Mario's attorneys? I think they've done a fabulous job. Let's see.
We weren't batting anything.
Both.
So I left off on double V.
I believe so, yes.
Double W coming in as 49. Composite 13 surveillance clips from 3940 Grande Boulevard 21622. Double X coming in as 50. Composite 3 surveillance clips from 4067 America Avenue 21622. Double Y 51. Composite 6 surveillance clips from Ocean K HOA 21622. Double Z coming in as 52A through 52K. 52A. Composite 11 ET photos of swabs taken from the Ford F-150 steering wheel. 52B. Composite 11 ET photos of swabs taken from Ford F-150 back passenger door. Double 52C. Composite 11 ET photos of swabs taken from Ford F-150. 52D. Composite 11 ET photos of swabs taken from Ford F-150 driver's back seat. 52E. Composite 11 ET photos of swabs taken from Ford F-150 driver's headrest. 52F. Composite 11 ET photos of swabs taken from Ford F-150 driver's seat. 52G. Composite 11 ET photos of swabs taken from Ford F-150 front passenger headrest. 52H. Composite 11 ET photos of swabs taken from Ford F-150 front passenger headrest zoom out. 52I. Composite 11 ET photos of swabs taken from Ford F-150 driver's side window panel. 52J. Composite 11 ET photos of swabs taken from Ford F-150 rear driver's side headrest. 52K. Composite 11 ET photos of swabs taken from Ford F-150 driver's seatbelt. AAA coming in as 53. A composite Google searches, bigger staff. 54A. A composite 7 ET photos from scene, shell casings 1. 54B. Composite 7 ET photos from scene, shell casings 2. 54C. Composite 7 ET photos from scene, shell casings 3. 54D. Composite 7 ET photos from scene, tire zoomed out. 54E. Composite 7 ET photos from scene, tire zoomed in. 54F, composite 7 ET photos from scene, tire fingerprints. Triple C, coming in as 55A through 55F. 55A, composite 6 pages of beaches, pawn shop transactions. 55B, composite 6 pages of beaches, pawn shop transactions. 55C, composite 6 pages of beaches, pawn shop transactions. 55D, composite 6 pages of beaches, pawn shop transactions. 55E, composite 6 pages of beaches, pawn shop transactions. 55F, composite 6 pages of beaches, pawn shop transactions. Triple D, 56A through 56C, composite 3 ET photos of Ford F-150 truck and house. 56B, composite 3 ET photos of Ford F-150 truck right side. 56C, composite 3 ET photos of Ford F-150 truck right rear.
All right, thank you. Is there anything else that we need to take up prior to bringing in the jury?
Oh my God, bring it in.
Mr. Jackson and I had agreed to stipulation and admission of evidence prior to opening statements. I know the state was using very few, but a few slides of photographs, and I think Mr. Dreiser has a PowerPoint. I just want to let the court know that and make sure that that is all right with the court.
Absolutely.
Same.
Okay, thank you.
And for the court, Mr. Hill is doing our opening.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Hill.
Yes, and who's doing the opening for the state? All right, thank you.
Oh, wow.
All right, Ms.
Okay.
Gordon.
Oh my gosh, here we go. Oh my gosh, here we go. Okay. Both sides are able to use whatever they want as far as presentations to the jury during opening statements. The jurors are being walked in right now. Let's go.
Officer Lynn, before she brings them in, just make sure that the lawyer is back in place, okay? I just want her to get them lined up, ready to come in.
Okay, remember, the camera will always go here. We'll zoom in on the judge,
So hold the door until
the defendant, but it will never be on the jury. All rise, bitches. I cannot wait to hear the state.
PowerPoint's loaded up and ready to go. I don't know how, it depends on how long, but it's true. You need a second? I can.
We will need a second, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll do that then.
All right, PowerPoints are being loaded. The jury is entering the courtroom. We have opening statements here. And then we will go right into
Are y'all ready?
first witnesses.
Ready? Mr. Dreiser. Let's bring in the jury. Thank you.
Judge Kite told the jury that they'll be coming into the court at 9:30. Look at this, 9:29, calling them in. Fucking on it, Judge Kite. Way to go. Love it. Judge Kite has
Members of the jury remain standing, okay? Give me just one moment. The gallery and the parties may be seated. Members of the jury, you were sworn in before we left at our last session. Does everyone still reaffirm their oath? All right, you may be seated. Good morning. All right. Outside of your presence, we've been doing some work that hopefully will ensure that the trial will go smoothly. We've been working, that is both sides and the court have been working to make sure that we can get some housekeeping matters taken care of so that when we start the trial, it will occur more smoothly. You know that I like to talk to you all about schedule, so let me let you know what your morning is going to look like. This morning, this court is going to open the proceedings with the preliminary instructions. After I read those to you, the lawyers, if they wish, will give an opening statement. A note about and a reminder, I know it's been some time since we've seen each other, that I am the judge of the law and you all are the judges of fact. Our roles do not overlap in any way. However, this court's purpose is to guide you with the law. Once I decide what laws apply to the case, you will see that I will be reading to you quite a bit. I mentioned that because it's a little bit unnatural to have someone read to you. So once I decide what laws apply, I read them to you. And so the preliminary instructions are meant to guide you through the trial process. They are meant to introduce you to the procedures that you will see throughout the entire trial. So the preliminary instructions, I'm going to ask that you listen to them. And at one point in time, I'm going to pause in just a moment to let you do some things with your notepad, okay? However, I'm going to fast forward to the end of the proceedings where this court will give you the final instructions on the law. Those final instructions will be both read to you and they will be published for you right on the screens in front of you so that you can follow along. The final instructions are more technical and you will have a copy of those instructions to help you during deliberations. And so I've confirmed with both sides, that is both the state of Florida and the defense in this case, that they are ready to proceed. So this court will open with the preliminary instructions. Members of the jury, you have been selected and sworn as the jury to try the case of the state of Florida versus Mario Fernandez Saldana. This is a criminal case. The defendant has been charged with the crimes of murder in the first degree and solicitation to commit a capital felony. The definitions of those crimes will be explained to you later. You must decide this case based on the evidence presented and the law that I will give to you. Evidence consists of the sworn testimony of witnesses, exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything else that I tell you that you may consider as evidence. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence or the lack of evidence and the law. The state's charging document, which is called an indictment, is not evidence, and it is not to be considered by you as any proof of the defendant's guilt. I will now explain the different roles that the court and the jury perform during the course of a trial. It is my responsibility to explain the law to you. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state proved its accusations beyond a reasonable doubt against the defendant in accordance with the law that I will provide to you. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined and they do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Before proceeding further, it will be helpful if you understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. Following the opening statements, witnesses will be called to testify under oath. They will be examined and cross-examined by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits also may be produced as evidence. After the evidence has been presented, the attorneys will have an opportunity to make their closing arguments. Following the closing arguments by the attorneys, the court will instruct you on the law applicable to the case. After the final instructions are given, you will then retire to consider your verdict. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of a defendant to prove his innocence. From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt. and the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure, and it is their duty to make all objections that they feel are proper. When an objection is made, you should not speculate on the reason why it is made. Likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had the witness been permitted to answer. During the trial, it may be necessary for me to confer with the attorneys outside of your hearing to discuss matters that require my consideration alone. It is impossible to predict when such conferences may be required or how long it will last. When such conferences occur, they will be conducted so as to consume as little of your time as necessary for a fair and orderly trial of this case. Please feel free to stand and stretch if you need to while I'm talking to the attorneys. You all have been provided a notepad and a pen for your use if you wish to take notes. If you would like to take notes during the trial, you may do so. On the other hand, of course, you're not required to take notes if you do not want to. That will be left up to you individually. But regardless of whether you choose to take notes, if you would please put your name on the first page of the notepad that's been provided. If you please do that now. All right, thank you. Any notes that you take during this trial will be for your personal use. And to ensure that your notes remain private, please do not write any notes on the first page of the notepad that has your name on it. If you wish, you can use all subsequent pages to write your notes. You will not be allowed to take your notes with you from the courtroom. During recesses, please turn your notepad over, and the bailiffs will ensure that no one will attempt to read your notes. Over the night's recesses, the bailiffs will take possession of your notes and then will return them to you when we reconvene. After the conclusion of the evidence and the arguments of the attorneys and the final instructions on the law by me, you will be allowed to use your notes during deliberations. When you have completed your deliberations, your notes will be destroyed. No one will ever read your notes. This is an important consideration if you do decide to take notes during this trial. Please do not get so involved in note-taking that you become distracted from the proceeding. Your notes should be used only as an aid to your memory. Whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. Members of the jury, I'm going to now reread and remind you of the communication rules that you've been instructed on previously. And you must follow these rules until you are discharged from your service as a juror. Jurors must decide this case, and that's without distraction and only on the evidence presented here in the courtroom. Jurors must not conduct any investigation on their own, and this means reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, or electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. You may not visit the places mentioned during this trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during this trial. You are also not permitted to communicate about this case, and that's with anyone, including your spouse, your family members, friends, neighbors, and even your fellow jurors. The communication with your fellow jurors about this case should only occur when the court instructs you to begin deliberations. During the trial, the court will take recesses and you will be permitted to separate and go about your personal affairs. It is important to remember that this prohibition on communicating about this case applies during these recesses, whether you're in the courthouse or elsewhere. If at any time you find yourself in a situation where others are discussing this case in your presence, please leave that situation at once and immediately report the matter to the bailiff, who will then advise me. You cannot have your cell phones or other electronic devices here in the courtroom while court is in session. However, you may use these devices during recesses, but you still must follow these communication rules. To ensure your privacy as a juror, please do not take photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of your fellow jurors while deliberating. You must not communicate with anyone outside the jury room. The jury room has all the electronic equipment that you will need to view the evidence. The jury room does not have a phone or internet capabilities. I know I've explained it, but I'm going to say it one more time. What are the reasons for these rules? If you investigate, if you research, or you make inquiries on your own, I have no way to make sure that the information that you obtained is proper for this case. And the parties likewise would have no opportunity to dispute or challenge the accuracy of what you find. And this is contrary to our judicial system, which assures every party the right to ask questions about and challenge the evidence being considered against it, and to present argument with respect to that evidence. Any independent investigation by a juror unfairly and improperly prevents the parties from having the opportunity that our judicial system promises. Any juror who violates these restrictions jeopardizes the fairness of these proceedings, and a mistrial could result. That would require this entire trial process to start over. A mistrial is a tremendous expense and inconvenience to the party, the court, and the taxpayers. If you become aware of any violation of these rules at all, please notify court personnel of the violation. In conclusion, you should not form any definite or fixed opinion on the merits of this case until you've heard all the evidence, the arguments of the attorneys, and the law, and the instructions on the law by me. Until that time, you should not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You must follow the communication rule. This case must be tried by you only on the evidence presented during this trial, in your presence, in the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and me. Members of the jury, that concludes the preliminary instructions. I turn the case over for opening statements. State of Florida.
May it please the court.
Ms. Stifler.
Stifler's going for the state.
The Sanctuary neighborhood in Jacksonville Beach, Florida is exactly what it sounds like. It's a small residential enclave of nice homes with golf carts and boats in the driveway. But on the night of February 16th, 2022, Sanctuary was anything but that for Jared Bridegan. Instead, Sanctuary Boulevard South was the site of his execution. Jared had just dropped off 2 children that he shared with his ex-wife, Shanna Gardner, at her home at Marsh Inlet, about 2.5 miles north of what would be the site of his death. His ex-wife, Miss Gardner, lived there with her new husband, this defendant, Mario Fernandez. Jared dropped his children off and was on his way home to Nocatee, where he lived with his new wife, Kirsten Bridegan, and their 2 daughters. One of his daughters, 2-year-old Bexley Bridegan, was in the car with him. Minutes after he left Miss Gardner's children safely at her home, he reached Sanctuary Boulevard South, where a tire was laying in the road. A dark residential road surrounded on either side by trees with 2 high curbs on each side, one way south, a tree line, and one way north. He put his vehicle in park, put on his flashers, and got out of his car to move the tire. A figure from the darkness stepped out with a firearm and fired 4 10-millimeter bullets, 2 of which went into the vehicle, the passenger compartment, inches from where 2-year-old Bexley Bridegan was strapped in her car seat. 2 of those bullets went into Jared Bridegan. He ended up face down on the pavement of that cold, dark road. He lay there and Bexley Bridegan remained strapped in her car seat. The seat designed to keep her safe now held her unable to move for nearly 7 minutes until anybody arrived. Due to his injuries, Jared could not get up and he could not reach her. Every parent's worst nightmare. To die not knowing if any of those bullets had hit his daughter. To die not knowing if she was safe. The person who shot Jared disappeared into the night. There were no witnesses other than Bexley. Nothing. 7 minutes after those gunshots, vehicles started to back up behind Jared's stopped vehicle. Two people, Shane Borgia and Janelle Cruz, happened to be passing through the area. They got out of their vehicle and walked up to Jared's car with its driver's door open and his flashers on. Shane saw the car, the flashers, and Jared laying face down on the asphalt. Thought it could be a car accident until he saw all the blood and until he saw Bexley in her car seat. He unbuckled her, pulled her out, took her to Janelle. Despite being only 2.5, Bexley was an articulate and intelligent child. Despite it being a warm night for February, she was shaking. She told Janelle, "Something happened to my daddy. I heard loud booms. My daddy's hurt. My daddy's on the ground." She asked, "Are the police going to help my daddy?" Well, police arrived, and unfortunately, they could give Jared no help. Shortly before 8 p.m. on February 16th, Jared Bridegan died face down on that asphalt at Sanctuary Boulevard. Not from a car accident, but from a premeditated murder. A targeted ambush, a planned tactical ambush with a tire in the road in a dark place where no one would see and no one would know and no one would trace it back to those responsible. For one purpose, to kill Jared Bridegan, a killer in the darkness who was picked, hired, solicited for that purpose. And then to disappear into the night. No trace he was ever there. No link to Jared other than being the last person he ever saw on earth. And no trail back to the people who planned and financed Jared's killing. The architects of Jared Bridegan's murder intended it to be the perfect crime. And it almost was. There were no witnesses, but there was an eye in the sky. A surveillance camera, 2 houses down, was able to capture a figure next to Jared's car and the last of the 4 gunshots. That camera captured this figure firing that last gunshot, then walking and then running from frame. Now, standing here in this courtroom 4.5 years later, it seems obvious, goes without saying, that this was an ambush, this was targeted. But that night, it was less so obvious. Officers from the Jacksonville Beach Police Department responded. They were young, they were inexperienced with homicides. Homicides generally don't happen in a neighborhood like Sanctuary, or for Jacksonville Beach for that matter, and certainly not a homicide of a man with his child in the car on a dark road. What you will hear is they began a years-long investigation. They used cutting-edge technology and old-fashioned, boots-on-the-ground, knocking-on-doors police work. A man executed in front of his child by a ghost in the darkness. What was clear from that night, though, was that the manner and method of Jared's death was not consistent with a robbery. Jared's wedding ring, his Apple Watch, his phone, his debit cards were all unseen. Bexley was unharmed. That video, the audio of gunshots and the video of that person calmly walking and then running out of sight showed no dispute. There were no voices picked up. There was no indication of a road rage incident. And then there was that tire. The surveillance that I talked about showed that before Jared's death, minutes before, traffic had been passing unobstructed through that area, meaning that the killer placed that tire in the road seconds before Jared Bridegan got there. That tire was a trap. That road at Sanctuary, unlike other ones, with those two high curbs and the woods on either side, very dark, no street lights at that time, no cameras, no businesses, and no houses in that immediate vicinity of that road. Feet away from a cut to J. Turner Butler. So dark. Putting a tire in the road that way would virtually guarantee that somebody would have to stop and move it out of the way, rather than risk driving up over those high curbs with those woods on either side. The tire was the trap to get him to stop, to get him to get out of the car, to leave him vulnerable and exposed. That tire was as much the murder weapon that killed Jared Bridegan as the firearm that fired those bullets. So the surveillance clip from police, the figure in the night, the audio of a pattern of gunshots, bang, 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 steady, consistent. All of it combined that night to let the police know what they were dealing with here was not random. This was intentional. This murder was personal. So the question that night for police, who in the world wanted Jared Bridegan dead? Who had the motive? Who would benefit from his death? And over their investigation for years, that answer, and the reason that you are all here in court today, Shanna Gardner, his ex-wife, and her new husband, this defendant, Mario Fernandez. As Mr. Mizrahi told you last week during jury selection, the state of Florida has charged Mario Fernandez with 2 crimes: first-degree murder, premeditated murder, and solicitation to commit a capital offense. Now, the burden is on the state of Florida to prove these charges beyond a reasonable doubt. We welcome that burden. We will do that over the next week and a half by presenting evidence in the forms of exhibits and witness testimony. You will have the law as instructed by the court. You have one more thing, equally as important as though two, that you bring with you into this room and back into that deliberation room. That is your common sense. What will become apparent to you very quickly was the same fact that became apparent to those investigators years ago. No one in the world truly wanted Jared Bridegan dead. No one in the world truly benefited from his death. No one in the world truly had motive to kill him, except for Gardner and Fernandez. A little background. Shanna Gardner and Jared Bridegan were married very young, after a quick courtship. They were both members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, which you all may know as the Mormon Church. They were married, they had twin children, they moved from Utah, various places in the country, and ended up in Jacksonville, Florida, because one of their children had a heart condition and needed to live at sea level. Jared was very religious. He wanted to raise the children in the church. At some point during their marriage, Ms. Gardner began to question her religion. She wanted to leave the church. She did not want to raise her children the way that she was raised in the church. They had strife. They got divorced. And in some time had passed, the acrimony of that divorce never did. It remained very bitter between the two of them, despite the fact that they both later remarried. Jared Bridegan remarried Kirsten Bridegan in 2017, and Shanna Gardner remarried this defendant, Mario Fernandez, in 2018. Mario Fernandez and Shanna Gardner met at a gym. She was doing workout classes and training. He was the maintenance man. He grew up in Jacksonville. She grew up in a very, very wealthy family in Utah. They had a very short courtship, and then they got married. Their marriage was not one necessarily of true love, but of convenience. It was a deal. His words, not mine. You'll hear that he told police that he married Ms. Gardner to help her with the kids, to help her with the Jared situation, and that they sealed the deal when he talked about their marriage. The two couples co-parented. They did not do so amicably. You will see the court filings. You will see they were in and out of court for years. Big issues, medical treatment, where the kids went to school, small issues, who's going to pay for this, who's going to pay for that. They fought over everything. Can she dye her hair? Who pays for the oxygen tank? They got to the point where they would only communicate, the four of them, in writing, separate parent-teacher conferences, separate doctor's appointments. It was nasty. It was petty. It was not good on both sides. But Shanna Gardner complained about the custody agreement incessantly. She wanted full custody, particularly because Jared was bringing the children, especially their young daughter, into the church that she now did not want to be a part of, that she now despised. The defendant himself told police after Jared's death that they were seeking full custody, that they wanted full custody, that they would have even been happier with more custody, 60-40 as opposed to the 50-50. The defendant, after Jared Bridegan's death, told police that the kids were better off without him. And the money. Ms. Gardner was from a very wealthy family, and her parents, in order to protect her assets, set up a trust fund for her, the Shanna Gardner Irrevocable Trust Fund. And this defendant was the trustee. She had in the trust a clause that stated that when she had no more legal entanglements with Jared Bridegan, that she could elect to serve as a trustee of her own trust and gain access and control over her money. Before Jared's death, you may hear evidence that Gardner and Fernandez, this defendant, were planning to separate and divorce. He would no longer be trustee over her finances and live in the nice house at Marsh Inlet that her parents bought for them, and drive his Toyota Tundra that was purchased for him during the marriage. They had also decided to separate. They were not in love. This marriage of convenience had run its course. And then Jared Bridegan was murdered. And Mario Fernandez and Shanna Gardner remain legally married to this day. 4 months after the death, the defendant remained the trustee on her trust. A week after Jared Bridegan's death, the defendant transferred $50,000 from Shanna Gardner's trust into his own personal checking account. 4 months after Jared Bridegan's death, they continued to live together until they separated. He gained half the proceeds of the sale of their home at Marsh Inlet that her parents had purchased. He sold the Tesla that they had during the marriage. He sold the Toyota Tundra they had during the marriage, and he continued to move money around. Ms. Gardner got what she wanted, full control over her children and the freedom to move out of Jacksonville, Florida. 6 months after Jared's death, she left the state of Florida without the defendant, her legal husband, and moved to Washington State with her 2 children into a home purchased by her parents through an LLC. Mr. Fernandez eventually moved to Orlando. The facts I just told you are undisputed. You're going to see bank records, court.
I'll sustain it. You can rephrase.
The facts that I just described to you come from the records themselves, bank records, the court filings, interview of the defendant, the witnesses who will take the stand. Clearly, they had motive. They benefited greatly from Jared's death. And the detectives with the Jacksonville Beach Police Department knew this. They heard this. They conducted hundreds of interviews. They pulled bank records. They pulled phone records. They knew that these people had a motive. And although they were suspicious, they did not rush their investigation. They looked at every possible lead, which were few and far between, given the nature, the method, the manner of Jared's death. They also learned that other than Gardner and the defendant, there were no other true individuals with actual motive to have Jared dead.
Grounds. Okay.
Told you we were going to get them fireworks. Oh, daddy. This is wild. This is wild. But I do have proof of it. I'm so glad that DB is in the chat. Did I write you last night, DB? I said, watch the objection blowout in the opening statements. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we are not taking the guided tour here. We have never taken the guided tour here with this case. The way that the state has acted and what they have done from jump in this case, Stifler here, who is prosecuting, she was the one that was authorizing all the search warrants. She's the one that was basically a cop. Like the defense has tried to get this 4th district court, circuit court, whatever, the AG's office off of this case as one of the sanctions. They tried to get them disqualified, and rightfully so. Wait till you see this stuff. I said there was going to be objections during opening statements, and sure as shit. Do you see how she's just, all it is narrative about, like, wait, when does Henry Tenon come into play? What's with this $50,000 transfer? This is the first time that we've ever heard this ever, that he transferred $50K, was transferred into his personal account after the murder. Can't wait to see that. Okay. What about these checks? Okay. Who then transferred $50,000 into their account, then writes little $2,000 and $3,000 and $5,000 checks? I mean, wow. What we've heard so far is that, hey, I'm going to get in front of this while I can. The cops that arrived at the scene and everybody involved in this case, hey, they're young and inexperienced, AKA that is them trying to get in front of these. Remember I told you these cops and these detectives are going to get bent over like you've never seen. What does she come right out the gate talking about? How young and inexperienced these first responders and these detectives are. I try to get in front of that too. They said that there was an eye in the sky. There was no eyewitness, but there was an eye in the sky. It captured a figure running or walking. But this eye in the sky, what did it capture beforehand? She doesn't make any mention about like where this person came. She talks about them just coming out and appearing and like just shooting. Where? Because it matters. Came from where? And shot through where? Okay. You'll see what I mean when we get to the point where you actually see pictures of the crime scene, because where this person would have had to come from.
Is that better?
Okay.
Okay. All right. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. You will hear that the Jacksonville Beach Police conducted an investigation which uncovered that there were no other suspects with a true motivation to kill Jared Bridegan. They interviewed Jared's widow, Kirsten Bridegan. They spoke to his family members. They spoke to his friends. They spoke to his coworkers. They spoke to anybody in the past that had any type of argument or dispute with him. They followed every lead they possibly could. They went to his home. They got his work laptop, his hard drive, his personal laptop, his phone. They extracted them. They downloaded them. His widow, Mrs. Bridegan, provided police with passwords and access. She let them into her home and showed them where her husband had kept his firearms. What they learned about Jared Bridegan through his digital life and through these interviews with those that knew him best was that he was a risk-adverse person. He worked from home. He had a very small circle, few friends, family, few hobbies. There was no evidence uncovered through their search of his devices or through interviews that he was in any kind of gambling debt, any significant financial debt. He had no criminal record, no history of arrests. There were no drugs in his talk screen, no indication that he was buying or selling drugs, no indication from his devices or for interviews that he was having an affair, that he had an ongoing long-term dispute with anybody, save them. He didn't go out partying. He didn't travel. He lived in Nocatee. He worked from home. And he led a quiet life. He attended church every Sunday and was devoutly Mormon. So not only did the police learn of the motive of Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez, the defendant, they also learned through investigation and through following leads and talking to everybody and anybody that could potentially have any information, that there appeared to be nobody else with a motive to kill Jared Bridegan. Like I said, they didn't jump to conclusions. They pulled phone records and financial records for his widow, for family members. They tried to use cutting-edge investigative techniques, some things you'll learn about during this trial, like tower dumps and geofence. They cobbled together what surveillance they had. Nothing turned up a significant lead that sent them anywhere. They went door to door to door through the miles of homes in Jacksonville Beach, knocking, looking for eyewitnesses, looking for surveillance video. Nobody saw the murder. Nobody could give them a suspect description. They had nothing but a shadowy figure on the screen. They had the manner of death, that this was personal and targeted. And they had some other things that the killer had left behind. Very little. What they had was the tire in the road. The tire had a rim on it that they were able to identify through OPM records, manufacturer records, that it belonged to a Ford F-150. And when they learned that, they started looking on surveillance. They found Jared's vehicle, the black VW Atlas, which is what he drove, and they saw that minutes and seconds before he reached Sanctuary, where he was killed, that there seemed to be a vehicle in frame with his vehicle. And that vehicle was a blue Ford F-150 with a tan stripe along the running board. So they expanded their surveillance search. They found more video of that particular vehicle. You will see a compilation of clips of that truck that they identified through hundreds of hours of video that they poured over. You will see that that blue truck, F-150, arrived to Jacksonville Beach around 5:45 p.m. on Beach Boulevard, that it drove down through the back residential winding roads that Jared would have taken from the defendant's home at Marsh Inlet to Sanctuary, where he was killed before the homicide. That it drove down Sanctuary Boulevard South, that same eye in the sky that caught that figure, miraculously also was triggered by someone taking out their trash. And it caught a blue Ford F-150 with a tan running board driving down Sanctuary an hour before the murder, slowing down and almost appearing to stop at the very site where Jared would be killed an hour later. It caught that car coming back up, driving around, and then pulling in to an apartment complex cut, an area called Pablo Hamlet at Cheddar, a street north of the homicide scene in Jacksonville Beach, a street where this blue truck that was seen slowing at the homicide scene and then driving away from the homicide scene shortly after Jared was killed, waited for a period of about 20 minutes before Jared's death. And this street, Cheddar, this Pablo Hamlet area, isn't just anywhere in Jacksonville Beach. It is exactly one street over and directly behind that house in Marsh Inlet where Shanna Gardner and Mario Fernandez lived. Detectives followed that surveillance of the blue truck. They saw it in front of Jared seconds before his death. It appeared to be moving fast, as if trying to put distance between itself and Jared's vehicle, as if trying to create time, perhaps to lay down a tire and set a trap. That blue vehicle was seen driving north away from the homicide scene after the gunshots. That blue truck was seen before the homicide on surveillance with what appeared to be an object in its bed, consistent with a tire. At 6:41 p.m. on Grande Boulevard, a camera picked up that truck, the tire in the back. At 7:54, minutes after the homicide, that same camera at Grande picked up that truck, this time going north, away from the homicide scene, and that tire was not in the bed of the truck anymore. The detectives felt like this was the first real lead. This vehicle, it was an older model. It was a blue truck with a running stripe that was tan on the bottom. It was unique enough that they could move on it. They could put it out there. They released a photo to the public. They begged for tips. They asked for people to call in. Has anybody seen this truck? Because the surveillance was too grainy to make out a license plate or even the state of the tag. And Jacksonville Beach at this time did not have what we call license plate readers. All they had was a make, a model, and a general appearance. But no legitimate leads came in. And the trail on the truck for some time went cold. The other piece of evidence that the killer left behind was the expelled cartridge casings from the firearm used to kill Jared Bridegan. When you fire a semi-automatic handgun, the cartridge, or what we in layman's terms usually say bullet or ammo, the projectile is expelled and the cartridge, or shell casing, as some people might call it, is ejected. In this case, the killer took the gun with him when he fled, but he did not pick up the shell casings. So those 4 shots, 4 10mm cartridge casings or shell casings or shells were left behind at the homicide scene. And detectives had something to work with there, because although there are 10mm manufactured and distributed, it is not the most common caliber firearm. It's not like a 9 or a 40. It gave them something to look into. And not only was it a 10mm firearm used and 10mm ammunition, an expert from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement will tell you that they are able to determine it most likely came from a Glock 10mm firearm. Because when it's shot, it leaves a certain pattern from the firing pin, consistent with a Glock, consistent with their proprietary design. And not only was it most likely a Glock 10mm, it was probably an older model Glock 10mm. So the detectives tracked down every FFL sale of a 10mm firearm in the months preceding the homicide. They pulled pawn records for 10mm pawned, and they worked with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office NIBIN unit, a National Integrated Ballistics Information Network, to try to track down any 10mm that they could. And they followed up on it. They figured out who purchased 10mm from FFLs. They figured out who pawned 10mm. They sent officers out to talk to these people, to look at their names, to run their records, to see if there was any connection to any of them in Jared Bridegan through his phone records, bank statements, or device downloads, through interviews with his friends and family, and there were none. And lastly, they had the time and place of Jared's death as a clue. Although not physical evidence, that gave them information as well. Because the path that Jared Bridegan took from Marsh Inlet to Sanctuary is a windy path through a residential area. It's a cut through. Unless you live in the neighborhood or are familiar with it, most likely you're not driving that route. And they knew that the tire had not been in the road until moments before Jared's death. So they knew the killer had to have known, one, that Jared Bridegan would be in Jacksonville Beach that night, even though he lived and worked in Nocatee. Two, that he would be driving a black VW Atlas. And three, that he would be going down Sanctuary at that exact moment, the right time for the killer to execute his plan and execute Jared. And there were not that many people in the world that knew that Jared Bridegan would be in Jacksonville Beach that Wednesday night, February 16th, 2022, at approximately those times. But some people did, including Shanna Gardner and the defendant, Mario Fernandez. Because part of their custody arrangement for this 50-50 parental time sharing was that on the week that the parents did not have the twins, get a date night with them. So on the weeks where the twins were at Gardner and Fernandez's, Jared Bridegan would come to Jacksonville Beach, pick up the twins, and take them out to dinner. And they called it date night. And it was always Wednesday night, every other Wednesday night. And it was always around the same time, between 6:30 and 8 p.m. So the killer had to have known about date night, or that Jared would be there that night, because February 16th, 2022 was a Wednesday night and was a date night. That's why he was there, picking up and dropping off the children. And the killer had to have known that Jared would be in his black VW Atlas. And in order to kill Jared Bridegan and leave no witnesses behind, the killer would have known that Jared would be with his daughter Bexley, but that his wife, Kirsten Bridegan, would not. That she had given birth to their second daughter 6 months ago and had not been going on date night for the past couple months. So the killer had a blue truck, a tire, a 10mm firearm, and information about Jared Bridegan's whereabouts in order to successfully carry out the plan to kill him. And the detectives followed these leads as best they could, and the trail ran cold. And they kept coming back to the names Shanna Gardner and Mario Fernandez as they eliminated other possibilities. They continued to follow every lead. And months passed, and they decided to start expanding their interviews, talk to everybody and anybody, no matter how insignificant they seem, to see if they have any information. When doing this in July of 2022, a few months after Jared's death, and a month or two after the trail had gone cold, they ended up at a residence in the Jacksonville's northwest side, 5239 Potomac Avenue, just near Edgewood and Kings Road, a little north of the Paxton area, if you're familiar. And it's about 40 minutes from Jacksonville Beach. 5239 Potomac is a home owned by this defendant, Mario Fernandez. He was using it as a rental property, and it was managed by an LLC called First Choice Home Rentals, an LLC that was incorporated by Mario Fernandez and Shanna Gardner. They were joint business partners. This house is not like the Marsh Inlet house or the houses in Sanctuary. You'll see photographs of the house, of the state of its disrepair. Rent there was not expensive. In July of 2022, detectives went to that home because they knew Mr. Fernandez was a landlord and was renting the property, and they spoke to the tenants there. A man named Jeremy Ordway, and another man arrived while they were there, a former tenant named Henry Tenon. And while detectives were speaking to Mr. Ordway and Henry Tenon, they noticed against the side of the house an old tire. It had been put out for garbage collection, and by some stroke of luck, they happened to be there that day and happened to see it before it was taken to the dump. They took that tire, collected it, brought it back to the Jacksonville Beach Police Department, and compared it to the tire left at the crime scene, the tire used as a trap, the tire used to murder Jared Bridegan. And they realized it was the same make and model. It had the same DOT number, meaning it was manufactured by Michelin in the same factory the same week as the tire from the crime scene. That was the first real lead that blew the case open. Here's this tire leaning against the house that this defendant owns. And they realized very quickly that the man that arrived at the house, Henry Tenon, owned a blue and tan, two-toned, older model Ford F-150 Lariat that he had inherited from his father. Who is Henry Tenon? Oh, I should have the picture.
Stroke of luck.
Henry Tenon is a man in his now late 60s and mid 60s around the time of this homicide. Henry Tenon has a 12th grade education. He has limited family in Georgia. He's a convicted felon. He is a day laborer. He worked for a pallet company. Pallets are those big wooden pallets that they use to stack equipment. And his job was to take old pallets and break them down into pieces. It's heavy manual labor. And he got paid by the piece, not by the hour, not a salary. He got paid by the piece. Detectives pulled his bank records. His bank account was frequently overdrawn. He was back due on child support. His wages at the pallet company where he worked were being garnished. Through the majority of 2022, he was essentially homeless. He was sleeping on couches. He was sleeping on a couch at 5239 Potomac Avenue because his friend, the tenant, Mr. Ordway, let him. He was living, as they say in Potomac, pillow to post. He had been a tenant at one point at the Potomac Avenue home, but had been evicted in early 2022 when Mr. Ordway began leasing the property in January of 2022. Henry Tenon's only connection to Jared Bridegan is this defendant, Mario Fernandez. Detectives began looking into him. They were able to find his tag registration. They were able to find that he owned a truck similar to the one they saw on surveillance video, similar to the murder truck. So they arrested him in August of 2022 for driving charges, driving on a suspended license. To further their investigation, they were able to obtain a phone off of his person. They were able to get a set of car keys from his pocket that belonged to a Ford F-150, even though he was driving a Crown Vic, and even though there was no sighting or sign of the truck that he had inherited from his father. They pulled his bank records from his phone. They were able to obtain a phone number, an email address, and they were able to get Google location data, something you'll hear about during this trial. Something that existed and was new at the time and now is no longer kept for law enforcement purposes by Google. A moment in time, detectives were able to get this information. And what it told them was that Henry Tenon's phone number, email address, linked to his Android phone were in Jacksonville Beach the night of February 16th, 2022. And not just in Jacksonville Beach, a block or two away from the homicide scene, minutes after Jared Bridegan was killed. And from that location data, detectives were able to go back to that surveillance they collected, and they were able to identify a black male on camera walking from the homicide scene and walking throughout Jacksonville Beach after the murder.
That is a known homeless
In that
man.
video, they were able to determine that the person had a jacket and a pair of boots that looked very, very, very similar to a jacket and a pair of boots that they collected from 5239 Potomac Avenue belonging to Henry Tenon. They eventually found his truck in the yard of a family friend. Henry Tenon's vehicle. a vehicle that looked very similar to this vehicle before the homicide, dropped tire in the back bed, leaving the homicide scene after the murder with no tire. Most importantly, they got his DNA. His DNA came back on the steering wheel of this blue vehicle. It came back on those keys that were in his pocket for a Ford F-150, keys that unlocked this vehicle. And Henry Tenon's DNA came back on a swab of the inner rim of that tire at Sanctuary Boulevard South that was put in the road to trap and kill Jared Bridegan. Detectives realized Henry Tenon was the shooter. Although they searched and searched, they found no link between Jared Bridegan, Kirsten Bridegan, the Bridegan family, and Henry Tenon. They found no motive for Henry Tenon to have wanted Jared Bridegan dead. The killer was a stranger to Jared Bridegan. The murder was personal. And what you will see this week is the link between the two is this defendant, Mario Fernandez. That link between those leads, between the tire to the truck to the defendant, between the manner of the death, the time and the place and the timing and this defendant, the investigation the detectives did started with that evidence, and it led to Henry Tenon, and it led right back to Mario Fernandez. And that's a common theme you'll see this week. Everything they investigated that had potential to give actual evidentiary value led from Mario Fernandez to information. And the more they investigated that information, the more they looked into Henry Tenon, the more they looked into the tire, it led right back to Mario Fernandez. You'll see another connection. As they realized that Henry Tenon was involved in this murder, they started to take a harder look at the other associates of Mario Fernandez. Just as the killer was linked to Mario through that truck and tire, you will hear about a link between that 10-millimeter Glock firearm and Mario Fernandez. You will hear about Mario Fernandez's friendship with a man named John Biggerstaff. John Biggerstaff and Mario Fernandez have known each other for decades. He went to high school with Mr. Biggerstaff's children, and they maintained over the years an acquaintanceship and a friendship off and on. They would work out, hang out. You will also hear that John Biggerstaff was a former Navy cryptologist and a former JSO reserve officer until he was federally prosecuted for a felony. He and Mr. Fernandez were in close contact in 2022, leading up to the homicide. You'll hear that they spent time together in Mr. Biggerstaff's home in his garage, talking about the custody battle, sharing beers, venting. You will hear that John Biggerstaff is the person that Mario Fernandez called after hearing about the murder of Jared Bridegan. One of his first contacts, one of his first calls was to John Biggerstaff in the early morning hours of February 17th, after police let them know Jared Bridegan had been killed. You will hear that Mario Fernandez was at John Biggerstaff's house the night before the murder, February 15th into the early morning hours of February 16th. And you will hear that Mario Fernandez spent February 17th, the day after Jared's murder, with John Biggerstaff. And this is significant because when John Biggerstaff became a convicted felon and was fired from JSO, he had to surrender his firearms, and he surrendered them to his son, Juan Biggerstaff. One of the firearms that he surrendered was a Glock, older model, 10-millimeter firearm. So detectives investigated. They spoke to Mr. Biggerstaff. They spoke to his son, Juan. They tracked down purchase records. They were trying to find this firearm. You will hear from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement expert that if you have shell casings left behind on a scene and you have a firearm, you can test fire it. You can compare those casings, and you can scientifically determine if casings on a scene were fired by a certain gun. So the police obviously wanted to obtain Mr. Biggerstaff's Glock 10mm to see if it was the weapon used to kill Jared Bridegan or not. And they are unable to do that to this day. Mr. John Biggerstaff and his son, Juan Biggerstaff, have forgotten where this firearm is. They just don't know. They can't produce it. They can't tell anyone where it is. We have been unable to find it and to test it to see whether or not that was the firearm used to kill Jared Bridegan. A gun we don't have, because the defendant's close friend that he hung out with the day before the murder and the day after the murder can't produce his Glock 10mm firearm. And like Henry Tenon, John Biggerstaff has no connection to Jared Bridegan or to Kirsten Bridegan or to the Bridegan family. Another piece of evidence that we found by starting with Mario Fernandez that led right back to him. Another link between two people who are strangers to Jared Bridegan and this defendant. These links, or coincidences, as they might be called by defense during this case, are numerous. Jared had no connection to Henry Tenon, but someone had to tell him what vehicle he was in. Henry Tenon has no connection to Sanctuary neighborhood, but this route was specific. This ambush was pre-planned, given that evidence of that truck driving it before the murder. Someone had to have shown him where to go. Henry Tenon would not have known about date night unless someone told him. And Henry Tenon happened to kill Jared Bridegan with a Glock 10mm firearm, a relatively unusual firearm that someone had to give him. Henry Tenon, a tenant of Mario Fernandez, happened to kill the one person standing between this defendant and remaining in his marriage and profiting from that marriage to Shanna Gardner, and standing between Ms. Gardner and her ability to control her own money, control her freedom, and control her children. Those are the coincidences, as they may call them, you will hear about in the next 2 weeks. And the defendant and Ms. Gardner profited from the death of Jared Bridegan, as did Henry Tenon. You will also hear evidence that when they recovered Henry Tenon's truck, inside the truck were 3 check stubs, still together with numerical markings. And the police were able to go into Henry Tenon's bank records, find those check numbers, and see that Henry Tenon, in March and April of 2022, weeks after Jared's death, deposited 3 checks written by Mario Fernandez, the defendant. He deposited a $2,000 check with a subject line landscaping. He deposited a $3,000 check with the subject line keeping up with the roof. And he deposited a $5,000 check written by this defendant to the shooter that said, Kickstarter, good luck, exclamation point, exclamation point. Well, you'll see photos of the house at Potomac. You'll see its roof. You'll see its landscaping. You'll see the state of the home. You'll see Mr. Tenon's bank records and the fact that he was frequently overdrawn on his accounts, that he's a day laborer whose wages are being garnished by the government for back due child support. You will not hear any evidence from the downloads of Henry Tenon's phones or Google accounts that he ever had a Kickstarter. You will see very quickly that there are no way these are legitimate payments. You will have Mr. Fernandez's Google download, which contains his business dealings with First Choice Home Rentals as it relates to 5239 Potomac. And you'll see the difference between the legitimate expenditures he's giving to LLCs and air conditioning companies with invoices and estimates and scheduled times and emails versus these checks that just magically appeared out of nowhere for $10,000 to a man who earns $15,000 a year breaking down pallets. These checks were a way to hide money for a murder hidden in plain sight to make it look legitimate, with the hope that Henry Tenon would never be identified and no one would ever look that deep. Nobody during this trial is going to be able to take the stand and tell you about the conversations between Henry Tenon and Mario Fernandez regarding this murder. Henry Tenon has been charged. He will not be testifying as a witness, nor will Ms. Gardner. And you will hear evidence from phone records that Henry Tenon, despite not being a tenant of Mr. Fernandez past January of 2022, had multiple text messages and phone calls with the defendant in February and March of 2022 when he wasn't a tenant. Multiple phone calls and texts. I'm talking 70 text messages and calls in February 2022. You will hear that none of those text messages, the content, the call logs, exist on Henry Tenon's phones or devices. Henry Tenon contact with this defendant, Mario Fernandez. You will also hear that shortly after Henry Tenon was arrested in August 2022 on those driving on a suspended license charges unrelated to the murder, that Mario Fernandez, this defendant, factory reset, wiped his cell phone. Not just deleted. You'll hear from a forensic expert what it means to wipe your phone. What you lose, all the apps, all the passwords, financial records, banking records, every photograph someone has ever taken on their phone, gone, wiped. After his tenant, ex-tenant, is arrested on unrelated charges. We will also hear from his Google return that Mr. Fernandez deleted Henry Tenon as a contact in his Google Cloud, that he deleted over 6,000 records from his Google account. This is what we call consciousness of guilt, is evidence you can consider this week as you evaluate what the state has presented. But you will not hear someone come in and say, Mario Fernandez paid me to kill Henry Tenon. Two people can keep a secret if one of them's dead, and for purposes of this trial, Henry Tenon is dead to you. He is not on trial. Shanna Gardner is not on trial. But the evidence of their consciousness of guilt is evidence of this defendant's guilt. We can't say where Mario Fernandez was during the time of the homicide. We know from surveillance, and you will see on the surveillance, that Henry Tenon is on foot for hours in Jacksonville Beach after the murder, about an hour and a half, trying to get out of Jacksonville Beach. You will also see surveillance that the blue truck with that tire in the back that left the homicide scene without that tire is separated from Henry Tenon, which means two people were there that night. One driving the truck, one person, Henry Tenon, murdering Jared Bridegan. Mario Fernandez's cell phone has the ability to tell us where he is through cell site location, your tower. And you'll hear a lot of evidence this trial about it from a lot of experts. But what you will hear is that Mario Fernandez has no cellular data or location data for the time of the murder. And again, you may hear argument of coincidences and network connectivity. But there's data before the murder, there's data after the murder, and there is no data during the murder. And because Mario Fernandez wiped his cell phone, the expert who would have been able to go in and look at his phone and say it was on airplane mode, it was off, it was on, it was at home using Wi-Fi, does not have that information to tell you that definitively. There's no DNA putting Mario Fernandez at the crime scene. There are no eyewitnesses. There's no video footage that captures the individuals in the truck clearly enough to make them out. These things are all true. the phone at home, lack of DNA, no eyewitnesses. But it cannot change the fact that there is no connection between the shooter and Bridegan other than this defendant. It cannot change the fact that this defendant paid a man $10,000 for work that didn't happen and a Kickstarter that doesn't exist. You will also hear about some activity on the defendant's phone and Mr. Tenon's phone before the murder, about a trip that Tenon's phone took to St. Johns County to Nocatee, to the street where Jared Bridegan lives, 2 weeks before the homicide. A trip in a blue two-tone truck from Potomac to Jared Bridegan's house, to the crime scene and back to Potomac. A trip that Henry Tenon took while Mario Fernandez's phone was at the house at Potomac Avenue, not being used, stationary in one cell tower coverage area. No link between Henry Tenon and Jared Bridegan other than this defendant. I started my opening today describing the final moments of Jared Bridegan's life and the final moments that Bexley Bridegan had with her father as she witnessed him dying. I began that way to remind you of why we are here. Mr. Dreiser talked at jury selection about this case and media attention and the popularity of verdicts. A trial is about the state's ability to prove a charge beyond a reasonable doubt with evidence, not emotion, with facts, not feelings. But this is not a true crime podcast. This is not a TV show. This is real life. And the reason I started that way is so that does not get lost on you this week. That a man was wiped off the face of the earth in front of his daughter, and he died in a terrible way. I don't say this to inflame you. I say this so you remember why we are here. Our job is to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. Defense job is to defend their client. Your job is to return a verdict consistent with the law and the evidence. You will be answering those two questions Mr. Mizrahi brought up. Was a crime committed? Did the defendant do it? Did Mario Fernandez have the intent that Jared Bridegan be killed? And did he incite, cause, encourage, assist, hire, or solicit him to do that? Was he a principal to the death of Jared Bridegan? That is your question to answer with the evidence, the law, and your common sense. We are confident at the conclusion of this trial, your verdict will be consistent with the evidence and the law. We are confident that you will return a verdict of guilty as charged.
Thank you, Ms. Stifler. Members of the jury, we're going to take a brief recess. We will return back in session at 11 a.m. If you leave your notepads on your chair, please.
Okay, we are in a 15-minute recess between the parties, swapping it out here. Well, oh my gosh, fireworks. Well, first of all, let's clock it here. Okay. At 1:07 and 37 seconds, that was an hour opening. 1 hour. 1 hour. It started at 1:07 37 seconds on my ticker. It's 2:08 and 51 seconds. So that was an hour. Okay. 1 hour. And there's some really huge opportunities here for the defense. I'm going to tell you what I see. And number one is there's factual disputes here. There is a homeless man who was interviewed, and he lives in that area, and he's seen walking around. He's actually the one that's seen on camera. There's a report about it. They go and they visit him. So what they end up doing here is they know who the person is that's on camera. Then they want to change who that person is on camera. And they want to change that person to Henry Tenon. So I would ask that the defense bring that up because you want to hold to what they're saying. They have to prove all of this, yada, yada, yada. So the first thing that I noticed, it was just like, wow, there is actually a report. Okay. Number two is they did not investigate this case and rule out Jared's inner circle. That never happened. So I expect the defense to be stating that the prosecution wanted to tell you guys that, hey, we eliminated all possibilities and all roads lead to Mario Saldana. That's inaccurate. Okay. They met with, Kirsten Bridegan, and immediately the finger was pointed. And when you're pulling search warrants and Google and doing poll cams and all these things, and you're doing them on certain dates that are way early in the investigation. And what Stifler was trying to do is create all this time to make it seem like the truck lead had died out. No, there was actually multiple vehicles that were provided. Why they decided to hone in on that versus the white van versus the white sedan versus the black truck, I believe that that's going to come up. Again, talking about that there was something in the back and there wasn't, in the two different camera clips, and that it was a tire. I thought it was amazing how they said it was just pure luck that, oh my God, the stroke of luck that the officers would arrive on Potomac 6 months later, and wow, there was just a tire just waiting to be taken out for trash. I told you guys that was coming. I said I could not wait to see how they were going to just explain this piece of evidence that links it all together. That tire was planted, and if the defense does not insinuate that, I'll be shocked. I'll be absolutely shocked. Also, I believe that you're going to hear from the defense going to state that there was a lot of gaps in there to try to make it seem like that this case went cold, things like that. No. That's not what happened. You're going to see that the evidence is going to show that these people were working around the clock, but they were honing in on just my client, his ex, his wife, and that they had cameras all on them. They were tapping their phones. They were doing this. They were doing that. And it was all, so for example, why didn't you go to Potomac and interview Jeremy Ordway? If you got my client's phone records right off the bat, you knew that he called John Biggerstaff. That was his first call, you said. Why would John Biggerstaff not be interviewed until August, 6-7 months later? Oh, Lana, you make a good point. She talked herself into fucking circles. Okay. That makes no sense, right? Why would you wait all that time to go talk to John Biggerstaff? Next, why was the do you notice how she did not mention the ATF involvement at all? Well, wait till we get into that. Wait till we get into their involvement that, they're making it seem like this case went cold. But here, the only people that they were focused on, and they were focused on creating a case. I mean, think about it. You prepare your opening, okay? And then you have to just make notes to say, okay, here's my opening that I've already prepared, right? And then I have to put a little space in here probably at the end to address what happens and what they possibly present that I may even want to touch on. Maybe my planned opening already planned for some of the fuckerage because the case that, well, this is the only way they can be going. So you're going to say certain things, but there is just so many factual disputes, and you guys saw it. There's very rarely do you see objections during opening statements. We saw two. I agree with the motive here is that who would want to kill Jared Bridegan? Okay. Who'd want to kill Jared Bridegan? Well, guess what? There is a witness early on in this case that said that they had a incident with Jared Bridegan down at the baseball fields. Okay. And that there was an argument and blah, blah, blah. They called up, did a tip, whatever. And the cops spent no time tracking down who decided to make up this lie, if it was a lie. Because they said there was this incident. Next, they said that there was no affairs. They went through everything and said that we can't find any affairs. Let me see. That Jared was a very low risk, victim here. Very small circles, small group of friends, no risk victim, no gambling, no drugs in his talk screen. No affairs in his phone, no partying. He didn't travel. He lived a quiet life. He was a Mormon. Again, I went through the discovery. There was not a single person that was interviewed that worked with Jared that I've come across in the discovery. There's not a single person that was friends with Jared that was interviewed in the discovery. She says that they learned no one else had a motive and that they didn't jump to conclusions, that they went and did all these things. And that's what I said, like, how are you getting search warrants to do all this shit? Again, if Mario Saldana contacted John Biggerstaff, why aren't you contacting John Biggerstaff right away? No, you kept an eye on him, but guess what? You pulled a bunch of search warrants on him, a bunch of subpoenas. In fact, you set up geofences all over the place. They set up surveillance nonstop. I cannot believe it. Again, the rim, the tire, the Ford 150, the dot, the surveillance, looking at the cameras. They saw the big blue Ford truck 150, tan stripe. And then what are the odds that they would trigger by someone else's camera taking the trash out 1 hour before that it was able to catch this? I don't even know if that's accurate, if it's more so that it was just a motion activated and it would have activated anyways. Now, the Pablo Hamlet apartments that they're talking about, those are senior, it's like a senior center. Those are the apartments that they're speaking about. But she wants to say, hey, it's a block away from Shanna Gardner's house. Guess what? It's a block also away from the police department. They didn't mention that, did they? Now, I find it hard to believe that Shanna Gardner would know Jared's route home. Okay. You'd have to what? After he leaves, like watch him on his path that he goes on Wednesdays. Also, I believe there's evidence that shows that Kirsten Bridegan went with them on some of those. Like it was sporadic on when she went because she just had the baby 8 months ago. But 8 months is not like yesterday. Okay. You cannot see that there is or is not a tire in the back of the truck. You want to know what they said was in the back of the truck, and it's in paperwork? Garbage bags. Garbage bags. Now, take a listen to this. You have it that you were saying that there's garbage bags, like trash in the back of the truck. And then here you come in front of a jury, and now you're going to try to sell to this jury that what they see in the back of a truck, oh, there was a tire. And then now look, it's heading north, and now there's no tire in there. You notice how they just slid into the fact they want to talk about these 4 shell casings that were left at the scene and that they didn't pick them up? Guess whose DNA is on them? Jared Bridegan's DNA is on them. She forgot to say that. It's very interesting. She also mentions that they just went into the house and looked for like whatever, and Kirsten Bridegan was just giving them, free access and yada, yada, yada. That's not accurate. Kirsten Bridegan couldn't find Jared's guns for a while. That's in a police report. So the 4 shell casings, guess what also she didn't tell you? Ready? She didn't tell you that they were not all of the same brand. It's like having 2 Pampers diapers at the scene and 2 Huggies. You know what that kind of leads you to believe is that I want someone to get up on that stand and tell me that all 4 of those shell casings came from the same gun. Because immediately I wrote, when I've been covering this case, I said, ambushed by more than one vehicle and person. If you go to report 12, they know this within 3 days on 2/19/2022. And that's where I'm using it to say that I did my due diligence to look through this. I know that they were thinking a bunch of different things. And how could you not say that this could potentially be 2 shooters? And just so we're clear, a 10 millimeter gun was the official use weapon of the FBI from 1987 and 1996. That's what was issued. So this Glock, the shell casings, well, Jared's DNA was on them. I cannot believe they're talking about the Nibin. It's interesting. Oh, license plate readers. This is absolutely false. They have license plate readers in that town. And in fact, they use license plate readers. So want to point that out. Then we get into the rental property. So she first lays out like, hey, they have this crazy divorce. Okay. And that's what leads to all this animosity. All right. She also talks about that both parties are kind of involved in the petty shit. All right. Gives her a little bit of credit for that, because if she doesn't say that, it's going to come across very, very bad when actually the truth comes out. Because that's the first time that you've ever heard that. And I've been telling you guys for a long time that this divorce, it was not petty on the end of Shanna and Gardner. Jared left his kids. And I'm not one to talk about a victim in that like type of a way, but I just want to talk about the facts. Jared left his kids. And the moment that Gardner was like, okay, well, we are supposed to have 50-50 and you're never here and you're coming to town like once a month on a weekend, like I'm going to move for like child support. He quit his job immediately and moved to Florida when she mentioned that, and came with a first fiance, which that's the fiance that then up and left Jared, went to Shanna Gardner's house and said, I need you to help me, and helped her, and then sent her back to Utah. Then Jared Bridegan is the second. And so they get married in 2017. They were divorced in 2015. So married in 2017, then Gardner gets married in 2018. So it does no favors to point, like, you don't ever want to tell stuff to the jury that's just going to come out blatantly, just wow. So after we get out the whole divorce, interesting facts that she wants to point out. She also wanted to talk about religion, and that basically Jared's very religious and Shanna Gardner's not. And okay. I cannot believe that they're saying the stroke of luck with that tire. That tire's going to come to, kick them in the ass. Henry Tenon, the way that they bring him up is just, oh, he's a day laborer. He has a 12th grade education. Yeah, that you guys used. You guys exploited Henry Tenon. It is my belief here at this channel that Henry Tenon is not the shooter. Okay. And he was put into a position where when they arrested him off of those ridiculous traffic, violations that did not occur, and saying that he didn't have a license or didn't pay his parking ticket or didn't pay his wild shit. Okay. And then try to charge him with a gun charge that was an antique 1892 gun that his grandfather or dad had left for him, that was in the bottom, like way, way buried in this garbage trunk that he had. I'm just telling you guys, Henry Tenon's not the type of guy that you sit down with and hire for a murder. Notice how she didn't talk about his, he's an ex-felon. Or I'm sorry, he's a felon, and why didn't she talk about his charges? Because they're absolutely a joke. They're, like I said, this is not somebody that you would talk to and hire for a murder case. Okay, that's just, sorry. Talk about this pallet company, and it's all about like they don't make any money. He's evicted. Well, I don't think that helps you actually, because normally when you are about to evict somebody, that's actually when you do have contact with your landlord. You don't contact your landlord when everything's great at your house. Okay, you contact your landlord when you need something, right? Something's not working. You're late on rent. But you're never contacting your landlord to say, "Hey, man, just want to let you know, I just love this place." Woo! No. So to see, I didn't even know this, but to see that there was all those text messages right when he's being evicted in the phone calls. I mean, come on, guys. So that was actually a piece that we didn't even know, that we just found out through actually the prosecution. to hear that he gets paid by the piece based on the pallets when he's stacking, you're going to hear nothing but amazing things from all of his employers. That he shows up every day. He's the first one at work, last one to leave. He's just a great employee. Now, I said it. I snuck it in there when we were live, and I said, how in the world did you get Henry Tenon's bank records to know any of this? Where is your probable cause to get Henry Tenon's bank records? Oh, that's right, that tire. Okay, that tire, that magical tire. And then people should be thinking, if you say, don't check your common sense, right? I want to see the defense talk about common sense. Hey, how many spare tires can you possibly have in your vehicle? And then if Henry Tenon, they want to talk about this truck was nowhere to be found. They didn't even talk about that truck at all and how they found it hidden or something like that. Why didn't Stifler talk about that? Yeah. So how did the tire end up on the lawn 6 months later after the murder when you got rid of this truck and put it away at somebody's, auto body junkyard? Hey, you know what? Let me just take that freaking tire with me. Very bizarre, don't you think? No, what it seems like is that tire was left actually in that truck as well. So how did that tire end up on the lawn the day that the cops came? She didn't even talk about Jeremy Ordway. Do you know how many times Jeremy Ordway, who lived at the house where Tenon at Potomac, where they're saying that, Tenon would sometimes sleep on the couch and, he was couch surfing and whatnot. Well, this Jeremy Ordway guy, who was actually the tenant of Mario because of the whole allegedly being evicted, how come we're not talking about how many times Jeremy Ordway was put on a fucking wire? Okay. Why isn't Jeremy Ordway arrested? Why wasn't John Biggerstaff arrested? Juan and John Biggerstaff, they're the ones with the cop ties. They were there. Juan Biggerstaff's a cop in Texas. They've kept that all under wraps. Juan Biggerstaff, cop in Texas. Why aren't they talking about the fact that you're going to hear it from the defense? Juan got married that Saturday, the Wednesday after the murders. And what's his name? Mario Saldana was helping John Biggerstaff get tables and stuff to set up for the rehearsal dinner and the wedding. And using each other's trucks. That'd be a reason to talk to somebody, right? Who the hell plans a murder and is part of one on the weekend that you're coming back for your wedding? Think about that. Wild. But the defense is going to talk about that. Again, the defense really has to hone in on the fact that there were no other suspects, despite what you heard there in opening statement. And we're going to show you that there were no other suspects. The homeless man, again, you're going to see video and there was an interview. The cops knew exactly who the homeless man was, and he was not Henry Tenon, and they knew that. So I want you to hold the state to that. Them telling you that a homeless man on camera is Henry Tenon. When they knew back in January or in February when they were investigating this, right after it, they had spoken to the homeless man that basically, a lot of transient people, they like to claim areas. And if you come into their area, they get really fucking territorial. Yeah. Now, John Biggerstaff, JSO officer until he was federally prosecuted. You know what they didn't tell you about what he was federally prosecuted for? Running a prostitution ring. Yeah. How about that? Talk about this close contact. You know what they didn't tell you why they were in close contact? Because they were swingers. Because Mario Saldana was banging his wife, Maria, and recording it. And they do that shit all the time. So he's over his house banging his wife, and they have videos of it and pictures of it. They're swingers. This is all in police reports. Notice that the prosecution didn't say that. That's going to come out. why they're hanging out in the garage and supposedly talking about divorce shit. No, they're talking about good old vag and dick. Okay, I want to see how the defense wants to bring that up. That why would somebody be talking about a divorce that happened in 2015 in a garage in 2022 when they're taking pictures of each other having sex? How about that? Now, calling John Biggerstaff as his first call, after just finding out about this. Well, I don't know about you guys, but do you guys have cop friends? Think about having a cop friend, all right? Or even if it's an ex-cop friend, whatever. And think about that. Think about, oh my God, why wouldn't I call a friend to say, oh my God, like, listen to what just happened, or listen to what the cops are just over here. Hey, what's going on? Have you heard anything? Like, I have no idea, but Jennifer Drake did that. She wasn't charged. Oh, here we go. Let's go.
The defense will now present their opening statement to you. The court reminds you that this gives the attorneys the chance to tell you what evidence that they believe will be presented during the trial, and what they say is not evidence and you're not to consider it as such. You may proceed, Mr. Hill.
Thank you. Please, court. Jared Bridegan was murdered. Henry Tenon murdered Jared Bridegan. Let me say that one more time. Jared Bridegan was murdered. And he was murdered by Henry Tenon. There will be no dispute to those facts. No doubt. Mario Fernandez had no desire to murder Jared Bridegan. Mario Fernandez had no motive to murder Jared Bridegan. Mario Fernandez did not benefit from the murder of Jared Bridegan. Simply put, ladies and gentlemen, Mario Fernandez had no involvement in the murder of Jared Bridegan. That is what we believe the evidence will show. I'm going to take a moment to walk you through the law, the elements the state of Florida must prove beyond a reasonable doubt, and a timeline with details of what we anticipate the facts will show, and why at the conclusion of this case, we're confident in asking you to return a verdict of not guilty. Ladies and gentlemen, the first charge in the indictment, murder in the first degree. As to count one, to prove the crime of first degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following three elements, but actually they will only have to prove two. Element one, Jared Bridegan is dead. There is no dispute and no doubt to that element. The death was caused by the criminal act of Mario Enrique Fernandez Saldana. We anticipate there will be no evidence to support that whatsoever. Henry Tenon murdered Jared Bridegan. Element three, there was a premeditated killing of Jared Bridegan. The evidence will show that Henry Tenon had a premeditated killing of Jared Bridegan. The state mentioned, they said Henry Tenon is the shooter. There will be no dispute to that fact. So they will seek to prove this case by claiming that Mr. Fernandez is a principal to first-degree murder. That instruction that the court will provide you is that if Mario Enrique Fernandez Saldana helped Henry Tenon commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if he had done all the things the other person or persons did, if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt the following two elements. Number one, that Mario Fernandez intended Jared Bridegan to be murdered. And number two, that Mario Fernandez did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed. Ladies and gentlemen, you heard Ms. Stifler. You will never hear a witness in that witness stand, see a text message or email, any communication between Mario Fernandez and Henry Tenon intending that this crime be committed, inciting, causing, encouraging, assisting, or advising Henry Tenon or any other person to commit the crime of murdering Jared Bridegan. Second charge, criminal solicitation to commit a capital felony, to wit, first-degree murder. In essence, to get to the first charge, you have to go through the second charge. As to count two, to prove the crime of criminal solicitation, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Mario Enrique Fernandez Saldana solicited Henry Tenon to commit an offense prohibited by law, to wit, first-degree murder. Solicit means to ask earnestly or to try to induce another person, Henry Tenon, to engage in specific conduct. And number two, that during the solicitation, that Mario Enrique Fernandez Saldana commanded, encouraged, hired, or requested Henry Tenon to engage in specific conduct which would constitute the commission of first-degree murder or an attempt to commit first-degree murder. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the evidence the state has to put forth to you. They have to prove each of those elements, just like Mr. Dreiser said in jury selection when he gave a hypothetical about the links in a chain. And if none of those links are actually established, then the whole chain falls apart. That's what we believe the evidence will fail to show, are those links in the chain. Now, Ms. Stifler started this case, and she ended her opening statement with her statements of why we are here. We're here because a man was murdered by Henry Tenon with his child in the car. There's no doubt about that. And it's terrible. But I give credit to Ms. Stifler. She was correct. When you retire to that deliberation room, you have to leave a lot of your own human emotions here in this courtroom. The judge will provide an instruction, rules for deliberation. These are important. Asking you to do something that's not natural. But I want to touch on a couple of those. I think it'll aid in the process of the next 2 weeks. This case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and seen in the forms of exhibits and evidence in the instructions that the court will provide. This case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or angry at anyone. Your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and the law contained in these instructions that the court will provide you. What that means is you will be angry. You will have sympathy. You will feel sorry. There are victims on both sides of this courtroom, outside of this courtroom, around the country, quite frankly, around the world. Like when you retire to that deliberation room, you cannot allow the sympathy, sorry, and anger to influence your decision. Now, ladies and gentlemen, no need to read this slide. This is just an illustration that there is a lot of history between these people. And it starts April of 2010. Shanna Gardner and Jared Bridegan are married. 2 years later, they have twins. You've heard that one of those has a medical condition that'll likely come into evidence throughout the next week and a half, 2 weeks. And then in February of 2015, Shanna Gardner files for divorce in St. Johns County, where they resided at the time, and a number of months later, they were divorced. The state made a point to tell you that the evidence is going to suggest that this was a nasty divorce, nasty custody battle. We believe the evidence will show you the opposite, that they resolved their divorce by what's called a consent final judgment. For those of you lucky enough not to have gone through that process, that means that they reached an agreement by consent of both parties, including their custody. In Florida, they call it time sharing, that it was equal on both sides. 2017, Jared Bridegan marries Kirsten Bridegan. The state said that there was short courtships. You'll see that that is somewhat of a theme, short courtships and fast marriages. That doesn't mean that they're not valid marriages. The state would want you to believe that the evidence is going to suggest that Mario Fernandez and Shanna Gardner had a marriage of convenience. Sometimes marriage is convenient. And you'll see that Mario Fernandez will be a good stepfather and that he'll do an equal role. That's what the evidence will show. But once these parties were married, now with two separate households, co-parenting these twins, you're going to hear it wasn't always perfect. And the state was correct. You can take your common sense back there. Two parties have divorced. They're now shifting two children back and forth. Would they have arguments? Certainly. Would they argue over school choice, medical devices, and child support, hair colors? Yes. But you're going to hear that once there were now new spouses, there's going to be a family text, a text chain. You'll likely hear there were thousands of messages between Kirsten Bridegan, Jared Bridegan, Mario Fernandez, and Shanna Gardner. You will not hear anyone take the stand, say there were threats of violence, any types of suggestions of violence. They will say both sides at times would say things they maybe regret, cheap shots at one another, little digs, but no violence. There will not be a witness that will take the witness stand. You'll see no evidence that law enforcement was ever called. The Department of Children and Families ever got involved. Or that any of them went down to the second floor to domestic relations and filed for an injunction or what you may think of as a restraining order. They weren't perfect, but they made it work. They even had a consent order right up to October of 2021. Now, the state in count 2 of their indictment provides a date range starting November 1st of 2021, leading up to the date of the homicide, February 16th, 2022. There will be no evidence that you will see. We anticipate no evidence whatsoever of anything suggesting that Mario Fernandez has any involvement in the murder of Jared Bridegan. You will see nothing in December giving any suggestion that Mario Fernandez hired, solicited, or had any involvement, desire, or intent for Jared Bridegan to be murdered. I anticipate the state is going to call an FBI agent named Bobby Blythe. And he's going to testify to forensic data. He's a CAST agent, meaning he will take cell phone data and he will try to plot maps with arches and graphs to try to give an idea of where a device is. He will not be able to tell you this is where a person is, but this is where a device connected to that person is. And he'll tell you that a device that's associated with Henry Tenon travels to Jacksonville Beach on January 5th of 2022. You'll likely see a map with little plots, much like you would using your own navigation apps. It'll show him in Jacksonville Beach area. It'll show him travel down by the Jacksonville Beach golf course. He will not go all the way down to where the homicide scene is. He'll briefly go down the road that Shanna Gardner and Mario Fernandez live on, but he will not testify that the device ever stopped at that location. And certainly there will be no evidence, no witness, no data that will be presented to say that Henry Tenon, the murderer, had any communication or connection with Mario Fernandez or Shanna Gardner. Now, Shanna Gardner's name was mentioned at least a dozen times. She's not on trial here. Mario Fernandez is. And the indictment alleges solicitation of Henry Tenon, not Shanna Gardner. You have to be focused on Mario Fernandez. John Biggerstaff. The state actually did a really good job of explaining, kind of stole my thunder, of who John Biggerstaff is. It is correct, and it'll be undisputed, that Mario Fernandez went to school with John Biggerstaff's kids, his daughter and his son. And he's known him for decades. They both served in the military. They stayed friends. They worked out together at John Biggerstaff's house. John Biggerstaff also had a bit of a handyman business. You will not have to take our word for that. Because after this homicide had occurred, law enforcement was investigating Mario Fernandez. They put up what's called pole cameras. And those are exactly what they sound like. Cameras on top of poles used to surveil locations. You will be able to see John Biggerstaff doing work with Mario Fernandez at the Potomac rental property. You will see that legitimate work being done. In fact, it'll be a wet saw where they're doing tile work. Now, John Biggerstaff, who they will want you to believe is the person that provided the firearm in this homicide. John Biggerstaff did own a 10 millimeter. FDLE will come up on the witness stand and tell you they believe it's a Glock 10 millimeter. They'll also tell you that those have been in production since 1991 and that there's 3 models of Glock that's been produced. And he cannot identify which model it was. And Glock is a for-profit business. You'll hear they produced thousands of these firearms. But they're focused on John Biggerstaff's 10 millimeter. He did own one. The ATF did run what's called a firearm trace summary once they looked at John Biggerstaff. And in June of 2016, 6 years prior to the homicide, John Biggerstaff did purchase a 10 millimeter. It's a 40 Gen 4, probably. It's what's called a bear gun. It's generally used for hunting. But later in 2010, as the state mentioned, John Biggerstaff is arrested for a federal felony. And as a result of that, he was required to turn over all of his firearms. Starting in October of 2016 until the day that he dies, you will learn that he cannot possess firearms. It would be a federal and state crime if he were to possess firearms. But how will you know that he didn't have the firearm? Because his son will come in and testify that as a result of those release conditions, he helped fill out a firearms inventory, an affidavit, and I've highlighted number 7 on that affidavit, which will show you a Glock 40 Gen 4 10 millimeter with the serial number BBG L770. Later that year, he becomes a convicted felon. John Biggerstaff will take the witness stand and said he did not possess a firearm. He will also tell you that they offered him immunity. And his statement remains the same. They didn't mention in their opening, but I anticipate you're going to see this evidence, that on January 25th, John Biggerstaff has some Google searches related to a 10 millimeter. He did. He once owned a 10 millimeter. Can't lawfully buy one or possess one, but you need to pay attention to what else he did not search. He did not search how to modify a firearm to throw off an analyst from FDLE on rifling characteristics or tool marks. As mentioned by the state, when these shell casings are ejected from a firearm, that FDLE analyst will tell you, we can tell it's a Glock because of certain markings. You won't see any searches of how to get rid of a firearm, how to stage a robbery for a murder, nothing. What you will see from the same exact day, it's also important to note Mario Fernandez is not there. You'll see that he searched the Windjammer Resort, the Average Savage, which is a band that apparently plays at that resort. He searches Charleston military bases. He searches 9 millimeters. There's not a 9 millimeter used in this case. You have to go into this with your eyes open and not focused like law enforcement was. You have to open up the aperture. You'll see that he searched Lock gun case, you'll hear that John Biggerstaff has struggled with substance abuse and that he had a substance abuse problem during this time period. And I anticipate you'll hear that he hid drugs around his house. He searched his personal injury attorney. You'll have all this in evidence. You'll see that on the same day he searched handmade flour tortillas, certainly don't have anything to do with this case, luxury villas in Italy. You'll find out he doesn't have any money. You have to look at all of the evidence to determine whether the state meets their burden. But that 10 millimeter, where did it go? In 2016, Juan Biggerstaff will come in and testify that after filling out that affidavit, he then loaded 20 firearms into his vehicle. His dad said, you can keep 4. Didn't include the 10 millimeter, shotgun, rifle, a couple pistols. He takes them to his sister's house, Stephanie Atkinson, where they remain until she calls and says that she is buying a house. Juan, please come get the guns. He goes and retrieves the guns. He will take the witness stand and tell you, my dad never touched them. Also, he'll tell you, they offered him immunity, but that will be his testimony. Both of these men have been offered full immunity from prosecution in a homicide that has no statute of limitations. And their testimony will be, we have not seen those guns since 2017, because once he picks them up from his sister, he then has them. He's at UNF, Juan Biggerstaff, studying, and he gets recruited to be a police officer in Irvine, Texas. And on his way out of town, with the 16 guns that he doesn't get to keep, he goes to a family friend's house, Fred Martin, takes them in bags and in gun boxes, and puts them in a closet. And both of those men's testimony will be, that is the last time they saw those guns. And the state will want you to believe this is part of some sort of conspiracy. John Biggerstaff has never been arrested. Juan Biggerstaff has never been arrested. They have been offered full immunity from prosecution in a first-degree murder case. And their testimony will be 5 years before the homicide was the last time we saw that gun. And FDLE will say, I cannot say that it's that gun. All I can say is it's 10 millimeter Glock, and there are thousands of them. Agent Blythe will come in and talk about timing advance records. As was mentioned, tracking plots on a map. And Mario goes to Potomac. That is his rental property. There will be no dispute of this. He goes there on January 29th. But you'll find out why he's there. As I mentioned, Henry Tenon, the man allegedly paid for this homicide, apparently can't afford the rent, and as Christina Stifler said, a rundown property on the other side of town. A man hired for a homicide who can't afford his rent is evicted from the property from the man who hired him to commit a homicide, is what they suggest the evidence will show. You will see a copy of the lease agreement between Mario Fernandez and Jeremy Ordway. You can use your own common sense about a landlord going to a property right before a new tenant moves in, and you'll hear testimony about it. And what Agent Blythe will tell you is that studies will suggest, and again, use your own common sense, that most people are within an arm's reach of their cellular device, unless they're sitting on a jury, I suppose. But otherwise, the devices are near them or on them. But the state will try to suggest through the evidence that you'll see that Mario Fernandez travels with Henry Tenon, or I should say Henry Tenon's device, to Nocatee and then out to Jacksonville Beach on what they will likely refer to as a dry run, scoping out the scene in order to plan and premeditate this homicide that Henry Tenon committed. The evidence will show that Mario Fernandez's device is at Potomac. And in fact, Agent Blythe and any other law enforcement officer, they will not be able to say that Henry Tenon and Mario Fernandez actually saw each other, only that their devices were in the general area. But there will be no dispute that Henry Tenon's device travels south down 95, goes to the Nocatee area, the Beacon Lake area, and up to Jacksonville Beach, all while Mario Fernandez's device remains at his rental property. As to whether or not he goes to this rental property often, again, thank God for those poll cameras. You'll see Mario Fernandez countless times at his property, coming and going, tenants coming and going, air conditioning companies coming, him doing work at his property. There will be no dispute of that. Ms. Stifler mentioned that things were not rosy for Shanna Gardner and Mario Fernandez, and in fact, that was the case. You'll hear from administrators and teachers from the school that the twins attended, and they'll testify that yes, we were told things weren't going great. They'd done some marriage counseling, but things were rocky, and they anticipated getting divorced. They were going to get separated. This was at the beginning of the school year in January of 2022. But what they will also testify to is that Mario Fernandez, in this so-called marriage of convenience, was an active and involved stepfather, that he would attend parent-teacher conferences. And they'll tell you, despite what the state said about this acrimony in this child custody issue, is that it is very common, and they accommodate divorced couples. And they gladly do separate parent-teacher conferences. Not uncommon. This was not a result of just Shanna and Jared having problems. This is something that happens because far too many Americans do get divorced and do have to raise children. But they'll testify that Mario Fernandez helped with homework, school projects, he picked children up, he dropped children off. He was involved. February 15th, the day before the homicide. Mario Fernandez, once again, back to Potomac as he normally does. He is not an absentee landlord. He's involved. It's not a high-profile, wonderful, beautiful house out at the beaches. It's a rental property for lower-income people. And what he would do is go over and do work and try his best to make this property as best as he could. And he would hire people to help him. Henry Tenon will be there and leave. Again, there'll be no evidence submitted to you that there's any type of agreement, contract, solicitation, incitement, encouragement, nothing to suggest that Mario Fernandez has done anything to get Henry Tenon to commit this homicide. Mario Fernandez goes to John Biggerstaff's house. What the state did not tell you, but will be in evidence, is you will actually see why Mario Fernandez was there. You will hear testimony of why Mario Fernandez was there, because 4 days later, Juan Biggerstaff is getting married. He's going to be driving back from Texas with his fiance on February 16th and getting married on February 19th. And that Mario is going to help with tables and chairs. He drives a truck. Nothing nefarious about it. The state did not mention that in their opening, but the evidence will actually show you that. You'll hear from John and Juan, who will tell you, we've known Mario for decades. He was kind enough to help set up tables and chairs for the wedding that was going to occur 4 days later for a police officer and his new wife. There will be no evidence at all of a firearm or anything to suggest involvement in a homicide. Juan Biggerstaff will walk through that door. John Biggerstaff will walk through that door. They've never been arrested. Their story has always been the same, despite being offered that immunity. The night of the homicide. Agent Blythe will testify that Mario Fernandez's device enters Jacksonville Beach and goes to Marsh Inlet, and there'll be a lot of testimony about that. As to whether or not that device ever left that residence till 9:30 the next morning. Now, ladies and gentlemen, February 16th, 2022. It was a terrible day. There are a lot of people in this courtroom and a lot of people watching. That day destroyed the lives of so many people. We will never, ever say otherwise. What Henry Tenon did that night was unconscionable. And he will be held to account for that at a later date. The state has brought in evidence. Giant boots, car keys, jackets of Henry Tenon. He destroyed the life of Jared Bridegan, his wife, his family. He's destroyed the life of Mario Fernandez, who's been accused. There will be no evidence submitted to you that will connect those chains, that he had any involvement in what Henry Tenon did. Jared Bridegan came and picked up his children for his date night. You'll see video of this. It'll be heartbreaking knowing where that ends. He takes the children to a Jacksonville Beach barbecue place called the Bearded Pig. They're there for about 45 minutes. He drives them through Wendy's to get them Frosties. He drops them back off. You'll see videos. You'll watch them walk through the parking lot. And then you're going to also see videos of that blue truck owned by Henry Tenon, which will not be in dispute. These are little snapshots of all those videos that you will see. But what you will not see is Mario Fernandez. You'll see videos of that blue truck driving past people walking down the street. This thing gets blasted over the media. They are looking for any witness they can. There will be no witness, no evidence, nothing to suggest Mario Fernandez is in that truck. What you will see from 7:46 to 9:14, 7:46 is just shortly after dropping the twins off. You'll see the blue truck, as Ms. Stifler said, trying to give some distance. She's driving down 5th Avenue South through Sanctuary, turns into Fairway Lane. And you'll see that black VW Atlas driven by Jared Bridegan with his daughter in the back seat. And you'll see a muzzle flash. And you'll see a figure, which will be Henry Tenon. And you'll see video of him walking all the way from the homicide location down 9th Street, which is South Beach Parkway, and then turns into 9th, all the way down to Shetter, up Shetter, right past the police station. Ms. Stifler talked about coincidences. They do happen. You know why we know they happened? Because a terrible, ironic fact that you will see is that as Henry Tenon is walking past the police station after this murder, Kirsten Bridegan and I believe her mother show up at the police station. They are caught in the same frame. So ladies and gentlemen, you will see that coincidences do happen. Mario Fernandez can know a wrongdoer and not be a wrongdoer. Ms. Stifler suggested that there's going to be data in this case that Agent Blythe will testify to that will suggest that Mario Fernandez had his cell phone off during the time of the homicide. However, what Agent Blythe is going to testify to is he cannot say that. He can say it's either off, airplane mode, or other. What's happening, timing advance is simply records produced by your cell phone carrier, and what it is to make sure your cell phone works, that you have good signal strength, and it knows when to hand off to another tower. But he's going to read to you a disclaimer from T-Mobile. Even if call records are found, there may be times when no advanced records are available. Please exercise caution in using these records for investigative or prosecutorial purposes. What Ms. Stifler didn't mention, but the evidence will show, is there were other gaps. 1205 to 1243, and there's going to be a lot of gaps. You'll hear testimony. Mr. Dreiser will cross-examine Agent Blythe. There'll be another expert that will testify. This happens all the time. But the reason 1205 to 1243 will be significant is at 1236, Detective Lamont and Detective Burrell from the Jacksonville Beach Police Department are now under the unfortunate task of notifying next of kin that Jared Bridegan had been killed. They will testify they left Jacks Beach Police Department at 1236 and that Marsh Inlet is just a couple blocks down the street. And they show up during one of these gaps. But there's another gap. It happens almost instantaneously. 1205 to 1243 communicates for a second, then right back to 1243 to 1:14 a.m. is what the data will suggest. And why you know Mario Fernandez is there is because those detectives will testify that they were standing right there speaking to him and Shanna Gardner in their house, identified by their driver's license. They weren't called in advance and said, we're on the way. And so when the state will be suggesting that that earlier gap was because Mario Fernandez turned his phone off during the homicide, you will actually have a conflict in the evidence from a detective that's going to say, I looked right at the man and his wife. Cell phone off, or is it simply an engineering gap? And you'll hear testimony, you'll be reminded of that disclaimer that they're not to be used for investigative and prosecutorial purposes, because sometimes they just don't exist. As Ms. Stifler mentioned, during the same time period, the scene is being processed. I anticipate you're going to hear from evidence technician Jarman from Jacksonville Beach, who's going to say, we're out there, we're collecting anything, we're putting placards on the ground. That's going to be in these boxes. You're going to take them back into the deliberation room. You'll be able to look at the shell casings, everything. They did find evidence that night of Henry Tenon. You're going to hear they found DNA on the tire placed in the road of Henry Tenon, not of Mario Fernandez. They swabbed everything. You're going to hear, in fact, we asked them to swab something. We have no burden.
The beer bottle.
But we asked them at our own peril to swab something they found that wasn't tested. And there was no evidence of Mario Fernandez. No physical evidence. No witnesses. No videos. You'll be shocked how many videos you will see. They went door to door to door to door, getting every ring camera, every surveillance camera. They went to the Beaches Hospital to look at their cameras. They scoured everywhere they could for any video they could find, and they never once saw Mario Fernandez. The state will want you to believe during that gap that somehow he evaded every camera that nobody could possibly know where they are. But was never, ever seen. There's not a fingerprint, a hair, DNA, nothing, other than the killer, Henry Tenon. As I mentioned, the detectives go at 1236. During one of those timing advance gaps, they'll testify that as trained law enforcement officers, again, you can use your own experience. They do patrol. Now they're detectives. One will be a corporal. They're trained to look at observations. They'll testify to the observations they made. They'll also testify to the lack of observations they made. Nothing of any evidentiary value occurred when they went to that residence, other than Shanna Gardner crying about having to tell her children and Mario Fernandez being present right there when that information is being disclosed. They will not testify that he hid in the back room. They will not testify that he was sweating profusely 4 hours after this homicide that he's supposed to be the mastermind of. They will give you no observations other than we showed up, they were there, they answered the door. And yes, later that day, Mario Fernandez does what he said he was going to do. He goes to John Biggerstaff's house to help with the wedding. And you'll hear that from those witnesses. You'll hear that Mario Fernandez and Shanna Gardner go in for a voluntary interview. As the state said, there were deletions of Google information. They won't tell you what it is. They want it to be some sort of evidence of a homicide, but you can use your own common sense, your own experience. They'll testify, it could be deleting spam emails. It could be deleting pictures. It could be anything, but we can't tell you what it is. You have to look at this with your eyes wide open and use your own common sense. State did not mention this in their opening, but they, I anticipate, will make some sort of feature about this. Is that after the interview, Mario Fernandez goes on a road trip to Pennsylvania. But what you're going to hear is that he went with his truck, with his tag, with his cell phone, with his credit cards. State was correct. He had access to a lot of money, hundreds of thousands of dollars. There was no restriction on his travel. He could have gone right up the road to Jacksonville International Airport and fled the country. That's not what the evidence will show. So he drove north. He stopped, saw a buddy of his that he plays online video games with. You'll hear testimony, how they communicate over their headsets and sit in their gaming chairs. And they talk. They went out to dinner at Ruby Tuesdays. They did not talk about hide me from the police, switch cars with me, give me some cash, help me. No, they talked about trucks, and video games, and work. They went to bed early because one of them had to get up early for work. Mario Fernandez carried on. He went to Walmart, he went to McDonald's, he used his cell phone, he used his credit card. They'll produce all that in evidence. It will not be evidence of a man running from the law. Several days later, he drives back. Straight route to Jacksonville. Right back to Jacksonville Beach, to his home that he shares with his wife, a couple blocks from the police station. And again, there will be no evidence that he's trying to disguise himself, hide his location, or anything. He goes right back to where the police came to see him the very first time. And then on March 9th, they released to the media the blue truck, blasted everywhere. Every news station, social media, every law enforcement officer in North Florida is looking for this blue truck. You'll see the videos of it driving through Jacksonville Beach. Then they start to look for the 10 millimeter. The state suggested that they looked everywhere. They went to a pawn shop in Jacksonville Beach. They went to Beach's Pawn on 3rd Street. They found 6 transactions for a gun that's not supposed to be that common. At a pawn shop, they found 6 of them. Henry Tenon was also going to a pawn shop. Guess what they didn't do at that pawn shop, which was look for a 10 millimeter. They did not expand this search. They looked in Jacksonville Beach, and they looked at Mario Fernandez, because as the state tried to say, who else would have the motive to do this? They don't know who's driving the truck. They don't know who actually solicited Henry Tenon. There'll be no evidence to suggest they do. It took them 30 minutes to get to Henry Tenon in their opening. Payments. They want you to believe that Henry Tenon was hired on credit. That a man that doesn't have 2 nickels to rub together, he makes $15,000 a year breaking down wooden pallets. He's evicted from the property that Mario Fernandez, the guy that's supposed to have hired him, they're going to suggest that he's been paid. He does get paid. He gets paid in the form of checks, 2 checks on the same day. One for landscaping, one for roof work. Boy, thank God for those poll cams. Because as much as the state wanted to say that this property just wasn't nice, didn't mean work didn't get done. And you're actually going to hear a recorded phone call that I'll get to in a moment that will actually hear Mario, not even knowing that he's being recorded, commenting on how good of a day laborer Henry Tenon is, and that this was during COVID, and that called out a contractor to take down a tree, and they wanted to charge $3,000 for one tree. You'll hear the phone call. It'll be in evidence, and you can listen to it in the back between two people who didn't know they were being recorded. But man, Henry Tenon is a workhorse. That guy tilled up the front yard, chopped down trees. You'll actually see video of him unloading tile from the back of his truck at Potomac doing work. And my law partner was nice enough to get up and grab a piece of evidence that you're going to have back there, which is a journal found in the truck of Henry Tenon. And the state said, oh, well, there's a check and it says Kickstarter. Good luck. But we didn't find a Kickstarter account. Kickstarter just means that somebody's giving money to help kickstart somebody's business. Henry Tenon is a worker. Mario Fernandez has hired him to do work, not murder, tree work, roof work, landscaping, tile work. You're going to have Mr. Tenon's business plan because he wanted to be his own boss. You'll hear from his girlfriend. You'll hear from other people that say Henry wanted to start his own business. He wanted to do his own pallet business. He was tired of working for somebody else. He wanted to work for himself. And he wrote out a business plan that you'll be able to take back there and go through page by page with prices, what he anticipates his revenue to be. Mario Fernandez, who had at the time access to hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars, gave money to a guy that had helped him around his own house and invest in his business that he wanted to start. That's what the checks say. That's what the poll cameras will show. You'll never see any tie to a homicide. And after that last check, you'll never see any other payments. They want you to believe that the evidence is going to show he got hired on credit and took 3 checks. They were hiding in plain sight. Mario Fernandez's name is on the check. The business, the LLC he has with his wife is at the top. It's got his account number. It's written to Henry Tenon. It's a contract for work, not for homicide. Mario Fernandez, Shanna Gardner go in for a second voluntary interview, and Mario Fernandez provides his DNA voluntarily. There's a jacket you can't see over in the corner. There's these boots down here. There's keys over here. Everything beautifully put in these boxes. They'll be great for Henry Tenon's trial. They have no relevance whatsoever for you to consider the elements in which you have to decide to see if the state has overcome their burden, because nothing on these connects to Mario Fernandez. Mario Fernandez could probably fit half his body in those boots. They will have no evidence to suggest it has anything to do with Mario Fernandez and the homicide of Jared Bridegan. Henry Tenon gets pulled over, as they said, was for investigative purposes. He gets arrested for driving on a suspended license. They find an old rusty shotgun in the trunk of the car. Has nothing to do with the homicide, but as they said, Henry Tenon's a convicted felon. He goes to jail. They go to Potomac. They notify Mr. Ordway that Henry Tenon has been arrested in connection to a homicide. They search Potomac. These are photographs from evidence technicians. You'll be able to look at them. How they determine these are the boots, that's for you guys to figure out, because you're going to see all sorts of different things they recovered from that residence, including the lease agreement between Jeremy Ordway and Mario Fernandez, signed on January 27th, when Henry Tenon, the so-called paid-for murderer, is getting evicted from the home of the guy that the state wants you to believe is paying him to commit a murder. Then the truck is recovered. There were likely a lot of high fives on that day. 2 ATF agents recovered this truck. This wasn't just a family friend of Henry Tenon. There's a man named Jimmy Jones. And this property is not owned by Mario Fernandez. It is not a rental property owned by Mario Fernandez. There will be no evidence to suggest that Mario Fernandez has ever been to that property at all. They talked to this man. Oh man, Henry, he rolled this thing up into my yard, said the timing chain was broke, don't work anymore. A man hired for a homicide apparently couldn't afford to fix his own truck, and it's sitting in the backyard. They get a search warrant to recover the truck out of the backyard. But the evidence will suggest they didn't need to get the search warrant because Jimmy Jones said, sure, guys, go in the backyard. You're welcome to get it. Hey, if y'all want to search my house, feel free to do it. They have now found the truck used in the murder of Jared Bridegan, and they do not have a firearm. Guess what they did not do? They did not search the property. They didn't go in despite having consent. They'll say, well, we didn't have a search warrant. You don't need a search warrant. Law enforcement will tell you if they have consent, they can go right in. And that consent can be revoked at any time. Jimmy Jones said, guys, come on in. He said, did Henry get caught up in a shooting? And yet they decided not to go look for that 10 millimeter in the very location that they found the truck with a guy who did not call law enforcement and say, I've seen this truck all over the news. It's in my backyard. But what you're also going to hear, and why it's significant, is when FDLE takes the witness stand, that agent will tell you on July 30th, just a couple weeks ago, we're still getting evidence. He produces a report identifying the firearm used as being a Glock, has 4 names listed on that report. Henry Tenon, Shanna Gardner, Mario Fernandez, and Jimmy Jones. This was not a good investigation. Ms. Stifler was right. It was by officers who were not experienced in homicide investigations. They will tell you they were learning on the job. We'll never know what is inside that house. So when they say, oh, I wish we could have got the gun, maybe we could have exonerated the idea of it being Mr. Biggerstaff's gun, there were opportunities. They only looked where they wanted to look. They did not look in a house that they were given consent to look. They recover the truck. They take it to Jacksonville Beach. They're going to tell you they didn't even want to keep it in their garage. It was so disgusting. So if your mind is, well, maybe the truck was scrubbed and that's why they didn't find any evidence. It's what the state will want you to believe. They're going to tell you it was so disgusting that when they pulled items like this book out, they would shake it and there would be things from rodents, from bugs. And it was disgusting. And they vacuum it with special vacuums, with special filters, looking for hairs and DNA. Mario Fernandez isn't like me. He's got a head full of hair. They didn't find one hair, one fingerprint, DNA, skin cell, anything. Nothing related to Mario Fernandez. The active wiretap I mentioned, you're going to hear it. A witness named Carlos Fong, he goes by Sonny. He's a friend of Mario Fernandez. He sees on the news about this homicide. And it was Shanna Gardner's ex-husband. You're going to hear these recordings. Oh my God. Yeah, me and Shanna, getting separated. Terrible. He's going to say, yeah, I still drive the truck. Oh, it's a nice truck. They talk a lot about trucks and why he likes his Toyota. Talks about his dogs. Why I mentioned the dogs is because the trip to Pennsylvania, the state will likely make a big deal of. He didn't take his beloved dogs. And you'll hear on the phone call, man, my dog has outlived his life expectancy. But I tell you, when I get him up and moving, he's great. And he also talks about Henry Tenon. Man, you know Henry Tenon? He doesn't distance himself because, yeah, guy did all sorts of work for me. Chopping down trees and tilling up the front yard and doing landscaping. He was a workhorse. You'll hear the phone call of 2 people that did not know they were being recorded. They eventually search Mario's vehicle. They seize his phone. No evidentiary value. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as I started this opening, as you started your jury selection and you heard the indictment being read, the state of Florida has the sole and exclusive burden to prove each of these elements. Element 1 will not require any proof. And I should take a moment and tell you, there's going to be lots of witnesses called in this case, specifically to do what the state is required to do, which is an order of proof. Unfortunately, they have to prove that Jared Bridegan is dead. So when there are witnesses that take this stand, and Judge Kite looks over and says, Mr. Hill, Mr. Dreiser, any cross-examination, and we say no, Trust me, we could get up and talk for hours and ask all sorts of questions, but you've devoted 3 weeks of your life to answering these questions. So if we do not get up and ask questions, because there is no evidentiary value for answering these questions for Mario Fernandez. We will not need to ask questions of the really kind citizens that comforted that little girl in the back seat. We will not have to ask questions of the law enforcement officers trying to give CPR. We certainly will not have to ask questions of the medical examiner who determined the death of Jared Bridegan. When we do ask questions, we ask that you pay attention. And I know you will. You've committed so much to this. The only questions you have to answer is not, was this a terrible night that has scarred so many people? You have to answer these questions, which is that the death was caused by the criminal act of Mario Enrique Fernandez Saldana, whether or not it was premeditated killing of Jared Bridegan. You will certainly find that Henry Tenon did exactly that. They will show you all that evidence. But you will have to determine whether or not Mr. Fernandez intended for that murder to occur, and whether he did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person, Henry Tenon, or others to commit this crime. They don't have to prove he was there, but they have to prove those two elements, both of them, in order to convict him. As to criminal solicitation, the burden rests at this table to prove that Mario Fernandez Saldana solicited Henry Tenon, the murderer, to commit an offense to which first-degree murder, and that during the solicitation that Mario Enrique Fernandez Saldana commanded, encouraged, hired, requested Henry Tenon to engage in specific conduct which would constitute the commission of first-degree murder. That is their burden, to prove beyond and to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt. And the judge will read you this instruction. You will carry it with you back there. We talked about it in jury selection. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent right now, innocent. This presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of this trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The law does not require proof beyond all doubt on the part of the jury before it returns a verdict of guilty. A mere possible, speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt is not a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a guess or mere conjecture. Rather, it is based upon the reasoning, common sense, after careful consideration, impartial consideration of all the evidence in this case. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If, after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence, you have a reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the accused, it is your duty to find him not guilty. On the other hand, if after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence, you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty, it is your duty to find the defendant guilty. It is to the evidence introduced at trial and to it alone you are to look for that proof. You have to be convinced that he did each element of each charge. Otherwise, as you stated in jury selection, it is your duty, it is the law that you would return a verdict of not guilty. Ladies and gentlemen, you have paid attention to me, you've paid attention to the state, you sacrificed all last week. In the next 2 weeks, we don't want to waste any more of your time. Thank you so much for your attention, and we look forward to showing your case. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Members of the jury, it is noon. We will take our lunch recess at this time. Please leave your notepads on your chair. You're going to retire to the jury room and we'll bring it out as soon as we have it set up, okay? Court's in recess.
All right, guys, good. I can say good afternoon now. It's after 12. Well. I think fireworks here. Oh my God. Okay. So remember, at the last minute here, the state dropped charges against Mario Saldana. So he was facing first-degree murder, what they basically did here, the defense did here is that they said, it's very smart. Okay, so I need to explain this. You're facing two things. Premeditated first-degree murder, which means, hey, you did it, Mario. You were the one that was the person that shot and killed Jared Bridegan, okay? So what does the defense come out right out and say is that there is no dispute here that Henry Tenon killed Jared Bridegan. We agree with the state. So what did they just do there? They're taking first degree. Oh, what's going on? Okay, I think she just wanted to say we're in recess to them after the jury left. So what she does is what the defense just did there is they just took one of the charges and said, there you go. Because the state went ahead and said that Henry's the killer. The defense says, yep, Henry's the killer. Okay, so now the question remains, and this is what I was saying last week, is that the only thing that's going to matter here is the solicitation. Okay. Did Mario Saldana solicit Henry Tenon, okay, and they went over what the definition of solicit Henry Tenon to commit this murder. Wow. They have to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt, okay, that it was Mario Saldana that did that. What about Shanna Gardner? Do you understand that these people, what they were saying in jury selection was like, oh my God, look at this wench bitch, Shanna Gardner. She's over here trying to get her husband, trapped up into this and blah, blah, blah. Or is the jury left to believe and think that Henry Tenon did this because he was pissed that he got evicted? I have to listen to all your fucking stories about you and that other guy. Here, I'm going to, what's going on here, right? The jury's over here like, whoa, what the fuck? Because the jury is going to be showing evidence that is there going to be clear and convincing beyond a reasonable doubt evidence that proves that Mario Saldana solicited Henry Tenon? Because they're going to come back not guilty on first degree murder. They're going to come, and basically it's already like it's a guarantee right now because the state in their opening said that Henry Tenon was the killer. Okay. And then the defense comes out and says, yes, we agree Henry Tenon is the killer, but you have it all wrong. Mario Saldana did not solicit Henry Tenon. And if you want to believe that the guy that was getting evicted, okay, is like, yeah, hire me to do a hit and don't pay me any money and let me do all this shit on credit, on layaway is what I've been saying. They didn't even bring up, and I think it may be a sleeper that they didn't bring it up because maybe they want to see how the state's going to go about it. This luck, the stroke of luck. But I think where they got him, they said, we're not even going to talk about that tire. What we're going to talk about is the fact that you guys are supposed to be looking for a murder weapon because you haven't found one, right? And here you find the truck, and here you have the ability to go into a house, search for this gun, and you don't do it. And on actually the sheet, it was this Jimmy Jones was listed as a suspect. You're not going to search all through that house to try to find the gun. If they stored the truck there, where's the gun? You're not going to go into a house and look for the gun. Unbelievable, right? But I think that the state has put themselves in a whoa. Like, let's just be honest. If you walk out of that courtroom right now and you're Stifler and I I call him Mr. Mizrahi, okay? You're walking out, going to lunch. What are you guys saying? What are you guys looking at each other? Are you guys saying, "Hell yeah, great job, that was awesome"? Or are you saying like, "Hey, yeah, we did good, but oh my God, like now we know the trial strategy of, do we know a little bit of the trial strategy of the defense here? And we're going to really have to prove this solicitation because the defense is now conceding." The defense came out and conceded that Henry Tenon's the killer. Nobody knew that was going to happen today. Oh. Because Mario Saldana is over here like, yeah, great, he's the killer. I didn't fucking hire him to do no killing. And then that's left for the jury over here. That's not the jurors for, Shanna Gardner, because this is a separate trial. They can come back and say, yeah, you're not guilty because we believe that the state didn't meet their burden because it's Gardner that did that. Gardner that gave him money or something. Or that somebody else did. But like, once you're leaving that's that reasonable doubt. I believe that you're never going to be able to overcome this. That's how I feel right now, is how is the jury going to go back the way that this evidence that I believe is going to flow out in this trial to seriously go back in there and for no one in that room to raise their hand and be like, you guys don't have a doubt that he had nothing to do with this and that it was Shanna Gardner? The state is really going to have to show that there was no relationship. None. Right? Bigger staff alone is reasonable doubt. And I think that if I'm the defense here, I'm really honing in on the fact that this case, this is all reasonable doubt. It's pretty fucking smart. I think it was a pretty smart approach to the case here. Remember, they were going to try to prove a conspiracy. If they left the conspiracy charges on there, right? And remember, they're not charging him with there's nothing against Mario that talks about child abuse because the child was in the car, They dropped that and they dropped conspiracy. Okay. And I think the defense made a great point to say is, I have no idea why all of this stuff is sitting in front of you. That my jockey over here, my client here who's a jockey, he can't even, like, his whole body can fit into that boot. Like, none of this stuff, all this stuff that they're putting out here. I mean, yeah, I guess we can waste a bunch of time, but we've conceded the fact that Jared Bridegan is dead and that Henry Tenon killed him. Right? What we are strongly telling you guys, though, is that Mario Saldana had nothing to do with that. And it's the state's burden to prove that Mario solicited him. And what they want you to believe is that he solicited somebody that he's evicting from his home and paid him on layaway. And paid him in checks. Because what they told you guys is he wasn't doing landscaping work. And he wasn't doing, roofing. And then you have the defense that's saying, thank God for those poll cameras that they put up to monitor my client, because we have recorded phone calls. We have these videos that they took. This is exactly what they've been doing. And those checks is, yep, he got paid for doing his job. So, I mean, So when the state went ahead and made statements that you can't cash in on, like I told you guys, like, dude, they're lying about shit, but okay. I can see now why the defense isn't arguing. And trust me, though, Shanna Gardner's team will be arguing that the person that they have on camera running was not Henry Tenon. Okay. Like, they already know who that is. And it's a transient homeless man that lives over there in those woods area. And they interviewed him and there's a report on it. my God. I thought that the defense did a great job showing a PowerPoint presentation because it's a lot easier to follow along when somebody's showing you, here, this is the chronological order of events. Like, bang, bang, you know, that's awesome. Let's see. Oh, we heard about timing advance and you're not supposed to be using it. That's a fucking just woo. Okay. So the defense opening says that Jared Bridegan was killed, so that's not an element. Like, we're already checking off one. And that Henry Tenon, there's no dispute that Henry Tenon's the killer and that Jared Bridegan was killed. There's no that Mario Saldana had no desire to murder Jared Bridegan. There was no benefit to my client for him to be dead. Zero benefit for him. No motive. No involvement. It's the state's burden to prove premeditated murder, and that's an element. Okay, so we agree that the state can prove that Henry Tenon premeditated this. Again, my client's not Henry Tenon. There is no evidence to number 2 of the element, okay? Because the state will never be able to prove to you, and nor are they claiming that my client shot and killed Jared Bridegan. So once element 2 is gone from the premeditated, now you're out. Like, that's gone. You cannot find him guilty of that. So then they say, okay, let's talk about solicitation. Remember during jury selection, we said if there was a part of the chain that gets broken, then everything falls apart. So the chain will fall apart. The defense said that the evidence will show you that the chain will fall apart. Because there is no doubt about the fact that Henry Tenon is the killer, and the evidence will show you, as I'm going to show you my chart here, he said, that Mario Saldana did not solicit Henry Tenon to commit murder. The divorce decree, the consent final judgment was signed by both parties, and they had equal. They also had a family text chain that nobody talked about, that they're all on a text strand together. So, you know, Jared, Kirsten, Mario, and Shanna, they all had a text strand together. There was no threats of violence. No law enforcement was ever called. No restraining orders. Okay, no issues. Like, yeah, okay, somebody being able to dye their hair, he said. And, I mean, those are squabbles. Like, kidding me? But the big things that you see in contentious divorces are issues like restraining orders, law enforcement being called, right? And so he says that you're not going to be able to find one thing in my client's phone of any of these things. And nobody's going to come into this courtroom and testify to any of that. And then they specifically show that there was nothing going on in the courts in November, nothing in December of 2021, leading into January of 2022, nothing in January, nothing in February of 2022 when the murder occurred, showing those specific, like, 4 months. Then he said, hey, the prosecution is going to bring in Robert, you know, Bob Blythe, who's a cast agent. And he's going to plot, you know, he plots maps and shit. And he's going to straight up tell you that they follow devices, not people. And the first thing that Bob's going to talk about is January 5th, 2022. And he's going to bring up Henry Tenon's phone. Great. But what you're going to see on January 5th is that my client has no communication with Henry Tenon on January 5th, 2022. He says, the defense says they waited 30 minutes to talk about Henry Tenon in their opening. Then they bring up about John Biggerstaff. They've known the Biggerstaffs. My client knows the Biggerstaffs for years, decades. Military, friends. You're also going to say that John Biggerstaff, something that they didn't mention, was he's a handyman. Just like Henry Tenon's a handyman. Thank God for these pull cameras. Thank God. Because these pull cameras were used to survey John Biggerstaff. And this is who they're trying to say provided the firearm to my client. Well, what they did not tell you, and what the evidence will show, is that there are 3 models of this 10 millimeter that they're after. 3 models. And they sell for profit. There's a company that sells these guns, and they did an ATF firearm trace, and it came back in 2016, which was 6 years before the killing. Okay. Talking about John Biggerstaff's, 10 millimeter. And it's a bear gun. They said that, and they showed that when he got popped for his federal crime, that right here they had to report the gun, the serial number, and that gun had to be confiscated. And it was confiscated, and he did not possess his gun any longer because it was confiscated by his son, which we're going to come back to, they say. The defense wants to make sure, maybe they should have explained what immunity was, the word immunity. But hopefully all of them got it. But he said, do you guys understand that this dude was offered full immunity to basically, he would never be prosecuted for anything. We'll give you full immunity if you testify against Mario Saldana, if you testify against Shanna Gardner. Full immunity. This is not like partial. I mean, he says that these people were never arrested. This is what I've been screaming from the rooftops. This is what Jose Baez has been screaming from the rooftops. Biggerstaff, Juan nor John Biggerstaff, offered full immunity. None of them took it, and they never changed their testimony. Because the last time that they saw that gun had been years ago. Crazy. That is nuts. How influential do you think that is? Why would they do that? Why would they do what? Offer full immunity? Because they don't have a case. They don't have a case. Because this is all speculation. This doesn't sniff anything. They offered the wrong people immunity, right? Potentially. So then he's like, okay, the next day that you're going to hear about is January 25th. There was a Google search. But what the prosecution failed to tell you is that Google searching that occurred on January 25th, and you better add this band name in this resort where this band was playing, this Charleston military crap. A 9 millimeter was also Googled. Substance abuse was a big part of his life back then. He used to hide drugs all around his house. John Biggerstaff. He Googled about hand flour tortillas. He was Googling, this guy has no money, but Googling luxury villas in Italy. And remember, he had no money. Juan Biggerstaff, out of the guns, they loaded up 20 of them. John said keep 4 of them. Again, remember, this guy, Juan Biggerstaff, the son, was offered full immunity. And then what they say is that we took it to the sister's house. They stayed there until they bought a house. When they bought a house, it's like, hey, you got to get these guns out of here. Like, we're getting a house, blah, blah, blah. So then they came back, picked up the guns, and then took them to a guy who you're going to see. I saw his little interview. Fred Barton, rather. And Fred Barton, another just really interesting, he's involved with the Jackson Sheriff's Office, but Fred used to, I think, date Marie Biggerstaff. I could be wrong. Who knows? I think I'm right, though, on that. But you're going to hear Fred Barton say that when he testifies, it's going to be interesting what he testifies to. Because allegedly, supposedly, when Fred comes into the play, is that they took the guns there, but then they actually came and picked, then the son or somebody came and picked them up from Fred, according to Fred. But according to Biggerstaff, John, and Juan, that was the last place that we had them, and they were in some like routed out, like, I don't know, locker, but it really wasn't a locker. Safe. So again, the tracking down of these guns or this gun, they did no work involved. And I told you that was going to come up, but there's just no investigation. They did nothing to try to track down this gun. They did nothing, period. So then they talk about timing, advanced records. We're going to hear about those for T-Mobile and how inaccurate they are. He says that the day before the murders on February 15th, he was at Potomac because he was not an absentee landlord. And on February 16th, Juan's driving back with his soon-to-be bride because they're coming here to get married on Saturday, just like I told you guys. And it was, you're going to hear from all of the people that are going to testify that Mario Saldana used his truck and helped them set up for this wedding. Then on February 16th, Henry Tenon did the unimaginable. That's what the defense team says. And they're saying, yeah, we agree with the state. All those jackets, boots, keys that you see over there, those aren't Mario's, those are Henry Tenon's. And then we hear for the first time that all these coincidences that the state wants to talk about, well, let's talk about a coincidence here, that you have Jared Bridegan's, well, now widow, but wife at the time, right? She is in a vehicle with her mom driving, and they are passing Henry Tenon in the same still. Jared Bridegan's wife, right? Now widow, and her mom are driving in a vehicle, and they're passing in the same recording Henry Tenon, who they're claiming Henry Tenon is because that's what the state's saying. That's Henry Tenon running on foot. And that's when they say, you want to talk about coincidences? Here you go. Then there's a gap in the phones. And so what the state or what the defense is about to show is that we're going to show you how there's a gap in the phones between 12:05 a.m. and 12:43 a.m. And that T-Mobile says that this will happen. And it's an engineering issue. An engineering issue. Okay, so I told Cyree about this case a long time ago. And I said, I can't wait to see this case because we get to actually hear what people are going to testify about this, about some of this shit. And they're calling it, cutting edge evidence here. Well, at 12:36, so the state's trying to make it seem like it's nefarious of whatever Mario's doing with his phone. At 12:36 a.m., okay, the police, Lamont, Johns, they go to the house where Shanna Gardner lives. At 12:36 a.m., no call, no nothing. Go there to give a death notice to the ex-wife. When has that ever happened? Please inform me. Well, guess what? The detectives are going to say, like, yep, talk to Mario. He answered the door. Well, guess what? That's during the time frame of 12:05 to 12:43, one of these gaps where the state is going to try to say, like, Mario's being nefarious with his phone. No, his phone's there. It's at his house, and Mario's there. And so what that should show you is that we have an issue here. We have an issue with what? The reliability of something. Like this alone, if they are able to present this evidence, which they're saying they're presenting it through the state, it's going to show you that right here, that these detectives are going to say, yeah, we talked to Mario and we talked to Gardner. They were both home. Okay. So the police come to the house during one of these, T-Mobile gaps with the timing advance. So it's just going to show that, hey, the issue is here that the stuff is just unreliable. Now, March 9th, 2022, on the defense witness list is news station fucking correspondent people. Remember I told you guys about this? And they're going to show how on March 9th, 2022, which had been like less than a month after the murders, they blast it all over the TV. And they blast it and they say, hey, we're looking for this truck. They show the video, right? And this is passed out all over. At the same time that they're doing that, they act like they're visiting, they're doing all of this work to find this gun. You know, this is March. And yet they're just not. Because at one of the pawn stores alone, there was 6 10mm that were in the system. Why weren't any of those people contacted? Because they already knew what they were looking for. They're not going to go interview any of these people. But why wouldn't you? If the state's claiming to you that they've exhausted all these avenues and that all the roads lead to Mario, right? That's not true at all. Remember I told you guys there was no roads ever taken other than one road, and that was, we're only looking at stuff to do with Shanna Gardner and Mario Saldana. Well, thank God they said, thank God during March 9th, 2022, thank God for those pull cameras again, because we have landscaping and roofing being done on the pull cameras, and Mario's doing work, Henry Tenon's doing work, John Biggerstaff's doing work, everybody's doing work. This is also during COVID. They talk about the Kickstarter check, and they say, listen, if you're going to believe and take your common sense back there and say that you're going to go commit a murder on layaway, okay, having no money, and you're going to do this, or that your landlord who fucking hates you, basically, probably, right? Not hates you, but dude, you're not paying rent, like, come on, what's going on? I'm evicting you type of thing. That's who I'm going to hit up to say, hey, let me work with you to do a murder for hire case. And let me pay you with checks. And this is on credit. Just go commit it. Don't worry, man. I'm going to cut you some checks. Don't worry. Nobody does that. And the defense makes a point to say, listen, Mario had access to hundreds of thousands of dollars. Who the hell goes and does this when you have access to hundreds of thousands of dollars? Makes no sense. We're going to see Henry's business plan. I can only imagine what that says. I'm waiting to see the Henry business plan. But enough, it's at least to show that, yeah. He's like, he gave money to Henry because he was doing work. And that's what he just wrote in the memo. Think about that. Why would you write that in the memo? Why would you even write anything like that? If you did do a murder for hire, why are you going to write that? That's so stupid. Why wouldn't you just keep it about work? You know what I mean? That should just tell you, like, Jesus Christ, I'm going to get myself involved in something like, and then write Kickstarter. Good luck. Like, who would ever even do that? That's just dumb. Lana, are you surprised the defense? Absolutely not. I think it was the smartest play ever. Absolutely not. Because what you're doing here is the jury, you're going to show the jury that that takes off the table that you got. The state says that, Henry Tenon's a shooter. Don't give the jury an option to go back there and say, hey, well, does anybody in here think that Mario Saldana's the shooter? It's like, no, both sides are conceding to saying that Henry Tenon's the shooter. So that immediately comes off. That's a not guilty right now. Like there is no way that the jury is coming back and telling anybody that that's a guilty. So then you just totally took a count and took it away. So there you go. Bye-bye. And now the only thing that you're focused on here, if you're the defense and if you're the state, right? That, okay, that Mario Saldana did not, you're going to try to prove that he did solicit Henry Tenon, and the state and the defense is going to show that the investigation into this case didn't do its job to be able to prove that, regardless of who would end up would be, and you're leaving it back with the jury to say, okay, well, how do we know that Shanna Gardner didn't hire anybody? How do we know that Henry Tenon didn't do this with somebody else to then try to extort after the fact because you're so mad at this guy that just evicted you, right? And all it comes down to is reasonable doubt. And I think it's reasonable to say that for the jury to say well, how do we don't know who. We don't know what's going on here. What the fuck's up, right? Allegations could never be used against you. I think what's interesting is the fact that you do not have a gun and you do not look for it at Jimmy Jones' house. Right there. We didn't know that yet. We didn't know. We didn't get to see the search returns. We didn't get to see the search warrant to say what they're looking for. Okay. But to sit here and say that you don't have a gun and that you're looking for a 10 millimeter, where you find the truck, you don't think that you should actually search for a gun. That should blow the state's case right there with a jury to say, I mean, what's going on here? The state wants to say oh, we couldn't find it. We were offering immunity, and these guys wouldn't budge. And what it looks like is you want Shanna Gardner at all costs. You want to know what they didn't say in the opening is that Henry Tenon confessed to being the killer. Why didn't they say that? Why did the state say that Henry Tenon confessed to being the killer? You guys, I think that this is absolute fucking genius. And I don't think the state was ready for it. Oh my God. I think the state right now is fucking doing shots, okay? I think Stifler's what the fuck just happened in there? But what did you think was going to happen? I mean, I would have been prepared for that. As soon as I saw they dropped the charges and you're dealing with solicitation. I mean, but this is what happens when you don't have a case and you're fucking making shit up. That's my take on it, And I can't even believe, whoa, what's Jose Baez and Diane Ashley going to come in and do in 2 weeks? I got to start thinking. about, how this plays out for Shanna Gardner, because I think it plays perfectly for Shanna Gardner. Because then she's going to say that Mario did this and she had, I've been saying, and she had no idea about it. But I believe that. And I believe that. And I believe that. I believe that. This is nuts. Wild opening. Okay. The state, it is fucking weak. It is so weak. You want to know why it's weak? Because they cheated. Because they violated all of our fucking civil liberties. The search warrants that they went out and got in this case are absolutely a joke. Just because you were married to somebody doesn't give you that is not probable cause. to go get whatever the fuck you want. Okay. And that needs to change. And that's the only thing I will say about Judge Kite is that decision, you know, to not throw out some of these search warrants was a bunch of shit. I mean, not only that, but Detective Johns flat out lied in those statements that he made for probable cause. We thought that it was bad to see an 18 or 19 pager. Do you know how many pages of a probable cause got issued in this case from Detective Johns? Wait till this guy takes a stand. He is absolutely going to be demolished. But I will tell you this. You guys notice how the defense team is coming across like they're not talking down upon the state? Okay. That jury is really important. That jury is really, really important. And we're asking you just to apply the law here. And the law is reasonable doubt. And there is no way they're going to make this burden. Okay. And they've made it perfectly clear, like, my client is not Henry Tenon and my client is not Shanna Gardner. And for the record, both sides, let's see. I still can't get over the stroke of luck that tire was there. Get out of here. Since they put the poll camera, that was what I wanted to tell you guys. They put the poll camera in, right? I think this is going to be a bombshell. What do you think the poll camera shows? Okay, let me also tell you guys what a poll camera is. When the FBI, ATF set up a cam, it's exactly what it is. It's a camera on a pole, and they set it up in areas, okay, and they monitor the area. And do you know how much money they wanted for us to get the poll cameras in the Idaho 4 case? Because they set up poll cameras after the murders in different areas on that campus. You know how much money they want in the poll cams? Like astronomical amounts, like over 100, like over 6 figures. So here, my question is where do they set up these poll cams? Well, we know that they set them up at the Potomac address, right? By where John Biggerstaff lives, right? Yep. Okay, so great, right? Well, according to Jeremy Ordway, who lived at that house and was the tenant of Mario, and he signed on in January of 2022 to be the tenant at the end, January like 26th or 27th or 28th or something like that. He comes in to be this tenant. And in one of his interviews, he says that that tire was just like there one day on the lawn, and he got tired of looking at it. And so that he picked it up because he didn't know where it came from. He picked it up off his, off of his lawn and just laid it up against the house, the garage, like, just laying something up. And then the police just, again, on this same day or right there a couple days, however, I want to see the poll cams. And if it comes back that these poll cams just were down or taken down or that they don't have this date, I will right there, not guilty if I'm a juror. I want to know how that tire just ends up on the lawn. Stroke of luck. A stroke of luck is what the state says. And by a stroke of luck, when the police finally went to Henry Tenon's house where he used to live at the end of July 26th, July 18th, 2022, the murder happened in February. That this stupid fucking tire would just be hanging out. Are you guys kidding me? Who believes that? I don't believe any of that shit. And so to hear Stifler have to fucking concede and say it was a stroke of luck as the detectives were able to get this tire because they just happenstance upon it at this house. No. You'd been looking for that truck. You found it. Somebody took the other matching tire and put it up on that motherfucking house. And I believe that you got Jeremy Ordway to do it. Okay, that's who I believe that you got to do it. And I think Jeremy's full of shit as to the reason that he said his DNA might be on it. The tire is because he picked it up off the lawn. No, your DNA might be on it. Okay. Because you took it out of the truck that was at Jimmy Jones's. All right. But y'all had to act like the lead went, sourpuss. This is all a bunch of bullshit. I don't buy any of it. And now I'm 99.9% convinced of it when Stifler comes into the courtroom and says, stroke of luck, in quotes. Wow. And if Menashe and Jose Baez don't have a field day with that, maybe they'll make it so as simple as this, though. The defense is making this very, very simple for the jury. They're not getting in the weeds. Stroke of luck. Yeah. That Mario Saldana commits a murder for hire knowing that there was a tire in the middle of the road, and you're going to leave a tire just at the house that matches the tire that was in the middle of the road on property that you own. Make that make sense. Okay, that is a total cop move. And I know that the Gardner defense team, has been talking with the Saldana defense team. Now, what they talk about, I have no idea. But I'm sure some olive branches have been put out there so that, I can't believe it. I'm still in shock over that. I knew she was going to have to talk about it, and I just couldn't wait. I'm like, kid at Christmas. A kid at Christmas. Like, how is she going to explain this tire? And she just explained it, that it was a stroke of luck. Wow. I just don't have words. Stroke of luck that would have just been chilling there for you to just, because that's the only link. That's how this all happened. And let's be honest, you got Mario's phone records right away. You knew who Mario called. Why was John Biggerstaff never talked to until August? Why was Henry Tenon not talked to until July? Because they were trying to find that motherfucking truck. I cannot wait for Lindsay Butler from the ATF to take the stand. Woo! Woo! I do not want to be her, man. Oh, shit. She's about to get crushed. I just hope she just tells the truth. Whoever told you what, when, just tell the truth. Rat out Stifler. Woo, boy. The prosecutor put up a fake taint team in this case. Lied to the defense, said that she had a taint team that was going to go through, whether it's phones, iClouds, whatever it is, that they have to go through a taint team. Dude, there's been discovery that's been thrown out of this case and cannot be used against Mario Saldana because of what Stifler has done. It's gonna be it's gonna be a good one, guys. I'm here for it. I'm like a kid at Christmas over the fact that the trials are finally happening. Yes, Murky, right? You've been waiting for this. So I think the state has a really weak case. It's like when everyone says, come on, Lana, you know it's them. Like, who else would have done it? I'm like, that's not the law. Okay. That's not the law. And if detectives would just not do things like that, then I just think that it'll be interesting. I don't believe that you can prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. And I find it hard to believe that Henry Tenon's over here wanting to change his plea because he testified falsely, right? He gave them he said he was a shooter. I don't believe that Henry Tenon's the shooter. So who's the shooter? I believe if Henry Tenon was the shooter, he would have missed all 4 times. How about that? Henry Tenon doesn't operate guns and go like... Mario Saldana supposedly knows all these military dudes, and he's going to have some like Hoblin 6'5", 4'3", scrawny motherfucker who's like barely can, like, what are you talking about? And then I'm going to give him some checks after the fact. I mean, this is nuts. The state's theory in this case is wild. And this is what happens though when you railroad wrong people. Henry Tenon was not the shooter. And so when you went ahead and did that, you made it so that this is like the state knows that Henry Tenon is not the shooter, just so we're clear. The state knows this. But the only way they could they railroaded him though and got him to falsely say that, okay, sure, fine, I'll tell you, I'll say that because you guys were saying that you guys are going to put me to death. And here I'm only going to give you 15 years. Understand how crazy that is? And this type of stuff needs to stop. The death penalty is not, should never be mentioned. And why prosecutors want to make deals so bad, just, dude, you could tell that these people never played a sport in their life. What's with wanting to make deals with fucking killers and shit? Doesn't that just blow your mind? They're going to try to bring in some jailhouse snitches into this fucking case. Are you kidding me? People that are facing, you know, that one of the dudes shot his wife or ex-wife 5 times in the face and they have him on camera, like getting rid of the gun. The state's case is, I mean, it just, how do you even let that dude come into a courtroom and say anything? Oh, and then just magically the recording of the interview with the snitch. Oh, oops. Our recording device just malfunctioned. You know, the amount of times that we hear that shit. So, but you guys could be anywhere and you're choosing to watch it here. So thank you so much, John. Appreciate you. William Tardy, appreciate you. Also appreciate the wrench. William's always just the best. Hellos to everybody. Like, how you guys all doing? Neighborhood, Carson's Hockey Fan Club, applaud the mods. Yep, do it all. And then K Schmidt, paying it forward. 5 of you guys turning green because of K Schmidt there. Nona, I'm so excited to be here for the truth and transparency. Yes, 24 months. Look out. Go on with your bad self. We don't deserve William. Yeah, a person who says he was offended because dude was calling wife names from somewhere who shoots wife in face. Yeah, wild. The quiet one, William says. So again, they're having lunch. They left at 12:15. We should be back in. I don't know if they're going to be doing them at 1 or 1:15, but we're about 15. We're anywhere between 8 to 20 minutes away from first witnesses. The defense definitely surprised. No doubt about it. Surprised. The state by conceding and saying, Henry Tenon, there's no dispute. Henry Tenon, that sick bastard, is a killer. Holy shit. Woo! And then right there, your first charge flies. Now you can still be a principal, and that principal matters if you were the solicitor. So the state is going to have to hone in here and prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Saldana here, Mario Saldana, solicited Henry Tenon to commit this crime. Woo! UKG says, I freaking love this channel. I learned so much. Thanks. Help teaching that. I'm trying. Who do you think will be the first witness? Potentially the 911 caller, or like somebody that would have been, you know, maybe even, I don't know if you're going to, I don't think they're going to kick off with Kirsten. I really don't. I think they may kick off with the 911 operator to get the 911 calls in, and then you're going to go to the scene. So, but I don't know. I could see Kirsten being like they may not even put Kirsten on. I think they might have to, though. Kirsten Bridegan is the source to investigate Shanna Gardner and Mario. You guys understand that, right? So I think that's going to have to come out relatively quickly, and you're going to have to hear it probably from like her and so. I don't think we're going to hear. Remember, they only took away the charges for Mario. Shanna Gardner is facing all of the same charges that she was when she was arrested. I think it's interesting that Stifler said, you know, Henry Tenon is dead. Henry Tenon is dead. And I'm just like basically dead to the jury. Like, you're never going to hear anything from Henry Tenon, right? And I keep thinking about that, though. And I'm like, well, I think he's not going to be mentioned at all, because I think that the defense is going to object just to cumulative. Your Honor, we're not here disputing that Henry Tenon killed. You get what I'm trying to say? If you're like, that's strategic as fuck. So, Your Honor, I don't like objection to relevance here. Cumulative. Why are we've already conceded that Henry Tenon is the killer. So I don't know. You want to show his interrogation? What's the relevance of that? If anything, I think it'd be more relevant to show that he never says my client's name and says that I can't give you him, right? But what you would think that what we thought we would hear is, I thought that they could use a little bit of his to say that Mario. I mean, they're gonna have to. I don't know. Stifler just comes out the gate and says that Henry Tenon is dead to y'all. You understand me? You are not going to hear from him. You're not going to hear from Shanna Gardner, but she doesn't say Shanna Gardner's dead. She just says that Henry Tenon's dead to y'all. And I'm just like, what? I took a big question mark out of that. I'm like, well, we'll see. I don't know. Let's see what we got going on. Lunch. It's lunchtime. What do you guys got going on for lunch? I love it that Judge Kite is just chilling. Or maybe it's dinner for some of you guys. YouTube dinner. It's dinner here. Oh, dinner there. Dinner in the UK, isn't it? I have yogurt. Who's having lunch? Come on. Who's having some lunch? I love the name Short Bus. I mean, how can you comment it's Short Bus and not laugh? Oh, yes. And Stifler, she must be a fan of, what is it, Pretty Little Liars. She made a reference that if one of us can keep a secret, if, I don't know, something about somebody being, what's going on? We're coming back. Oh, wait, get a look at him. There's Lance Ito's cousin named Eddie Ito. There you see him right there. They should shut off the camera. There he is, Eddie Ito. Come on, this is what gets you guys all in trouble. There, look at him. Yeah, protect your client. That's Mr. Hill. He must be getting his tie fixed. Look at how little Mario is next to his little attorney, little jockey here. I swear Mario in another life was a jockey. Got some movement here. I wonder what they feed Mario, you know. Does his defense feed him? So do you think he's like, dude, I want like a porterhouse steak every single day? What do you think? Oh, here we go. I'll tell you what, when you hear Mario talk, he talks just like Jesse Dreiser. They talk like the same. I've always said, just so we're clear, it's all in love that I call little Mario my little jockey, okay? Like, there ain't no riding Mario. You're going to break his ass, okay? But he can ride you. You can only imagine. I could see him in a sex swing. You guys, the reason I'm talking like this, you guys are aware that this is a swingers trial. And right now they're trying to keep the word swinger out of the courtroom. But we will not censor, okay? Lifestyles matter. Hashtag lifestyles matter. And I think it's really important for the jury to know that the reason that, I don't know, Mario and Biggerstaff would be communicating as often because they engage in sexual activity. And it would matter to me if I was on the jury. Once I learned that, I'm like, oh my God. Like, woo. Like, those who ride together, I don't know, murder for hire together. I mean, what do you... But I don't know if it's going to enter the courtroom. But the Mormon church entered the courtroom. I don't know. Oh, there's our beauty, Judge Kite. Give her a little... Judge Kite. Here you go, Judge Kite. I got a pickle for you. Emotional support pickle. Okay. Emotional support pickle. I will always be around to let you know that you are a big deal. That you're a big deal. Thank you. So I guess. Okay, here we go. Fabulous. They gave him 45 minutes. I think. Maybe an hour. I don't know. Let me see what I got here. No. All right. 428. First witness, state of Florida. Who are they calling? It is 1:03 p.m. in that courtroom right now, Eastern Standard Time. What do you think the jury's thinking? They're like, I'm here for it, man. To hell if I can't pay my bills this week or next week. What's up? Bring on. Come on. I can't wait to see John Biggerstaff walk in there and them think, oh, look at that guy in that bum leg with that little cane. He ain't running nowhere. Remember, we have jury selection in the Shanna Gardner case kicking off August 31st. This is going to be 2 weeks. We're going to be there. We're going to be there. We're going to be loud. All right, because I got my merch. All right, I got my cowbell. I got a Jeep with the doors off, top down, rims spinning.
Ready?
Ready.
All right, Mr. Holman, if you please get the jurors.
Jerry Holman's there. Great. Mr. Holman. She means Mr. Ito. Let's not kid ourselves. Eddie Ito here. All right. There's our jockey. Let's see how that burger tastes. Probably hasn't had one in a while. So remember, both of these defendants, they've been in prison. They've been in jail in the county. Mario's been in jail since 2023 of April, and Shanna Gardner's been in there since the end of August. She had to get extradited, so I think she came September of 2023, but was arrested at the end of August of 2023. It's 2026. It's been 3 years. I personally believe that they should have been out on bail.
Thank you.
Again, more lies in the courtroom.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Everyone may be seated. Members of the jury, we hope that you enjoyed your lunch. Just to remind you where we are procedurally, the state and both the defense have given their opening statements. I turn to the state of Florida to open its case by calling its first witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Janelle Cruz.
Janelle Cruz, please. All right, good afternoon, Ms. Cruz. If you could walk all the way forward, please.
Janelle Cruz, one of the first.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Cars there.
And do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Right this way, ma'am. Ms. Stifler, is your microphone on? Okay. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to our jurors and spell your name for our court reporter?
My name is Janelle Cruz, Jonellecruz.
And Ms. Cruz, where are you from?
I am originally from Guam, residing in Kansas City, Kansas.
And are you in a long-term relationship with someone?
Yes, ma'am.
Who is that person?
Shane Borja.
And do you have any children?
Yes, I do.
How old are they?
I have a 27, 24, and 13-year-old.
And Ms. Cruz, could you tell the jury what your prior work history is?
I worked with Baptist Primary Care in a medical clinic doing front desk clerical work.
And how long have you been in a relationship with Mr. Borja?
5 years.
I want to talk to you about February of 2022.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you and Mr. Borja living together in Jacksonville back in February of 2022?
Yes, that is correct.
What area of town were you living in at the time?
South Side.
And specifically, I want to talk to you about a night, February 16th, 2022. Do you remember that night?
Yes, ma'am.
And in that night, were you in the sanctuary area of Jacksonville Beach, Florida?
Yes, I was.
Prior to arriving at that particular location, what had you and Mr. Borja been doing that evening?
We had gone to return a motorcycle to one of his friend's house in Jax Beach.
And what area of Jacksonville Beach was his friend's house located in?
The house was located across the Baptist Hospital and that school that's located there.
And when he went to drop off the motorcycle, what did you do?
As he dropped off the motorcycle, I followed him to the house in my vehicle. He got down, returned the motorcycle, and then I just remained in my vehicle and we headed back home from there.
When you were leaving that house near the Baptist beaches, what route did you take to get back to your home on the south side?
We went through the neighborhood.
And were you from that area at all?
No, ma'am.
How did you find your way from that house out to, I presume, JTB to get back to the south side?
Shane was directing me.
Okay. Would you have found your way out if he had not been directing you?
No, ma'am.
Can you describe for the jury what that neighborhood is like, the route that you took that night?
There was a couple turns just full of homes, and then when we got to the left turn, it was just like a dark road.
Do you remember about what time of night it was when you were leaving your friend's house?
About shortly before 8 p.m.
And I want to talk to you about you and Mr. Borja coming across a vehicle on Sanctuary Boulevard South. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Can you describe what the lighting conditions were and the conditions that night to the jury?
It was dark. The only thing I remember the lights being that I was able to see was the flashes on the vehicle.
Were you driving or was Mr. Borja driving?
I was driving.
And as you drove, were you able to continue down the road or explain to the jury what it was that initially caught your attention?
So as I took the left turn, we obviously had to stop because there was a vehicle in the middle of the road, blocking the road. So it was dark. It was just flashers that I was able to see, and another vehicle that was right behind that vehicle.
Did you see anybody get out of the vehicle behind the vehicle with its flashers on?
No.
Do you know who was in that vehicle?
No.
Were they also individuals that remained on scene while police arrived later?
I did not see anybody.
I'm going to show you a photograph that's been marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 4. Do you see an image on your screen in that witness box?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the vehicle as it appeared to you that night you saw with the flashers on?
Correct.
And where we are situated from this vehicle, about how far would you say you and the other car stopped in front of you were from this vehicle?
I cannot recall.
Were you right up close to it, far away? I understand you don't have to give me an approximation, but
pretty far away.
When you saw the vehicle with its flashers on, I want you to tell the jury what happened next.
So I stopped the vehicle. Shane had exited the vehicle to go see if they needed help. So he got down. I remained in my vehicle, and then he walks up asking if help was needed. And then I see him walking back towards my vehicle, and he says to call 911. And at some point he says there's a guy on the ground. And so as I was starting to call 911, I had exited my vehicle, and he took a turn around the backside of the victim's vehicle to check if there was, any other things going on, and he found the little girl.
Okay. I'm going to go back and ask you a few questions. You mentioned that you made a 911 call.
Yes.
Prior to today's trial, did you have the opportunity to listen to your 911 call? That for you now.
First 911 call.
JSL transfer. Hi, yes, I'm calling. There's a guy in the middle of the road on America Avenue.
And I'm pausing it. This is, for the record, State's Exhibit 2. Ms. Cruz, is that your voice?
Yes.
Let me inquire. Can the jurors hear that okay? Okay.
I'm not sure if somebody else called it in. Hello?
What's he doing?
He's like the car is open and he's laying on the ground. I'm not sure what's
We're out on
going
America.
on. Right when you take a left on America going out, I believe to Sanctuary, maybe.
What kind of car is it? Is he by?
It's a black SUV. Is that a Nissan Toyota? Is that a Nissan Toyota? Is it only him on the ground?
What's he doing?
He's just laying there. I'm not sure if he's having a heart attack or something. And he has a little kid in the car. My husband right now is holding her. She was crying. So I think it's just him and this little girl.
Okay. And you think it's a medical emergency?
It might be. It looks like he stopped the car and just laid on the ground on the road.
Is he bleeding? Can you talk to him or?
Is he awake? Is he conscious? Is he conscious or he's unconscious?
Unconscious? Okay. Let me get
Yes.
fire. I got officers on the way. Let me get the fire department on the way also.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Ms. Cruz, when you made that 911 call, did you see anybody lying on the ground?
No, I did not.
And what you were relaying to the operator, is that what Shane, Mr. Borja, is relaying to you?
That is correct.
You mentioned in the 911 call that your husband brought a child to you.
That is correct.
Can you describe for the jury her appearance when he brought her to you?
She was shaking. She was like panting as if she's been crying. She was very worried about her dad. She kept asking, she was telling us that her dad is hurt on the ground along those lines and asking if the police was going to help her daddy.
How old did she appear to be to you?
To me, she was between 2 to 3 years old.
And what did you do to comfort her?
So when Shane brought her to me, I took her from him and I grabbed a blanket that I had in the back of my vehicle. I wrapped her in it and we just remained in my vehicle till the detectives came to retrieve her from me.
Oh, you mentioned that she made some statements. I want to ask and go through those specifically.
Yes.
Did she say if she had seen or heard anything?
She heard a boom.
And then she was mentioning her daddy. Did you take that to mean that the man on the ground was her father?
That is correct.
What did she say specifically about what she saw?
Along the lines of, I can say something along the lines of, my daddy's on the ground, my daddy's hurt, and is the police going to help my daddy? That's pretty much what she kept repeating.
And were you asking her questions, and was she able to respond to your questions?
That is correct. I was trying to distract her from the whole scene.
What else did you ask her?
I asked her where her mom was, and she replied with, at home with my baby sister. I asked her her name, how old she was, and she had some like dirty mouth, and I asked her, I said, what did you eat? She's like, I had ice cream.
Ms. Cruz, while you were with the child, did you take a little homemade video on your cell phone of her?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain to the jury why you did that?
It was just for myself, memory of her, she was just the cutest, bravest, strongest little girl I've ever met.
Ms. Cruz, prior to today's trial, did you have the opportunity to review the video you took that night?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to play it for you. It's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 1. And I'm showing you on your screen. Is that you?
That is correct.
On the left?
Yes, ma'am.
And on the right side where my cursor is that the child?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this the video you took that night?
That is correct.
And when were you my age?
When I was your age, I can too.
Yeah, when you were my
Oh, there we go.
I'm going to restart it.
Yes, ma'am. Publishing States Exhibit 1.
Brooksy. Yeah. And when were you my age?
When I was your age, I can too.
Yeah, when you were my age?
Yeah.
Oh man, that's awesome.
That one.
How old are you, Brooksy?
I'm Brooksy.
Yeah, Brooksy. And how old are you?
2.
2. And what happened?
I saw a boo.
You saw a boo?
Yeah.
Oh.
Ms. Cruz, we can see in the video that you're inside of a car. Are you inside of your car?
That is correct.
And there are flashing lights in the background. At that point, had police arrived?
That is correct.
And at that point, did you learn that the child's father on scene had been pronounced deceased?
No.
So no one told you that?
No.
Okay. So when you're asking questions of Bexley, she hadn't heard any information about what happened to her father. Did you continue to care for her on scene?
I did.
And did the police allow you to maintain care of her?
That is correct.
Did you make any statements to the police that night?
No, I did not.
Did Shane, Mr. Borja, your boyfriend or husband?
Yes, he did.
I want to ask you some names. Had you ever seen or met the child in this video, Bexley Bridegan, before February 16th, 2022?
No, ma'am.
And have you ever seen her or met her since then?
No.
And her mother, Kirsten Bridegan, have you ever had contact with her?
I've reached out to her just to give my condolences and to, check up on the little girl and give my prayers for her.
When would that have been?
Probably a couple weeks after.
Ma'am, before you and Mr. Borja got up to the victim's vehicle, did you see anybody on foot or in a vehicle leaving the scene?
No, ma'am.
Have you ever heard the name Mario Fernandez Saldana other than in regards to testifying in this case today?
No, ma'am.
I have one moment, Counsel, Your Honor.
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you, Ms. Cruz.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination.
Your Honor, we don't have any questions for Ms. Cruz. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Cruz, may she be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Cruz. You're excused.
All right, so witness number 1, no cross.
State, call your next witness, please.
State calls Shane Borja.
Shane Borja.
All right, I want to put down Shane B for him. Again, this is the boyfriend who's now a husband, Shane.
Good afternoon. Mr. Borja, come all the way forward. All right, sir, if you please raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Sir, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, thank you, sir. This way. Watch your step, okay? You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. Can you see me over here?
Good morning.
Or good afternoon, I guess.
Yeah.
Could you please introduce yourself to our jurors and spell your name for the record?
I'm Shane Borja, Shane Borja.
Mr. Borja, what do you do for a living?
I drive semi-trucks.
And are you currently living here in Jacksonville, Florida?
No, ma'am.
Where do you live currently?
Kansas City, Kansas.
And we heard testimony from a woman named Janelle Cruz. Who is that person to you?
She's my girlfriend.
And how long have you all been together?
About 5 years.
And were you together back in February of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And back in February of 2022, were you living here in Jacksonville, Florida?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to talk to you about a night, February 16th, 2022. Do you remember that night?
Yes.
And were you in Jacksonville Beach that night?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury what it was you and Miss Cruz were doing in Jacksonville Beach that night?
So I was returning, we just came from a motorcycle ride that day, and I was returning it to my friend. And yeah, that's when we left her house and then we took a back road and we came across the victim in his vehicle, blocking the road.
Your friend, does she live in the Jacksonville Beach area?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you took a back route to get out. How did you know about that back route?
From my friend, she taken me through there, and I just memorized it. I don't know the street names or anything, but yeah, that's how I knew that route.
And who was driving that night?
Janelle.
Were you directing her on which roads to take and where to turn?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that you came upon the victim's vehicle. Can you describe for the jury what you first noticed as being unusual when you approached the victim's vehicle?
Yeah, so we stopped it and we saw the victim's vehicle blocking the road, and I got down to check what's going on. I thought maybe he needed some help fixing his tire because I saw a tire, and so I started approaching the victim in his vehicle, and I was calling out at first because it felt, something really felt like off because he was laying on the ground like motionless. So I was calling out to him, seeing if he needed help and stuff, and I didn't get no response. So that's when I turned around and told Janelle to call the police.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a few questions and go through that step by step. Can you look at the screen in the witness box? Do you see an image on your screen?
Yes.
This has been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 4. Does this photograph give a good picture of what you saw when you approached the victim's vehicle that night?
Yes.
And going to State's Exhibit 33, does this picture appear to be the tire you saw in front of the victim's vehicle that night?
Yes.
Were there any other cars kind of backed up because the victim's vehicle was blocking the road?
Yes, there was one car in front of us.
And did you talk to the people inside the car?
No.
Did you see who was inside the car?
No.
Did they ever talk to the police that night like you did?
I'm not sure of that.
When you approached the victim's vehicle, well, how far away were your car and this car from the victim's vehicle?
Quite a ways. I'd say like maybe 2 bus lengths.
Okay. And as you approached the victim's vehicle, were you alone when you first approached?
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned that you saw someone lying on the ground. Can you describe for the jury how he was lying, his position?
Yeah, he was face down, like facing towards the driver's side of his vehicle. Yeah, just he was lying motionless in a pool of blood.
Was the driver's door open like it is in this picture?
Yes.
And were the flashers or hazard lights on?
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned now that you saw blood. Can you describe for the jury what you initially thought you were coming across?
Yeah, at first I thought it was he was changing his tire or something, needed help, so I got down to try and help. And then when I saw the blood, that's when I thought that there was a car accident.
And did you look around to see if there were any other cars or people in the area that could have been involved?
Yes, that's when I started walking around the vehicle to see if there was another car in the woods, see, if maybe someone else needed help, but I couldn't find anything.
You didn't see any other cars or any other people?
No, ma'am.
And then what did you do next?
I was just trying to figure out what's going on. I already knew the police were coming, so I was just trying to see, like, if there was an accident, like I said, and if someone needed help. And then I walked around the vehicle, and that's when I saw the little girl in the back seat.
I'm showing you it's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 35. Is this the interior of the victim's vehicle?
Looks like, I believe so.
Did you remove the little girl from a car seat in the back of the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to removing her from the vehicle, you mentioned that you were calling out to the man on the ground. Did you hear any response from him while you were calling out?
I didn't get no response, but I did hear, like, I guess, like the blood and like gurgling of, yeah.
He was not able to answer your questions or give you any information, though.
No, I knew that, like, I knew he wasn't there anymore. Like,
When you got the little girl out of the car, can you describe to the jury what her demeanor was like?
she was like panting, and she seemed very in shock, and she knew something happened to her father. She was saying, like, my daddy on the ground. I couldn't really make it out, but I knew she's trying to explain to me.
And what did you do with the little girl?
I just grabbed her, like, it was my only instinct was just to grab her, and like I just held her, and I was trying to comfort her as I brought her over to Janelle.
Where did you go after you gave the girl to Janelle? Where did you go?
I think I went back to the vehicle, and I still tried to do some of my own like investigation, but I was just trying to figure out what's going on because I didn't understand it. I didn't know. I was trying to see if he hit something and got in an accident. So that's what, yeah. And then I went back to my vehicle and waited.
Did you wait on scene until police arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you speak to police on scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And then that night, as you were on your way home, did you return and go to the police station and give them a more kind of formal statement than the one you gave at scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there other bystanders on the scene by the time you left?
Yes, there were a few.
Police?
There were police and some civilians.
When you first walked up to the victim in his vehicle, were there any other civilians around that had seen what happened or that helped you out in those first few seconds?
No. Besides the car in front of us, it was just me.
And those people inside that car never got out?
No.
Prior to this case, did the name Mario Fernandez mean anything to you?
No, ma'am.
And prior to this case, did the name Jared Bridegan or Kirsten Bridegan or Bexley Bridegan mean anything to you?
No, ma'am.
Or the name Shanna Gardner
No, ma'am.
or Henry Tenon?
Who?
Okay, yeah, I think that answers that. We have a moment with counsel, Your Honor.
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Borja.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
We have no questions for Mr. Borja. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Borja, may he be excused? Yes. Okay, thank you, Mr. Borja. You're excused.
All right, no cross-examination.
State, call your next witness.
State Car Sergeant Lawrence Smith.
Lawrence Smith.
Mr. Mazarahi, welcome to the game. Here he is. Police officer. No, we'll find
Good
it.
afternoon, Sergeant. Come on all the way forward, please.
Sergeant Smith.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Sergeant, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, this way, sir.
Need a mic up?
No, just, you can leave it. Okay. Should be good. All right, you may proceed.
May it please the court. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Sergeant Lawrence Smith of the Jacksonville Beach Police Department.
And how long have you been part of the Jacksonville Beach Police Department?
Been with them for a little over 19 years now.
Give the jury an idea of your training and experience that allows for you to be a sergeant in the Jacksonville Beach Police Department.
There's a process. There's a become a sergeant. You have to be a corporal first, and there's processes you have to go through to kind of prove yourself to be able to supervise and lead others in all aspects of law enforcement. That would be the way you became a supervisor, but it also goes back to your own training, personal training.
Are you a sworn law enforcement officer?
I am a sworn law enforcement officer.
Did you graduate from the police academy?
I did graduate from the police academy, yes.
And in the beginning of your career, what kind of work were you doing?
Beginning of my career, I started off as a patrol officer, and I also was very interested from day one in crime scene investigations. So I joined the department's crime scene unit. At the time, we were called evidence technicians. We have since changed that name to crime scene investigators. But I joined that, and I was kind of the boots on the ground investigator for about 5 years until I was promoted.
You were promoted first to a colonel, then to a sergeant.
I was promoted first to corporal, but I was able to remain a crime scene investigator as a corporal. It was 2014 when I was promoted to sergeant, and at that time, kind of promoted your way out of those duties.
Explain for the jury who's probably familiar with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, is the Jacksonville Beach Police Department part of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
No, we're not part of the Sheriff's Office. We're a total separate entity from the Sheriff's Office. We work hand in hand with the Sheriff's Office, but most of all of our investigations are investigated in-house with the in-house with our general investigations unit. But also we could use other entities like the Sheriff's Office, and even we use federal agencies like DEA or ATF.
Is it fair to say that the Jacksonville Beach Police Department is much smaller than the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
It is much smaller. It's a smaller land area, and I believe you have 71 sworn officers that are in Jacksonville Beach, which is about a 5 square mile area of land. But it's surprisingly, we can go from, I believe we have about 23,000 citizens, but on the weekends, the beaches out there, we can go up to probably 50,000. So we wind up policing more than just our citizenry.
Thank you, Sergeant. If you could just please pull the microphone up a little bit higher, since you're so tall, I may have a hard time capturing your voice. Just keep your voice up.
There is no microphone.
Oh,
there's a body mic there.
There you go. That works much better.
All right.
Thank you. So the small 5 square mile area of Jacksonville Beach, is that still part of Duval County, Florida?
That is part of Duval County, Florida. It's one of the I guess there's 4 counties: Duval, Jacksonville, which is considered a county, considered a city, Atlantic Beach, Neptune Beach, and Jacksonville Beach, all part of Duval County.
So I want to turn your attention to February 16th of 2022. Were you working that evening?
I was.
And when did you first become aware that there was an incident in Sanctuary Parkway in Jacksonville Beach?
I believe it was around 7:50 or so in the evening. So it was either dusk or becoming or dark as it was. We were on the north end investigating a domestic dispute. The majority of the squad was there on that call, and we started receiving dispatch calls to somewhere in South Jacks Beach. The calls, I would say, the dispatchers knew something was going on, just couldn't quite pinpoint it, but they were receiving enough 911 calls to realize that something was happening. So they started dispatching us down there until things got figured out while we were en route, basically.
And did you hustle down there?
First call came out, I believe, might have been a vehicle assist. Wouldn't respond. You wouldn't hustle out of a vehicle response, but but the frequency of the calls picked up. And by the time I got to where I was, to about Beach Boulevard and 3rd Street, I was going in emergency mode based on the information that we were getting from dispatch.
So were you the first or one of the first police officers to arrive on the scene?
Yes, it was. Nobody could really describe exactly where this occurred. It was everywhere from, we were dispatched kind of to a general area of a quarter mile, I would say, every different call. Nobody quite knew exactly how to describe the road that it occurred on. And I went down, I happened to be the first to come across the road that it was on, which was Sanctuary Boulevard.
And Sanctuary, I guess if you're going south on it, it dead ends into Butler Boulevard.
Yes, Sanctuary is a feeder from the residence or the residential area of Jacksonville. It's a feeder road into J. Turner Butler Boulevard.
I guess the other side of Butler, just a little bit further south, turns into St. Johns County.
Yes, very, very close, very close.
It was close to not being in Jacksonville Beach.
It's very close, quarter mile.
Describe for the jury what happened when you arrived at this vehicle, what you saw.
Well, I guess you have to kind of describe the road to make this understand. It was a 2-lane, one lane road, if that makes sense. It was a north and south travel lane, but each lane lane was wide enough for one car, and they both there's curbs on each side. And there was one of those lanes that went south, and then there was kind of a ditch, and there's one of those lanes that went north back to Jacksonville Drive, which is the opposite side of JTB. These lanes, once you entered these lanes, you were committed to going to JTB. There was no backing up or turning around, or if you were in there and there was a problem that was in there, you were stuck in there. And that's what I found when I got there. I found a bunch of cars stacked up behind the victim's vehicle with the hazard lights on. Cars were just stationary, sitting there, and that was probably a good 200 feet of cars. I don't know how many cars that would be. I had to, because the lane is so narrow, I had to drive pretty much in the grass on the curb to get around everybody, and that's where I came across the Volkswagen in the road with Mr. Bridegan.
Would you describe this area as dark?
This area is, I would have to say, by far probably one of the darkest areas in Jackson Beach, if not the darkest area in Jackson Beach. It's dark enough to where you safely say at night with no moon, you can't see the hood of your car. It's that dark.
And this area of Sanctuary Parkway, are there homes that are adjacent to the road, or is it woods?
It's woods. There are woods that divide the homes that are on the west side, and there's kind of a swampy area. Then there's the southbound Sanctuary Boulevard, northbound Sanctuary Boulevard, woods, and then you've got homes on American Avenue.
So you get out of your patrol vehicle?
Yes, I got to the scene. I noticed Jared on the ground. His flashers were on. I get to the scene. I see Jared lying there. Jared's face down in a pool of blood. I sort of get focused on him. Our initial response, we're trained to make sure that that the scene is safe, make sure the scene is safe, make sure the scene is not active. That's our first thing. We've got an overload of sensory when we get to a scene like this, because we don't know what we have, and we're trying to figure it out very, very quickly to get the scene safe and figure out and integrity of this case. So I initially got out of the car, thought to myself originally, hey, this is kind of a funny place where somebody would commit suicide. I initially thought it was somebody who got out of the car and shot himself, the way the body was situated, the way he was laying, and the pool of blood around his head.
So I just want to make sure the jury heard this right. He was face down?
He was face down, and I say face down. He was face down on one cheek or the other. He wasn't face down on his forehead. He was face down on I don't remember which cheek it was, but one cheek or the other cheek.
Meaning his stomach, his belly button was on the
his belly. He was prone on the ground with his belly on the ground.
And having responded to this scene, were you aware of gunshots? Did anyone report gunshots in the area?
That I remember was probably third or fourth call that we received from our dispatch, and that kind of made everything that was going on make sense. From all the different kind of calls we got, that was where we were like, okay, this is what we've got. We've got gunfire. So
Better hustle. You hustle out there and you're scanning to make sure the scene is safe. How do you do that?
It's just a matter of being observant, getting to the scene. You really are trying to focus on the injured person, but you also got to make sure that there's nothing going on. There's not an argument still going on. There's no cars that have just sped away. There's nobody that's potentially still there that could be armed, wanting to do more harm. But it's just kind of a plethora of things that run through your mind in an instant when you get there.
So were you able to quickly determine that there was likely no other danger in the imminent vicinity?
Yes, when we got there, there was no signs of struggle. There was no yelling, no cars speeding away. We didn't get any information of cars speeding away. It was pretty quick that we discovered this was not an active scene.
So once you make sure other lives are safe, do you focus on trying to help the victim?
Yeah, now it's time. Once everything's safe, now it's time to focus on the victim, try to save his life.
What did you do?
I went up to Mr. Bridegan, checked his carotid artery, did not fill up pulse. I then rolled Mr. Bridegan over and began CPR on Mr. Bridegan on the side of the road. I did that for a minute or so until my partner came up, and he actually came up and told me that there's a child in the car. That's what I heard. There's a child in the car. He actually said there was a child in the car. I heard there is a child in the car. So he said, let me take this over. You need to do what you need to do supervisory wise. So I passed off my portion of the CPR. I passed off to him. He continued CPR. I went to the car. There was no child in the car. And come to find out the child had been taken out of the car just prior to us being there. And he saw the child being carried back from the scene. I never saw that. I never saw the child.
So you're no longer doing CPR because you're kind of the senior officer on the scene.
Yeah, he knew that I had things I had to do right now. Things were calm. We're working on CPR. That's usually a one person job until you get relieved. You relieve yourself through the process of it. But he did CPR until Jack's fire rescue arrived.
You've already described how quickly everything's happening and how you're getting little pieces of information. What kinds of information were you gleaning while you were doing CPR on Mr. Bridegan?
Well, like I said, my initial thought was that he committed suicide. I don't know why. I don't know why that came to my head, but it was my initial instinct. And as I rolled him over, I noticed 2, if not 3, shell casings under or near his body. And at that point, obviously, I realized that it was more than just a suicide.
Typically, people don't shoot themselves multiple times.
Absolutely not.
Okay,
Yes.
fair enough.
And there was no gun on the scene.
Didn't see a gun. Did you notice anything on his hands?
Yes, I did notice. Well, I've got. Excuse me.
Yes, sir. Take your time. I've dropped the mic a dozen times.
It's still on? Did I break it? Okay. When Jack's Fire Rescue, when they come out and they pronounce somebody deceased on a scene, out of dignity for the person, they usually put a sheet over the deceased's body just to cover him up out of respect. This sheet was over his body, but his left hand was still out of the sheet, and I noticed the ring on his left finger. I noticed his wedding ring on his left finger hit me in a way that an emotional way for me. I'm married 30 years. I saw that ring, and it just I just thought, wow, we're about to give somebody the worst information of their life.
Okay. Did you also, during this process, notice the pockets of Mr. Bridegan and whether or not he had been turned out? In other words, was there any sign of a robbery?
There was no sign of a robbery. I believe his phone was still in the car. I believe his wallet was attached to his phone. His pockets were not turned out. There was no indication. I don't think any time, as when I was there, I thought that robbery was even part of this incident. Didn't know what happened, but I didn't think robbery didn't take a priority on this one.
So at that point, you see the multiple shell casings. It's a homicide. Someone's calling the phone because you mentioned the phone was in the car. Do you recall?
He didn't say that though.
Repeatedly calling Mr. Bridegan's cell phone that was in the car.
There are on this is almost 5 years ago, and there are memories that kind of come and go, but there are very few vivid memories I have of this case. They were all kind of emotional. One being the ring on the finger, and two being when Kirsten started calling. When I saw on the infotainment center, the center console, where you have your music and all that stuff, somebody calls, their name pops up. I saw Kirsten's name pop up, and then probably 3 or 4 minutes later, I saw the name pop up again. It stuck with me that her name is very close to my wife's name. So I kind of read that as my wife's name. So it touched me in a way. And then as the evening or as the scene progressed, the frequency of those calls came in more and more, almost like you can tell with a panicky, where are you? You should be home by now. What's going on?
I mean, this is.
I think it's relevant to show
It's
who's calling the victim that has
non-responsive.
been shot and killed. So I think that's relevant.
Okay. Let me see you at sidebar.
Thank you. Because all I would say here is, Your Honor, we have, at the rate that we're going, oh shit. At the rate that we're going with this, we only have like 2 weeks set aside. At the rate that we need 9. We need 9 weeks. Okay, a couple things I noticed here. Like, wow, yeah. You're supposed to be professional. I don't know why this man's trying to get in front of something. This is, I mean, I can only imagine what Diane Menashe and Jose Baez are watching right now, because they're watching this like a hawk. You guys understand that. Everything about this just basically gets played twice when it's talking about the fact witnesses. This is very bizarre testimony from somebody that's, there's things that aren't even being asked. This guy's just rambling. He wants to say like it wasn't even a thought in my mind about or like a robbery. Well, then what would be in your mind? A murder for hire? Come on. He thought the dude just, oh, they have I don't have the mute on. They have the mute on. Come on. Realize that you have the mute on. Come on, come on. Am I going to have to switch? Oh, shit. Okay.
Does the blood in the car indicate that the victim was in the vicinity where that blood was located when some of the bullets hit him?
Yes, and some of the bullet strikes in the car would would lead one to believe that the person was shot inside the car.
And obviously, when you got there, I think you've already indicated that the door to the Volkswagen was open and the flashers were on.
Yes, sir.
Did you notice the tire?
Yes, I did. There was a tire that was mostly in the middle of the road, enough for a road obstruction in the road in front of the vehicle. And I noticed the Volkswagen was kind of cantered on the road to where it was possibly he might have been getting out of the car to move the tire, or the tire was definitely impeding his traffic.
And you don't know whether the tire had been moved by the victim to any extent, if at all?
No idea.
We'll go through a few of the pictures so you can describe what you've already described so the jury can get a visual of them.
Okay.
We'll go through them relatively quickly. We're going to call another witness to go through them in detail. But was a video, a walkthrough video conducted by one of your evidence technicians at the scene?
There was, yes.
Is that what we see here in State's Exhibit 3?
I'm not seeing it moving, but I believe it is.
It's not moving, but that's a still of it.
Okay, so yeah, more than likely that is. With the flashlights, it was so dark back there, you had to use flashlights, kind of like the scene. The camera said flashlight would make it, yes.
Now that I hit the button, you can actually see it moving.
Yes, and there's a lot of flashlights going around.
So we'll go to State's Exhibit 4. You were describing the two lanes. If you could use your picture up on your screen to show the jury the southbound lane, they can see obviously the vehicle, and then the northbound lane.
Is it a touchscreen?
It is a touchscreen, just like
Okay, so this is going to be the southbound lane, kind of curves around and goes out to JTB. And this is the grass median right here that I talked about, kind of a swampy area here, about 20 feet or so of grass. It gets wider and it gets narrow in certain spots. And here is the northbound lane. You can see the two curbs here that would make it possible for anybody, this happened on the same side, make it possible for anybody to either turn around or go around somebody.
And now we're going to fast forward to some pictures that show Mr. Bridegan, albeit with the sheet covering him. Just for everyone to know. Showing you State's Exhibit 8 and then State's Exhibit 9. What are we looking at here?
We're looking at Mr. Bridegan's body next to the vehicle. This is after he has been rolled over by me for life-saving try or life-saving attempts. What stands out with this, like I said earlier, his ring finger was outside of the white sheet, kind of near the curb. So I actually requested another blanket just to cover his hand.
And we see a lot of people out there working. Are those members of the Jacksonville Beach Police Department?
These are all members of Jacksonville Beach Police Department.
And we obviously see a large tire in the road. Is that the tire you referred to?
This is the tire we referred to, yes.
Okay, I am going to fast forward now to State's Exhibit 20. Again, there is some images of Mr. Bridegan in these photographs. So fast forwarding to 20. What are we looking at here?
Are we referring to his left leg?
Well, no. Well, first of all, the pockets. What do we notice about the pockets?
Oh, pockets are in. Pockets have not been touched or turned out, which would indicate this wasn't going to be most likely wasn't a robbery. You think pockets be turned out, wallets be taken, cars.
See that rescue had tried some additional life-saving measures. That's not something you did. That's something rescue did.
That's rescue does to check for any sort of life or any sort of, I'm not sure what they're looking for, but
see some placards here. Is that going to be marking of potential evidence like shell casings and projectiles?
Very well could be. I'm not sure. It might actually be the marking of his body there, but you can see in number 4, that's a shell casing.
So that's what you described when you got there. You're like, oh, wait a second, this isn't a suicide.
Yes, this is when I rolled him over and I started seeing these things, and it really kind of brought it together.
Fast forwarding to 25. Is that the ring finger that you described?
That is the ring finger I described, yes.
Fast forwarding to 28. Is that going to be the marking of a projectile that was found underneath the victim's body?
That is a projectile, and that is a very unusual projectile. It's not something we see commonly with pistols, with handguns. That's a. Honestly, when I first saw it, I didn't know what it was.
I can ask some more questions.
Absolutely.
All right, you may.
It was objection.
Yes, that's
Let me ask you. Sergeant, let me ask you a question. In part of your 19 years of training experience, do you know a lot about guns?
I am familiar with majority of guns. I'm not saying I'm a gun person, but I know how to make them safe. I've seen most guns use pretty similar ammunition, and this is not one of those guns.
And in the course of your training experience of being an
You mean one of those bullets?
do you come across projectiles at crime scenes that you have to photograph and collect and things like that?
Projectiles are extremely important on crime scenes. Projectiles can lead a bullet, or a projectile being a bullet that's expelled from the shell casing. That can lead back to a gun, which can lead back to a suspect.
And we have experts that will be coming later, but just based on your first glance of this, you thought it was an unusual type projectile. Excuse me.
I originally did not know what that was.
And then fast forwarding to number 36, stage 36. What are we looking at here?
That is blood in the car, and up near the steering wheel.
Bingo.
There is
So he didn't get out of the car.
Bullet strike.
Okay, so the red, what you've just circled is a bullet strike. If you could go now and circle where you see blood.
Down here is where I'm seeing the blood in the car.
And that's obviously on the inside where the gear shift is and away from the door.
That is, yes, that is the center console. It would be where the driver's side would be.
And then I guess we can go back to stage 36. Excuse me. 34. Do we also see some blood here?
Yes, there was obviously there's blood here, and there was blood, I believe, that was kind of up in this area here, but there definitely was blood along this B pillar / door frame.
As a sergeant in Jacksonville Beach, were you the lead investigator, or did other detectives take control of the investigation?
I was not the lead investigator. I was the lead investigator is going to be part of our GIU unit. They're the ones that take over. I supervised. I was not the lead CSI either. I supervised the unit, the CSI unit, as kind of a support role for them. Extra eyes, a little more. Just basically in a supportive way to help them get their job done. Worrying about things about search warrants and the importance of certain evidence.
So just because you've been doing it for a long time, you kind of helped out and watched out, but you were not the lead investigator.
I was not the lead investigator on this time.
Have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I am shocked at this.
That's all the questions I have.
I am shocked at this.
Thank you. Cross.
Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Good afternoon.
You told the jury just how dark it was at the sanctuary where this homicide occurred. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's a really short distance between where that dark road starts and JTV starts, correct?
Yes, I would equivalent to about two city blocks.
And although Jack's Beach isn't huge, relatively, that's a very small part of Jack's Beach.
Yes.
And you being a law enforcement officer in Jack's Beach, as long as you have, you know that it's not dark everywhere in Jack's Beach, correct?
No, this is definitely probably the darkest area in Jacksonville.
Sure. But as soon as you leave that area, you get into residential neighborhoods that have streetlights.
Either you get onto J. Turner Butler Boulevard, or you get into a residential area with street lights. Yes.
Right. And if you, let's say you go to JTB, of course, that has streetlights.
Yes, sir.
And if you go toward where the shopping center is on the back road, like Nor Grande, there's
Jacksonville Drive.
Yeah, Jack's Drive leads you right to 15th Street, right? The road that goes from Jack's Beach all the way up toward the police station.
That's gonna be South Beach Parkway, which turns into 9th Street.
Okay. South Beach Parkway, where the hardware store is, and all those businesses.
That would be Marsh Landing Parkway, South Beach Parkway.
And that's all.
J. Turner Butler, those are all kind of in the same area. They kind of intersect in the same area there.
But my point is, it's all well lit in that area.
Oh yes, it's all well lit.
Going all the way up toward the police station.
I would say yes. The lights are amber lights. I say not well lit, but amber lit, and you can understand the lights are. I mean, it's not like this, but there's definitely lighting.
And there's sidewalks where people are walking up and down all the way up to the police station.
Yes.
And there's parks that you pass.
Yes, there's a park, South Beach Park.
Okay. So when you talk about just how dark it was that night at that time, you were talking about just a very, very small part of Jack's Beach that was so dark you couldn't see the hood.
Very small area of Jack's Beach that is consistently dark.
Right. Thank you very much. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
He's excused for now. He is subject to recall, Your Honor.
All right, Sergeant, do you understand what that means?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just stay in contact with the attorneys, okay? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Just briefly approach without the court reporter.
Yes.
All right, so witness 3. I don't even know what to say. I need a minute to gather my thoughts on that. But preliminary, awful. Witness 4, again, the purpose there is to talk about the fact that that area was just not lit, small little part, but the rest of it is. So anybody that's, coming, going, if you're going to be like trying to track down somebody running, everything that's all around this is all lit up. That was the point of the cross. So we're going to have witness 4 here. I feel so bad. I think that's Jared's brother. 2 brothers are sitting in the front. And the one was crying, and that was his wife. Awful to see this. But we're waiting here for witness 4 here. Thank you very much.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to take a 15-minute break. Remember, I told you had to break about every hour, so we've been going for about an hour. So let's call this 2:10, and we'll come back at 2:25, okay? Leave your notepads on your chair. See you in just a moment.
All right, I'm curious if they're going to talk about something on the record here. So we're going to hang tight because I think they want to discuss something. So again, they're just taking the jury out.
All right, thank you. All right, please let the record reflect that the jury has left the courtroom. Anything that we need to take up from either side? Okay, the court will be in recess. Actually, Mr. Holman, tell him we'll come back at 2:30. Okay, All right, we'll come back at 2:30. Thank you.
2:30. What the fuck? Okay. They got those dang boots in under that table and that glass. Look. Yeah, I don't even know what they're doing with that. All right, woo! I have no idea what that was all about, but I can promise you this. That man just on the stand said that I didn't even know, in quotes, okay? In quotes, said I originally did not know what that was, in quotes, about the projectile. You know, none of that line of questioning should have been permitted. I'm sorry. They were not examining.
Matters. It was the understanding of the parties that the rule had been invoked. Is that correct from both sides?
What? What's going on?
Are you invoking the rule? That's what I'm asking. I'm not.
We would invoke the rule, Your Honor.
Thank you.
The only thing that I will put things on the record is Mr. McBride and I did agree for the rule of our experts can watch our experts.
Okay. Right. Marcy's Law. Okay. Thanks. We're in recess.
Okay. They had to put that on the record. What that was about is who can be watching this right now? Like, what rule are we invoking? Are experts allowed to be watching the testimony? Are witnesses sequestered? We have no idea if witnesses are sequestered. That means if you could be summoned to go and testify, like, are you supposed to be watching this? Okay. For whatever reason, they want to take a break all the way until 2:30, which is, we got a 19-minute break here. Not sure why. They just were at lunch. I mean, Jesus, maybe some of these people have gas. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what they're doing. Okay. Woo. You guys, he just testified that there was a blanket on Jared Bridegan. Okay, this happened in the Sheldon Jeter Jr. case. Objection. How was he testifying? He is the first responding officer. He testified that he's here. Oh man, I immediately looked at his hand. I just remember seeing his hand. Well, I would have asked, well, about that blanket. Can we clarify that a little bit? Like, you put the second blanket down. Where did the first blanket come from? I guarantee, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they're just not going to care. I don't know. You can't just be going laying like shit on victims. Like, there's supposed to be specific things that you're using that are like sterile and shit. Like, I just don't understand what the hell they're doing. And I don't understand how he's just testifying to the fact that, I mean, the jury over that testimony. This man first said that I thought this guy committed suicide. Who just decides in the middle of the road to stop? I'm going to get out of the car and just shoot myself right here. I mean, what? He thought that before he thought of a robbery? Okay, or before he thought of, like, well, obviously, once you... If people are telling you they heard gunshots or whatever, but if people are saying, okay, you're seeing around and you see, like, I don't know, wounds, but I about fell out of my chair. What is he talking about? What is with Idaho and Florida now? They go and walk into a room or a scene and it's like, oh my God, I thought the person committed suicide. I'm just like, why would you think that? Like, what are they training you? I don't understand. I would never think that. In a million thousand years would I ever fucking think that if I rolled up on that car, if I'm dispatched there, that I'm walking into a suicide attempt in the middle of the road at dark with a tire in the middle of the street. Just absolutely fucking ridiculous. And if that's where your head's going, I don't even think that you're cut out for this job, because that is ridiculous intuition. Your instincts suck. Holy shit. I'm sorry, but that's just crazy. And then he says, okay, well, I didn't think it was that anymore when I saw multiple shell casings. Okay. But I'm going to tell you this, man, they just look different, man. I've never seen them like that in my life. Very bizarre. And then the other thing is who told you that there was a child? I thought the child was in the car. Then the child wasn't in the car. Wouldn't you ask your partner, why are you taking my CPR over and telling me that there's a child in the car and there's not a child in the car? Where is the child? It's just really bizarre. Like, I don't understand that. And then just to say, I was able to rule out, you heard him talking, he was trying to get that out. Like, hey, look at the pockets. The pockets look like they're opened or whatever. What? Dude, 2022, man, cash ain't king anymore. Nobody's digging all into people's pockets to steal stuff off of them. What about a watch? You know, how about that? I saw his ring was still on him. I noticed he still had a watch on. You know what I mean? Like, but hey, his pockets just were not, gotten into. How about his wallet? Like, I mean, I don't know. People take people's wallets. There's no talk about the wallets. Just ridiculous. But I immediately knew that this was not, he's basically, I knew this wasn't a robbery. And I'm sorry, but like, what do you mean? That is ridiculous. That would still 1000% be on your list. You got road rage, you got robbery. Okay, but I can tell you what's not on your list right now is going to be murder for hire. You're gonna say that we have a very interesting. I mean, this is very bizarre. Guys shot middle of the road. Looks like a road rage with a tire in the middle of the street. But there was no. There's no reason to cross-examine anything. Because remember, we're not arguing the fact that Jared Bridegan was shot and killed. There's no argument there. There's no argument in that Henry Tenon shot him. You know what I mean? So there's no, I don't need to cross-examine any of this stuff. Because basically the defense is not disputing any of the work to come to that conclusion. Right? Nah. I don't know if Shanna Gardner is going to feel that way. So they never investigated a robbery angle? Never, not once. I don't know what what we're supposed to be finding out is how this case, progressed. That's what the state's job is to show here, how the state's case progressed. And so I think a little bit of maybe I would have cross-examined him and said something about like, let me get this straight. You said on direct examination that you just ruled out yourself right then and there. You were there for what, a couple minutes? And you just said, oh, I knew this wasn't a robbery. And how did you know that? No more further questions. Like, let people know like what a ridiculous statement that is. Because that's ridiculous. And that's what you're trying to show is that this was just a ridiculous investigation. So I think that I would have had a couple more questions for that a homeboy there. And I know the defense team for Shanna Gardner is making notes of that. I mean, if they aren't, then that's shame on them. Because to let this guy testify to what the scene told him, the scene talked to me. I'd be thinking road rage. I'd be thinking robbery. I'd be thinking I'd be thinking who else was in the car, right? I'd be thinking that there could have been an issue with the person that could have been potentially in the car with the person that's on the ground. at the time that his phone keeps ringing. I have no idea who that is. For all I know, Kirsten is his mistress. You know what I mean? Especially, I don't see a kid in the car. Wild. Gang initiation. I don't know what it's like in Jacksonville Beach, but I can tell you this. For this man to say that he thought he was walking upon a suicide, wow. Wow. I want to go Google search some stuff. Go Google search some stuff where people just shoot themselves in the middle of the road. You know, at traffic during what is it? In the middle of a crossing, basically intersection kind of. Yeah, I think this is perfect. I've just never heard of anything like that in my life. You know, that's almost as bad as the guy that in the Sheldon Jr. case that he's standing over a body, supposedly calling 911 saying, oh man, I think this dude, you know, it looks like he got hit by a car. He's standing over a body with 6 bullets in his head that are just like boom, boom. Like, I mean, like I seen the pictures. There ain't no way you're standing over that body and saying that somebody was hit by a car when this dude has shell casings all around him and 6 shots in the head. That's why when I did the work in Sheldon Jr.'s case, I realized that the guy that called 911 wasn't standing over the body and he was nowhere near the body when he called 911. And that Sheldon Jr.'s defense team didn't do shit about that and never raised and brought that up. The cell towers and all the stuff that was used to pinpoint. They did a trace locate on the 911 caller, and guess where he was trace located to? Not over the body. Unbelievable to this day. There's so much more in that case. It was a stage 911 call to make it seem like it happened earlier because they were watching Sheldon Jeter. And they waited till he drove down, back around to go home. All right, we have to place this. Boom, boom, boom. Unbelievable. They didn't think people would look. How does your own freaking defense attorney? I mean, it's page 1 or 2 of the investigation where you see trace locate and it says an address and it does not say Keel Street. Unbelievable. Just so disgusting, man. Makes me sick. Guess who was at that crime scene before the 911 caller? The cops. One of them was there in their with their police cruiser, no lights on, and because they caught him on camera. And then the other one was there in a fucking personal use vehicle, not even working. How did you get there within? Helicopter, you don't get there within 30 seconds. You know, 911 calls that are made. It's just sick. I mean, this is just getting out of control. But hey, let's just keep just sucking off the government and what they tell us. Free Sheldon Jr. Damn right. That's Pennsylvania State Police that did all that too. Pennsylvania State Police, Alcoa Police Department. Corrupt as fuck. Rachel Altondo came out and said, I am afraid of the police. Next thing you know, Rachel Altondo was shot and killed in her driveway on Mother's Day with, 9 bullets in the back. That's not a crime of passion. You don't shoot people in the back. These people are all sick. I can say this. I do think that my work and attention to the Sheldon Jr.'s case has prevented him from being charged with Rachel's murder. So there's one thing that I think I have definitely made an impact in, and that he has not been brought up on charges for that because of my work. A 19-minute break. We're down to 6 minutes until we start. Sheldon Jr. didn't have one expert witness. And and it was first degree murder charge, and he went to trial within 1 year. So 2020 in May, and then he faced trial June of 2021 at the beginning of June. His lawyers didn't file one motion. His lawyers didn't do anything. And they weren't public defenders. Then one of his jurors was the neighbor of Rachel Altando. I brought that to light. The judge married the juror who was the neighbor of Rachel Altando. And then she brought in God and her dad and her estranged husband's father into the jury deliberating room when she decided to pray and have a conversation about jury deliberations. This was all put in front of a court. You would think that you would get a new trial, right? The girl wanted immunity. The juror and all the shit that I found. There was finally an evidentiary hearing, and I was like, he's going to get a new trial. This is going to be great. The girl wanted immunity. The dad wanted immunity. Everybody wanted immunity. The Commonwealth gave them full immunity. Who needs? This is juror misconduct. They testified to juror misconduct. Do you know what happened? Well, in all these other cases that we see people getting new trials, how does Sheldon not get a new trial? Because the judge said that it didn't matter. There was just so much overwhelming evidence that it didn't matter. Motherfucker is going to get overturned, don't worry. But like, it's been years. This was in 2020. Then he went to trial in 2021. It is 2026. And we're just still not even able, we're not even doing post-conviction relief. We're still on his direct appeal shit. Unbelievable. Just makes me sick. All of this happened because of the cops' paranoia and Frank Catropa's paranoia and the murder of Rachel Altando. Sheldon Jr.'s life and all the people that are in that orbit's lives were ruined because of cops and Frank Catropa. And then we just cover for them. Very strange what they do over there in Pennsylvania. Never seen anything like it in my life. Sorry, me and Bella are talking about how genius stuff is over here.
You're just breaking it down. All right.
I said on a scale of 1 to 10, I had a pause. I said on a scale of 1 to 10, how genius is Mario's defense team? She said, well, Henry Tenon didn't go and kill Jared Bridegan on his own. I said, nope, but it sure is going to look like to the jury that fucking Shanna Gardner did all this shit. So, you know, That little jockey's going to get away with it. You guys, this is what happens when law enforcement does not go out and do things the right way to get the right person for the right reasons. They railroaded Henry Tenon and made him the killer when the state knew that he was not the killer. Now what Mario Saldana just did is he said, okay, watch this. Hold my beer. Henry Tenon is not the shooter. Sorry. But the state wanted Mario Saldana and Shanna Gardner, and they were willing to have a false confession from Henry Tenon. It's fucking sick. This shit has to stop. The violation of our rights in this country, we have no more privacy. We have no more shit. Okay? And media and journalists, they don't want to expose anything. They need to take care of their advertisers, and I got to get my clicks and views. Okay.
They can just have that back. They can have it back.
I gave tons of props to Doug.
I'm giving you the defense exhibit back. I was
But I didn't
starting
realize
to highlight the ones that were
Doug
composite.
fucked up
That's
the
the only
case.
thing I did to it.
That's
So
why
you can have it
Zach
back.
didn't win. Don't even get me started on that, but they didn't investigate the case right. You better get yourself a really good fucking researcher. When lawyers don't have researchers, you're gonna lose.
Okay. Okay. Give me just a second.
Stop railroading black men. No, my new merch.
Mr. Dreiser, I think that you do probably need a clean copy. I did highlight something on there. At some point, you want to replace it, okay? All right, are both sides ready to proceed?
I think Jared Bridegan deserves better.
All right, Mr. Holman, if you could get the jurors. Is the defense ready as well? Okay.
Murder for hire case, and the police aren't looking for the murder weapon. Oh my god! Woo! Sign me up, man. What a bunch of fucking idiots. That's all I have to say. Wake up. Ridiculous. Murder for hire case. They're looking for the gun, and they don't check the house where the fucking truck was. What a bunch of dipshits.
Thank you. Welcome back. Everyone may be seated.
Sorry. Not sorry.
Ms. Stifler, and call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Kirsten Bridegan.
Kirsten Bridegan, please.
Witness 3 or 4 are going to be
Good
really fun to
afternoon.
listen to.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Ma'am, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right. If you make your way to the witness stand, watch your step. There's an incline. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mrs. Bridegan.
Good afternoon.
Would you introduce yourself to our jury?
My name is Kirsten Bridegan.
And Ms. Bridegan, are you the widow of the deceased victim in this case, Jared Bridegan?
I am.
I'm going to start with a couple questions into your background, okay? Where are you originally from?
I was born in California, but raised most of my life in the Seattle, Washington area.
And what's your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree.
What brought you to Jacksonville, Florida?
Jared, we had met on a dating app when I was living in Charlotte, North Carolina. And when we decided to get married, I moved down here to be with him and the kids.
Let's a little bit more information about that. What year did you meet Jared Bridegan?
Early 2017.
And at the time you were living in Charlotte?
I was.
And you all developed a relationship. Tell the jury very briefly how it was you came to get married and end up here in Jacksonville.
So like I said, we met on a dating app, and then he drove 7 hours up to Charlotte to take me on a first date. We spent basically an entire day together on that first date until he drove home. And then we just kept doing long distance and FaceTiming and until we decided to get engaged and then get married later that year.
When you met him, did you know that he had previously been married?
I did.
And did you know that he had children from that marriage?
I did.
Before you got married, did you have the chance to meet them and get to know them?
I did. We spent a lot of time after he and I had kind of established a relationship, spending time with his kids to make sure that that would be a good fit for all of us.
So after you and Jared were married, you moved here to Jacksonville, Florida. And where in Jacksonville did you live?
We moved into a home in Nocatee that he had already owned when we got married. And then we later moved a few minutes down the road just outside of Nocatee.
And did you have children with Mr. Bridegan?
I did. We had two daughters.
And what are their names and ages?
Bexley Bridegan, who is currently 7, and London Bridegan, who just turned 5.
I want to ask you a little bit about the time leading up to your husband's death. Specifically, I want to ask you about your co-parenting relationship with Shanna Gardner and a man named Mario Fernandez, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know Shanna Gardner and Mario Fernandez?
I do.
When you walked into court today, did you see Mr. Fernandez?
I did.
Can you identify him for the record by where he's sitting and an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He is sitting to the right of me wearing a gray suit and a reddish tie.
May the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant?
Yes.
When you first married Jared, was he still involved in litigation from his divorce and leading into child custody issues with Ms. Gardner?
Yes, they were arguing, I believe, about child support around the time of our wedding.
And when did you get married?
In October 2017.
At the time you got married, was Ms. Gardner married to Mario Fernandez?
She was not.
And had you ever met Mario Fernandez before then?
I had not.
At some point, did Ms. Gardner marry Mr. Fernandez, to your knowledge?
Yes, I remember we got a text while in church letting us know that they were married now.
Can you explain to the jury from the time that you and Jared got married up until his death, what your agreement was with Ms. Gardner regarding sharing custody of Jared's children.
So we had 50-50 custody. So it was every other week, 1 week with us, 1 week with her and him. And then there was a date night once a week on the off week. So if we didn't have the children, we'd have a date night with them. And if we had the children, then Shanna and Mario would have a date night with them on that week.
The jury is going to get the opportunity to look at the filings from the family law case. Were you involved in any of the litigation between Mr. Bridegan and Ms. Gardner?
Yeah, I don't think I was named in most of them, but we did work together on all of that.
What types of issues were your family litigating in children?
There's all sorts of things. It was where they went to school after Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez moved addresses. It was who would pay for medical expenses, especially an oxygen machine that my stepson needed for his health. There was a lot of things that were litigated.
Could you describe what the co-parenting relationship was like between the four of you? Would you consider it civil, amicable, petty?
It was pretty terrible.
What do you mean by that?
There's absolutely no trust. So everything was in writing, text, email. We did not speak in person, like at school events, didn't do phone calls. We felt that everything needed to be in writing so that it could be shown, like there was no miscommunication there.
Was any of that reflected or would be reflected in the court docket for the family law case?
It could be.
How were you hearing about, or where was the information coming from that was letting you know that there were problems with the children going back and forth between the homes?
Emails, texts, just not agreeing on things, then it ended up in court quite a few times.
Did you and Jared ever talk to the children about any of these issues with Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez?
We tried our hardest not to. Sometimes they would bring up things to us that they had told us had been spoken to by the other side, and we would address it. But we tried to keep that stress off of their shoulders.
But were there times when you and Mr. Bridegan had discussions with Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez, back and forth, vice versa, whichever, of the children telling them something about you all, or you all hearing something from them about them from the children?
Yes, many times.
And you mentioned that everything was in writing. Did you or Mr. Bridegan speak with Ms. Gardner or Mr. Fernandez in person or by phone, or was everything in writing?
There might have been, just casual remarks at a doctor's office or a school event, but we really tried not to have verbal communication.
When you went to school events, describe for the jury how that interaction was between yourself and Mr. Bridegan and Mr. Fernandez and Ms. Gardner.
When it was something where all four of us were at, it was very tense. You could just feel the tension. Jared, he would kind of retreat into himself and be quiet and not want to make eye contact. So it was not a comfortable experience ever.
Were you all able to co-parent such that you could attend parent-teacher conferences together, doctor's appointments together, school events together?
We tried our best not to. We had separate parent-teacher conferences. There would be doctor's appointments where we were there, dentist appointments when they would come to just be there when it was on our week. There was one specific doctor's appointment for our stepson where they were going over details of some medication where all four of us were there to make sure we're all on the same page as far as his care. But typically we tried to keep those separate.
Was there ever a point in time where the co-parenting relationship was improved or better, or was it generally always tense and difficult?
There were little moments here and there where it was kind of oddly calm, like just kind of waiting for something else to drop. But I would say the vast majority was pretty tense.
When you had your own children, starting with Bexley and then London, did that cause any kind of improvement or difference in the relationship with your co-parents?
I personally felt that it made it worse. I felt like after that, the things that my stepkids would come home saying, it kind of intensified as far as like the negativity they were hearing.
And to be fair, some of that negativity was also coming from your side towards them.
Yeah, we did not like each other.
Tell me about you mentioned the custody agreement. Was that something that everybody was on board for, 50-50 custody?
No. There was one specific thing that was a pretty contentious point where Shanna had wanted to allow overnights with step parents, specifically Mr. Fernandez, without her present. And we just were not comfortable with that and fought back really hard. Even saying like, I will not get alone overnights with the kids to make sure that he doesn't get overnights with the kids. And that was a big one that we fought over time and time again.
Before his death, were you and Jared interested in or attempting to increase your share of custody of the twins?
We were not.
To your knowledge, were you involved in any litigation or did you have any indication that Ms. Gardner was attempting to get more share of custody of the twins?
There were some things that my stepdaughter had told us that.
Response. Okay.
Without saying what your stepchildren told you, did you and Mr. Bridegan speak with an attorney or take any steps based on an indication that you might have to fight a claim for more custody on the part of Ms. Gardner?
Yeah, foundation.
Let me see you at sidebar.
Uh-huh. Absolutely. No way. No way. No way. This is what you should not be doing. They're going to bring the kids into this, and this is fucking bullshit. Okay? You do not bring kids in. This is shit. God, what is wrong with people? Leave it to a fucking lawyer, though, to do it. You sons of bitches. First of all, there's nothing in the record that says that any of this was occurring. And if you just saw right there and you heard, this was, well, what my stepdaughter told me, blah, blah, blah. And that's why we went and got a lawyer. What? Well, none of that's on the record. None of that's in evidence. None of that. Who is this lawyer? When did this happen? Fuck all the way off, man. I hate this type of shit. And I don't ever use the word hate, but you leave kids alone. These divorced parents, what is wrong with you? God damn. The reason that Mario's attorney just said, I object, unless they plan to offer some proffer here, this line of questioning, I mean, like, this is all hearsay. Okay, this is, if they want to enter this into evidence through a different witness, right? But she cannot testify to what somebody said to her about somebody else's conversation. Okay. Like, what do you mean? At the time that this happened, by the way, the kids were 10. The twins were 10 in 2022. For Stifler to even go here, this should just show you how weak Stifler. Bullshit. I'm sorry, guys. I can't stand stuff like this. the reason I highlighted her saying this oddly calm time, I'm surprised that Stifler just didn't say it. Was this one of those times it was oddly calm? Because there was nothing on the docket in November, December, January, but you can even go back further than that. And you know who's going to have to get into this a lot? Shanna Gardner. And I'm telling you, I have the receipts. If anybody wants to take the time to read the 800 or 900 pages, I promise you, you will not read that. And at the end of reading it, say, oh my God, Shanna Gardner's the one. You're going to say, oh my God, what the hell did I just read? What a bunch of petty little fuckers. But Jesus, Jared's all about money. Jared only cared about money. That's what it's going to come down to. Nobody can read that and tell me that you guys want to talk about money. Maybe I have to bring out the divorce records. Maybe I'll have Lauren on from Hidden True Crime. She was all about those divorce records. Because I wrote her back in the day and I said, hey, you should read those divorce records again. You missed the big point. And the big point is that Jared just wanted to get out of all things money. No child support? Okay, fine. Then you can have the say on where the kids go to school. Seriously? A breathing machine for your kid? Wouldn't you want him to always have the best one? So like if you were traveling, say you're going on vacation or something like that, hey, can we use that breathing machine or whatever? No, go get your own. What? What are you talking about? Like that's me right there. Neither of you guys should have some kids. But they should put the divorce, the records, they have them, they're back there. The jury's going to be able to look at those. But we're going to hear a lot more about the divorce with Shanna Gardner's case. This to me, I think I would be arguing to say like, she was not a part of any of the emails. They were not addressed to her. Okay. She was not involved in them. That's why they were trying to lay that foundation. Like, how did you know about, what was going on in the case? Do you understand that she wouldn't know? She wasn't involved in those emails. Those emails were never addressed to her. And so you're walking a really fine line here. I just... Shanna Gardner and Jared Bridegan, the two that could talk about what truly went on, right? And then you have like the text messages, the emails, and then the documents themselves, right? But they are not addressed to Kirsten, and they are not addressed to Mario. So if you're Jesse Dreisler, you're doing the right thing. You're not, this is a really big fight that you need to win here to talk about this divorce, and that there's no hearsay here. This is wild. And so you really want to win this argument. And as much, trust me, I feel horrible for Kirsten Bridegan, but she can't be testifying to hearsay.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mrs. Bridegan, you can answer the question. Let me re-ask it. Without saying what the children talked to you about or your conversations leading up to Jared's death, were you and Jared making arrangements and preparations for a potential, I won't say battle, but litigation regarding a custody claim by Ms. Gardner?
We were.
That includes speaking to your family law attorneys?
Yes.
Gathering documentation?
Yes.
Okay. Leading up to Jared's death, were you also making arrangements for Jared's daughter, your stepdaughter, to be baptized in the Mormon Church?
Yes, she had expressed a desire to do so.
And did you and Jared, were you practicing members of the Mormon Church before his death?
We were.
And were you taking her to services, or is that what you call them? Services?
Yes, yeah, we were.
Okay. And were you helping her prepare for the baptism, making sure that she had the appropriate outfit, the appropriate classes or training or whatever it was she needed to do in order to get baptized?
We were. In our church, children are usually baptized at the age of 8, and she was 9. And we just wanted to make sure she knew what that meant, what a baptism means, what it means to make that decision for her life. So yes, we were talking about it at home. She was receiving what they call lessons, like just going over, the beliefs and everything. And she and I had talked about picking out a dress. And then she actually ended up going shopping for one with her mom.
Oh, so her mom was
Did you
okay
and
with
Jared
it.
have, without saying what it was, correspondence regarding her decision to be baptized?
Between the two of us?
Between yourself and Jared and Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez?
Yes, we did.
Was there back and forth between the two sets of co-parents regarding her decision to be baptized?
Yes, there was.
And do you remember how close in time before Jared's death that back and forth correspondence was between yourself and Mr. Bridegan and Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez?
I believe it was the month or two leading up to his death.
I want to ask you, go back to date night.
Okay.
Was date night something that you all agreed on in writing?
Yeah, it was part of the parenting plan.
And what was the schedule for date night?
So it was Wednesday nights on the week that parent A didn't have the child, then parent A would get Wednesday night, date night. And it was always Wednesday evenings. The time itself shifted slightly, like a few months before Jared died because of, am I allowed to say names or just step?
Since we're talking about minor children, for purposes of the record, you can refer to them by their initials. So I'll ask you that. Jared's children with Ms. Gardner, are male and female children. We're going to call, are those their initials?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So the time shifted slightly because AB was now in a different gymnastics schedule.
Where did she do her gymnastics?
At a facility just a few minutes down the road from our home.
In Nocatee?
Just outside of Nocatee.
How long had date night been a regular routine between the co-parents, parents A and parents B?
I believe the entire time of my marriage to Jared, and I believe since the divorce.
So several years.
Yes.
And was it always Wednesdays in the evening?
Yeah, as far as I can recall, it was always Wednesdays.
Did you participate in date night?
I did up until the birth of our second daughter, and then postpartum baby sleep schedule just made it a little bit difficult. And so Jared would take our daughter Bexley with him on date nights with the twins.
And you mentioned the birth of your second daughter. When was your second daughter born?
In August of 2021.
And so in the months leading up to Jared's death in February of 2022, were you attending date night?
I was not.
Did Bexley go with Jared to every date night?
Yes.
I want to talk about February 16th, 2022. Prior to it, was that a date night?
It was.
And how did you all make the plans for what you would do on date night? Did you coordinate with the other parents, or did you just pick up the kids and do what you all wanted to do with them?
Yeah, typically there wasn't any coordination. It was just, this is the time you pick them up, you do whatever you want to do, and then the drop-off time was the same.
For date night, how did the drop-off and pickup work? Did you go ring the doorbell, hand the children off?
No, we typically just pull up to the driveway of the other home, text here, and the kids would run out and get in the car, and then drop off. You pull up and just make sure the kids get inside.
And that was vice versa, both sides is how it worked?
Yes.
And you said text. Did you have a group text with yourself, Mr. Bridegan, Ms. Gardner, and Mr. Fernandez?
Yes, we did.
And is that where all the written communication regarding the kids happened?
That and email.
So on February 16th, 2022, what had you been doing the day leading up to that evening's date night?
I believe I had taken our two youngest to the store. We had done some chalk outside on the sidewalk. It's just a pretty average day. Jared had been working from home, so he was inside most of the time. Yeah, that's as much as I can remember right now.
And that evening, did Mr. Bridegan leave your residence in Nocatee to go to the scheduled date night?
Yes, he did.
Was there any change in the schedule that night in particular?
No. Mm-mm.
What vehicle did he drive to date night?
We had two vehicles. He typically drove well, I want to say always, but there might have been a time he didn't, but typically it was the black Volkswagen Atlas we had.
And what other type of vehicle did you have?
We had a Chevy Suburban.
And who normally drove the Suburban?
Whoever had all of the kids. So that was our big family car, but when we didn't have everybody in the car, we drove the Atlas.
And when he went on date night, did Jared typically take that Atlas?
Yes.
So when Jared left for date night, what did you do that evening?
I was at home. I put our daughter London to bed. My parents were over that night. We were watching some sort of show after she was in bed. Just normal evening at home.
Did you have any communication with your husband that night while he was at date night?
I did, and AB was also texting me from his phone during date night.
Did you know where they were going to eat dinner that night?
I believe AB told me.
While she was there, she let you know what restaurant they were at?
Yeah, I believe so.
But you did not know prior to Jared leaving what their plans were that evening?
No, he didn't typically make plans ahead of time.
So just spur of the moment, what he was feeling like?
Yeah.
Did you know what time he picked the children up based on that group text that you shared with Mr. Bridegan, Mr. Fernandez, and Ms. Gardner?
Yeah, there would have been a here text in that group chat.
And while you were getting texts from Mr. Bridegan and from AB, was there anything unusual in their communications that caused you to be nervous or upset or think something was wrong prior to the actual homicide?
Not at all.
Did anything to you seem out of the ordinary for a typical date night?
No.
And at some point, did you actually call and speak to your husband that evening?
Yeah, so I was on the phone with my brother.
To pause you right there.
Yeah.
When he called you, do you remember what time of night it was?
It was after 7:45 when he would have dropped the twins off at their mom's house.
And was there anybody else that you could hear in the car besides Jared Bridegan and your daughter Bexley?
No.
Were you on speakerphone?
Car phone, yes.
And just normal conversation. Was anything about that conversation unusual to you? Did Jared seem upset? Did he seem fearful? Had you have any indication that something happened out of the ordinary that date night?
No, everything seemed fine. Bexley seemed happy. She got ice cream, like everything seemed normal.
And during the conversation, tell us how the conversation ended. Without necessarily saying what was said, how did you get off the phone with Jared?
It was strange. And I remember feeling like it was strange because after I was like, all right, well, love you, we'll see you soon. He was just quiet. And I was like, okay, it was kind of weird and hung up, but it was like a pause and just quiet at the end.
Do you remember what time around you got off the phone with him?
I mean, it's somewhere in between like 7:45 and 7:52 maybe.
And he had already dropped your stepchildren off and was heading home, presumably to Nocatee. You were expecting him to show up.
Yeah, he had said he was coming home.
Okay, so describe for the jury when you realized that something was not quite right.
Well, I was sitting on the couch with my parents, watching a show, and then, I'd already talked to Jared. He was on his way home. And then the time when he would usually be back passed, and I, didn't think much of it. It's like, okay, maybe hit traffic or something. And then it got a little bit later, and that's when I just had this just feel,
Did you try reaching out to him by texting him or calling him?
Yeah, I texted and called him.
Did he answer or respond?
He did not.
And what did you start doing then?
I kept calling him and I would give it a little bit. I remember telling my parents like something's wrong. And they were trying to reassure me like it was probably fine. And I kept calling and eventually it's, you know, I looked on my phone, like, was there an accident? Like, is there any news report of anything that would have caused them to delay? And I couldn't find anything. Yeah.
So what did you do then?
So then I got in the car. My mom came with me. My dad stayed at the house because our daughter was asleep. And I just decided I was just going to start driving towards the beach where he would have been to see if I could see an accident or anything and find out where they're at.
Were you continuing to call him while you were driving from your home in Nocatee to Jacksonville Beach?
I was calling him from my car phone the entire drive.
Did somebody eventually answer?
Yeah.
Was it Jared?
No.
Was that person a police officer?
Yes, it was.
And after you spoke to that police officer, where did you drive to?
They told me to come to the Jacksonville Beach Police Department, and that's where I drove to.
When you arrived at the police department, did somebody advise you that your husband had been shot and killed on Sanctuary?
No, it was actually quite frustrating because they wouldn't tell me anything. I saw my daughter and she was okay, but I asked over and over and over and they would not tell me anything. They just kept asking me questions.
Did the police interview you, so to speak? Did they ask you questions about your background, Jared's background, his plans that night?
Yep, they asked me what he was wearing, if he had any tattoos. They asked me a lot of questions. I just remember just getting very frustrated that they were asking me things and not answering anything that I was asking of them.
Eventually, were you notified that night that your husband had died?
I was.
And that not only had died, but had been killed?
Yes, I was told that he had been shot.
Did the police give you any information about evidence or leads or suspects that evening?
No, not at all.
Did they ask you any questions about what you thought could have happened that evening?
I don't recall them asking me that, but I offered up my own ideas of just my gut instinct, but I don't remember them asking me. I don't recall if they asked me that night.
When you say you offered up, did you direct them to potentially investigate specific individuals?
I did.
And who were those individuals?
Mario Fernandez and Shanna Gardner.
During your marriage with, and I'm going to circle back to that in a moment. We're going to get to how it is you came to offer that information. During your marriage with Mr. Bridegan, did you know him to have any long-standing disputes with any individuals? Did you guys have problems with your neighbors, with trees growing into your yard, or somebody from your past that caused you problems that you were in contact with, anything like that?
No, none. Jared was the neighbor that would loan his tools or help with the project. Like, we had no issues with any neighbors, anyone that I knew of.
Did Jared have a large circle of friends?
No.
Was Jared close with his family and talked to them frequently?
In comparison to how much I talk to my family, I would say no. But
I feel like that's par for the course with husbands versus wives.
Yeah, but he did. He loved his family.
Did Jared have any hobbies that were dangerous, like skydiving or going to Vegas and gambling, driving race cars?
No.
Did he go out of town frequently?
Not unless it was a family trip.
Did he travel without you often?
No, I don't think I can recall a trip that he went on without me.
Where was he working at the time of his death?
He was working for Microsoft.
And how long had he held that job?
I believe he started there October 2021, or it was late 2021.
Where did he work before that?
He worked for Clean Simple Eats.
And what is that?
That's a health and nutrition company, like protein products, macros, meal plans type of.
Were you working at the time of Jared's death?
No, I had resigned from my corporate job just a few weeks prior.
And was that for any particular reason?
We were comfortable on his salary, and I felt strongly about being home with our 2 young children.
Were you all in any kind of significant financial trouble or debt?
No, we were doing really well, thankfully.
Did you know Jared to use drugs or drink alcohol to excess?
No, he just really liked Coke Zero.
And you and Jared, were you actively involved in your church?
We were.
And did you bring AB and LB and your daughters with you when you went to church, if you had them that week?
We did, yeah.
To your knowledge, were Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez involved in the Mormon church or any church, really?
No, they were not.
Ms. Gardner at one point had been a member of the Mormon church. Is that true?
That's accurate.
And did you and Jared have any kind of difficulties in regards to religion and AB and LB with Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez?
Yes, we did.
Was the baptism one of those difficulties?
I mean, there was a little bit of disagreement on a couple of details, but we had a conversation where we were just like, this kind of strange how calm and agreeable they were to allowing her to be baptized like that. It was very strange to us.
Did AB ever get baptized?
She did not.
We went down that route with Jared and his job at Microsoft. Do you know if he had any conflicts at work or litigation at work or HR complaints he was going through?
No, in fact, after his death, his boss and people that he managed reached out and offered condolences. They came to his funeral. Like, there was no.
Did he work at an office or did he work from home?
He worked from home.
So on the night that this happened, the police were asking questions about his background. Did you offer some of this information that evening and in the days following?
Yes, I gave him as much as I could.
Did they, in the days following Jared's death, come to your house and ask to look at your firearms and your electronic devices?
Yes, I even asked a friend to come over and help me make sure I found all of that and could give it to them in a timely manner. So yeah, they were at my house a few times.
Did they take Jared's cell phone and his laptop and his work laptop and hard drive and whatever devices that you could identify as belonging to him?
Yeah, they had the cell phone from that night. I never gave that to them. They already had it, but his work laptop, old computers that we had, hard drives that I found, I gave it all over.
Did you provide them with a list of passwords that you knew Jared to use?
Any and all passwords or passcodes that I knew of, I gave to them.
Did they ask at some point to rip the infotainment system out of Jared's car to see if they could get anything off of that?
Yes, they asked me to sign a release for that, and I did.
I'm gonna go through a couple photographs with you. Let me find my evidence number. I'm actually going to show you two photographs. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
first one I'm going to show you has been marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 62. It's on your screen there. And this is a photograph as well. Is this your husband, Jared Bridegan?
It is.
And then I'm going to show you another photograph. This has been marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 65. Is this your husband?
Yeah.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 207 on your screen. Can you take a look for me, Mrs. Bridegan? Who are the individuals in this photograph?
It's Shanna Gardner and Mario Fernandez.
I'm showing you a photograph that's been marked and entered into evidence. This is an individual by the name of Henry Tenon, State's Exhibit 200. Do you recognize this person?
Only from when he was arrested.
And I'm sorry, that was a bad question on my part. Prior to your involvement, prior to Mr. Tenon's arrest in this case, prior to Jared's death, had you ever seen this person before?
No.
Freudian slip.
Had you ever been to an address at 5239 Potomac Avenue in Northwest Jacksonville, Florida?
No.
Had you and Jared ever had any work done on your home in Nocatee, like landscaping, tile work, roofing, or anything doing with pallets?
No.
I'm showing you what's been marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 135. Other than in regards to this case, prior to your husband's death, had you ever seen this vehicle before?
I don't believe so.
Have you ever had work done at your house or someone visit you at your home that had a vehicle similar to this one?
No.
And prior to this case, did the name Henry Tenon mean anything to you?
No.
Did you and Jared ever contract with anyone named Henry Tenon? Did you know Jared to have a Henry Tenon in his phone contacts, his email contacts, or to have ever mentioned anyone by the name of Henry Tenon?
No.
Mrs. Bridegan, if you could look on the screen here, I'm drawing your attention to a blue flag. I'm going to circle it down here on Cumberland Park Road. This is purported to belong to a location called Elite Gymnastics. Are you familiar with that location?
Yes, that's where AB took gymnastics classes.
And this is State's Exhibit 182. So this is the gymnastics studio where AB attended gymnastics?
Yes,
This is the one that's a couple minutes from your residence.
it is.
I'll show you another photograph on State's Exhibit 182. And I have the address blacked out here for purposes of, since we're broadcasting this, but we have a blue flag. And this is here on Fresnel Street. Does that area look familiar to you? Or do you know what that is depicting?
Fresnel Lane. Yeah, that's our.
Sorry, Fresnel Lane.
Yeah.
And what is that flag depicting?
Our home.
Your home that you shared with Mr. Bridegan prior to his death?
Yes,
Do you still live in that home today?
we do.
I'm going to show you a still shot from a video that's marked and entered as State's Exhibit 1.
Brooksy.
Do you recognize the child in that video?
Yes,
Who is that?
that's Bexley, my daughter.
I'm going to show you a portion of a video that's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 91. This is the Jacksonville Beach Police Station. This is State's Exhibit 91, and I'm playing it at 37 minutes and 27 seconds. The timestamp is February 16th, 9:15 p.m. I'll play it for you, and I want to ask you if you recognize a vehicle in a moment, okay? Mrs. Bridegan, while we're watching this, we see a figure walking across the screen at 37 minutes, 47 seconds into the video. Do you recognize that person?
No.
And at 38 minutes, 29 seconds, we see a vehicle, and I've circled it here on my screen. Do you recognize that vehicle?
Yeah, I do.
Whose vehicle is that?
That's our Suburban.
And who's driving it?
I am.
And was that when you came to the Jacksonville Beach Police Station after they called you? Or after they answered the call?
Yes, it is.
State's Exhibit 35. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is this picture of?
The inside of our Volkswagen Atlas.
And is this car seat here that I've circled the car seat that belonged to Bexley, or the one that you used for her?
Yes, it is.
And we see here in the other part of the screen, I've circled, what is that?
That was the base for our infant carrier that London's car seat would snap into.
Mrs. Bridegan, did you remain in contact with investigators during the course of the investigation into this case?
I did.
And were you passing along information and tips that you'd heard from members of the public that you thought could help them solve this case?
Yes, as much as I could.
Mrs. Bridegan, since your husband's death, have you been able to have contact with your stepchildren, A, B, and LB?
Very limited.
Do you know where they're currently living?
Yes.
Where's that?
In Washington State.
May I have a moment with counsel, Your Honor?
Yes.
Free Henry Tenon.
Thank you, Mrs. Bridegan. No further questions, Your Honor.
Oh boy.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Oh boy.
May I stay here? Or would you like me to move to the podium?
Is it going to be brief?
I think so.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bridegan.
Good afternoon.
Sorry that you have to be here, okay?
Thank you.
I just have a few questions for you.
Mhm.
You had mentioned during your direct examination that you thought that, or you were possibly preparing for litigation for whatever reason in and around the time of the homicide. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. The defense in this case, in Exhibit 1A, has put in the entire St. Johns County family law court docket. Do you know what a family law court docket is?
I'm familiar with it, yes.
Sure. So throughout being part of this litigation, you know that when you file a motion or when you have a consent order, it all gets put on the family law court docket, right?
Right.
Okay. And when, are you familiar when the case was closed?
After Jared was murdered, I'm assuming.
Well, after Jared was murdered, there was a suggestion of death, which is what lawyers do to say that one party is no longer with us. But before that, your case was closed, or meaning the case of Shanna Gardner and Jared Bridegan. Did you know that it was closed?
I don't think it's ever really closed because you can just file a motion and it starts it all up again.
It can start up again, but then they close it when you're done.
For that point in time?
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Can you look at October 12th of 2021, where it says that a consent order was reached and the case was closed?
Hurry, this line? There's like a couple of them. Are you doing this one?
Yes, ma'am. The ones you were pointing to are later dates. I'm asking you on 10/12/2021, it suggests that a reopened case is now closed, right?
Yes, there's a couple of entries like that.
Right. Meaning in October of 2021, the family law case was closed.
It says reopened case closed, yes.
Right. Because it was reopened when Miss Gardner filed, and what's also in evidence, there's motion for declaratory relief. That was right below the line, correct?
I would have to, sorry, I was looking at just that line.
So we're clear. Mother filed a motion, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then right above that, the parties came to an agreement, a consent order, right?
Yes.
And then the case is closed.
Yes.
And that's October of 2021.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm not going to be asking you very many questions, so I want to skip around. But one of the things that I thought would be important for the jury to know is that after your husband passed, the next day, did Miss Gardner invite you over into her home so that you could be present when she delivered the news to Mr. Bridegan?
She did not. I asked to be there.
Okay. And when you asked, she said yes.
That's correct.
Okay. So it came from your suggestion that you wanted to be there.
I wanted someone who loved Jared and the kids to be present when his children were informed of his murder, yes.
And they had no objection to that.
No.
And you went to the home where Miss Gardner was in Jack's Beach at Marshall Inlet, correct?
I did.
And Mr. Fernandez was there?
He was.
Miss Gardner was there?
She was.
And you were there?
I was.
And did you bring someone with you?
I brought my dad.
And you all delivered the news together, correct?
I was present while Shanna delivered the news.
Sure.
Yes.
As you requested.
Yes.
And then lastly, Ms. Bridegan, you had suggested to the jury that on the night of the homicide, you were asked questions by law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
Right. And to your knowledge, I think you know now, none of that was recorded, correct?
I take your word for it. I don't know if it was being or not.
Okay. I appreciate you taking my word for it. It wasn't recorded.
Okay.
But you did tell them in so many words, you may want to look at Shanna Gardner or Mario Fernandez.
Yeah, I believe I said something along those lines that only people I knew had a problem with him were those two.
But you also told them that there was no violence or threats of violence that you could articulate or that you were aware of.
I don't recall if I said that night.
If you looked at a report from the police, would that refresh your recollection?
Yeah, definitely.
Hold on one second.
The police did not record their sit-down interview when she came to the station. This takes such delicate, questioning here. Jesse is nailing it. Again, what Jesse is pulling up is the police interview. Would it help you to recollect your memory that you told the police when you talked to them at the police station that there was no violence? No.
Give me an easier way instead of waiting to find that report, Ms. Bridegan. You didn't articulate to them that you had been threatened by Mr. Fernandez.
No, I did not.
You didn't tell them that Shanna Gardner had threatened you or your husband, right?
No, I did not.
And that's because you had no information that they had threatened you or they had done anything violent to you or Jared Bridegan up until that night.
Correct.
Can I have a moment, Ron?
Yes.
And my last question is, when you were looking at States 91, which was a video of you pulling into the Jacks Beach police station,
Mm-hmm.
you remember that video from a few moments ago?
I do, yeah.
Okay. And it's in evidence. They asked you who was driving. Do you remember that question?
Yes,
And you said that you were.
but I was.
Right.
Yes.
But when you look through the window of your vehicle, 2 people in the car, correct?
Yes.
It was you in the driver's seat, and then it was a family member, I think your father in the passenger, your mother?
It was my mom.
I'm sorry, your mother was in the passenger seat. And you acknowledged that when looking at that video, you could see 2 people in the vehicle.
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Great. Thank you. Any redirect?
What is she going to redirect here?
Mrs. Bridegan, this is going to be quick. Mr. Dreiser just showed you a clerk of court's record, Defense Exhibit 1A. And he showed you a portion where the case was closed because someone had filed a filing that Jared had died. Did you file that?
I did not.
Did Ms. Gardner file it?
I believe so.
In order to file that, did Ms. Gardner reach out to you to request that you give her a copy of Jared Bridegan's death certificate?
She did.
How soon after his death did she request that?
I want to say within the first 2 weeks. It's very soon.
No further questions.
May the witness be excused. Yes. All right. Thank you, Ms. Bridegan.
Thank you.
I was going to, is the next witness quick or?
It's the medical examiner, so it's.
All right. I'm going to take, members of the jury, I'm going to take 10 minutes. We've been going for about an hour. Okay. Leave your notepads on your chair. It'll be a quicker break. Okay.
Okay, so the big takeaways there. You bet your bottom dollar, Jose Baez and his whole entire team was watching that. This is really, really important. Why aren't they muting that? Thank you. Do your jobs. Okay, so this is all I want to point out. The reason they're pointing out the gymnastics place is because they were saying that Henry Tenon drove by there. Okay. They're saying that Henry Tenon drove by there. And they're alleging that that happened to survey Mr. Jared Bridegan. Anyways, that's what that's all about. When they showed, can you look at this and what is this? And talking about, the elite gymnastics. Okay. I don't think that she should have been able to show that exhibit to do that. I think that's prejudicial. Whatever. They could have just simply asked her a question, which was, where does your stepdaughter attend gymnastics? But they didn't do it that way. They did it that way to foreshadowing. Anyways, moving on. So I believe there was a little bit of coaching here, because this whole, like, it was oddly calm. This is the stuff that there is no defending this, okay? You're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. This is what I mean by that. When a prosecutor or a police officer says, hey, Tommy, where were you at 5 p.m.? Oh, I was, at my house. Okay. Well, are you sure you didn't go rob that bank? Yeah, no, I was at my house. Well, Tommy, what's your phone number? Give me your phone number. They look in the tower dumps. His phone isn't showing up that he's on now the bank's, area, moving in a possible vehicle to go rob the place. But guess what they say? We weren't expecting Tommy's phone to be there. And because his phone isn't there, we should be able to get his cell phone records. Like, wait, what? That's what's happening in today's world, is that, oh, wait, I wasn't expecting his phone to be there, because why would you ever bring your phone to go commit a crime? You wouldn't. You would leave it back home. So do you understand that you could do and say that about anybody to be able to get information? Like, that needs to go out the window. It's crazy. It's crap. It's nuts. Lana, why are you mentioning this? Well, because let's talk about this case. It was oddly calm that we're not in any litigation, but yet she said that she just hired. I cannot believe they didn't drill more into this. Shanna Gardner's team will. I thought it was oddly calm. So why are you going and getting a family law attorney if it's oddly calm? And then not so much that it's just even oddly calm, right? Then it's, wait, Shanna Gardner and Mario Saldana are totally fine with AB getting baptized, and you're not going to fight us on this? Yeah, to the point that Shanna Gardner went with AB to pick out the dress and bought it for her. So think about this. Can you imagine it being used against you, that I thought that we always fought, right? And then now it's like, wait, now we're not fighting. The divorce is over, or in terms of just like a lot of divorces, they get to a point that it's just, okay, can we stop being petty? Okay. But here, how in the world are you now going to use it as evidence to say and have Kirsten Bridegan testify to, hey, we need to talk, we need you to testify about it being oddly calm. And then not only that it was oddly calm and nothing was going on, but that now you guys are like agreeing on things, or like they're not having any pushback. Normally it's a fight for everything. Get her hair dyed, do this, do that, whatever. It's always, the sky's blue. No, it's fucking yellow. Whatever it is that's going on, there's going to be an argument about it. So what's royally pissing me off that I see in all these cases that the prosecution and the police are using is the absence of evidence is evidence. The absence of a fight, the absence of, oh my God, like, how come we are not in a struggle right now? That is now going to be used against them? Think about that. That's what I'm trying to say. You're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. And then this is where you want to ask yourself, ready? How much is pattern of life now going to play into that? You know what someone's going to tell you? There's way too many X factors going on here. You know whose book would tell you that? If you use this case and put it into Cyray's book, let me tell you something. You have too many X factors. Did you hear what we listened to there? In October of 2021, their case was closed. Jared just got a new job with Microsoft. all in the same month, October of 2021. Case is closed. Jared gets a new job. All right. They have in August of 2021, the second baby's born. Okay. She talks about having postpartum for like a hot second there. She mentions postpartum, which I thought was interesting. But I don't understand how you can possibly say that everything's oddly calm. We're not fighting over anything, right? But yet we went and spoke to our family law attorney. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. And that's going to come out in the Shanna Gardner portion of this, because they're going to have to go into more of that. But here, it's just interesting. The concept is, so I'm curious if anybody's ever going to talk about this as a juror, to say, well, she's damned if she does and she's damned if she doesn't. The way that the cops are doing this, the way that, okay, they want us to believe that, hey, it was oddly calm. They should be fighting. They're not fighting. Let's act like everything's fine. So when we commit this murder, right, for hire, why would we ever do that? We're over here getting along. And it's just, it's like, just wow. But think about this. But if I'm fighting and it's a contentious, if it's truly contentious, then that's going to be used against me. So what do I do when I'm a parent that's about to get divorced and go through a divorce process? Because God forbid something should ever happen to your spouse or your ex-spouse. And this is how I look at it. If that is enough for a juror to say that, oh God, yeah, totally, like, I get it. They acted like everything was fine, yada, yada, yada. Like, well, something has to give here, because we should be asking ourselves, how are we getting search warrants this way? How are we getting search warrants? Like, it's mind-blowing. It's just mind-blowing, because it's so, it shouldn't work this way. It shouldn't work this way. So I think I would have hammered home more there that you said, okay, well, what was it, Miss Bridegan? Was it oddly calm? Okay. Or were you, and you all are agreeing and there's no fighting. So then why did you have to go get a family law attorney? I don't understand that. But maybe that's a door that they didn't want to open. They didn't feel like they needed to open it. But if I'm Gardner's team, I would have hoped that came out in, remember, these people get deposed. So there's depositions. But pattern of life has been around for a long, long time. But the pattern of life here, there's too many X variables. That's what the pattern of life here would tell you, that there's way too many X variables going on to say that somebody's deviating from a norm. You understand that? And that's straight out of a bunch of different literature. But you can't, there's a bunch of different things that were going on from August to February. Now, I thought it was interesting. He works from home. No offense, guys, but if I work from home, I just started a job in October. I'm murdered in February. His coworkers came to his funeral. Like, were those coworkers from like Cleans Eats or something? Because I don't even know how he knew anybody from Microsoft. Don't even get me started about mainstream media and what they've made this case into. They try to grab everybody's attention by saying Microsoft exec killed. You guys know that, right? It's disgusting. Dad. How about dad? Microsoft exec. Like, come on. Like, he just started working there. Works from home for Microsoft. Now, February 16th, that's when the murder happened. Date night, drop off, pickup. Thought it was interesting that they mentioned the fact, because she was on the phone with him right before this happened. I don't know if you guys know that. It's in up in Shanna Gardner's part, I would think. But she was on the phone with him right before this happened, and the weird, awkward silence because she's talking to him. I thought that she was watching a show, but she's on the phone with him and her brother. They were on three-way with his brother or something. And the reason in the beginning here that they couldn't use her phone records to corroborate any of this. You guys know that, right? Because her phone records did not show that call. Because it was a three-way call. And she was on the phone with her brother first. And then they called Jared. And so the phone didn't register that call. And I love the fact that it proves it right again when I said that. And I said, listen, three-way calls are very interesting with phone records. Okay. You can hide if people are even on a three-way call, but you can also hide a call that should actually be on your call log and it's not there. And you should ask yourself why. And something that you would always want to put in that column of a potential is a three-way call. And so here in this situation, it wasn't just Kirsten Bridegan talking to her husband. It was either it was her brother or his brother. I can't remember right now. But they were all on a three-way. And then he drops off the call. And then so it was just them on the last part of it. She's like, I said I love you, but he got really silent. And then the phone just hung up. Very strange. You know, you would expect to hear, so you didn't hear him say like, oh, there's someone in the middle of the road, or like, I'm curious if that comes out in the Shanna Gardner aspect of it. But that pause, quiet. And then she says that, I don't know if you guys stuck in traffic. Something that I was expecting to see is, I guess once she would have known that he already dropped off the twins and he's on his way home, because a text message that we do not see, and nor is a phone call that occurs, is Kirsten Bridegan when she's blowing up Jared to try to like, why isn't he answering? She like blew him up, like called him like a bunch of times and texted him or whatever. And, you know, he didn't answer or whatever. We don't know when that started. That wasn't explained yet, right? So we haven't heard that. We will, because the other thing is that she never texts the group chat to say, hey, did Jared stop back over there to like, did one of the twins forget something in their car? You get what I'm trying to say? Like there was no text in that group text. Like maybe he had to go back over there. You get it? If like a kid leaves something in the car, like they left the phone, you're texting with AB. You're texting with LB. So what the heck's going on? East Idaho sucks. We're not going to be using them if they're not going to keep, like, unmute it. Fuck. Thank you.
While the jury's, Miss Medina, do you want to waive your client's appearance or do you want her here? Okay. Please put a note not to bring Miss Gardner.
Wait, what's going on? Oh, I remember what happened. Jared had called. She was on the phone with her brother. So she just answers it and then tells him to hold on for a second, answers it. Okay. And then there's, you know, your three-way. Because then she clicked back over to, and so they were all on the call.
Thank you.
Shanna's not, yeah, she's not testifying here. We missed what the fuck, okay, was just said there. East Idaho is going to get the.
All right, welcome back. Everyone may be seated. All right, Mr. Mizrahi.
Dr. Peter Gillespie.
Dr. Peter Gillespie, please. Good afternoon, doctor. If you could walk all the way forward. Sir, if you raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Doctor, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
All right, thank you. This way. Watch your step, doctor, okay? You may proceed.
May it please the court. Doctor, let me know when you're ready.
Okay, just give me 1 second to get a glass of water. Then whenever you are.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Certainly. My name is Peter Gillespie. I'm a medical doctor, currently employed as an associate medical examiner in the District 4 Medical Examiner's Office here in Jacksonville.
How long have you been so employed?
Here in Jacksonville for a little bit over 12 years.
How long have you worked in various medical examiner offices?
25 years this year.
What is a medical examiner, and kind of explain to the jury how the whole system works?
Sure. A medical examiner under our system is someone who's tasked with determining the cause and manner of death, usually in a government organization of some kind. Sometimes it's at the state level, sometimes at the county or the judicial district level, as it is here in Florida. We're tasked with doing autopsies, determine cause and manner of death, as well as testifying cases, do some teaching of associated medical professionals and the public.
Is the medical examiner's office a law enforcement agency?
No, it is an independent agency.
And so do you work for the sheriff's office or the state attorney's office or the courts or anything like that?
No, I do not.
And are you an associate medical examiner?
I'm an associate medical examiner.
How does the chief medical examiner get appointed?
That's an appointed position, usually by the state attorney or by an elected, a selection committee nominated by that person.
Okay. So ultimately, the medical examiner hires associates to conduct these autopsies.
That's correct.
And you are a medical doctor.
Yes.
Explain to the jury what training and, more importantly, education that you have that allows you to come to courts like this and testify.
Sure. I have a bachelor's degree from UMass Boston in biology. Following that, I did 4 years at a medical school, so I am a medical doctor. Following that, I did 5 years of combined general pathology training at Dartmouth-Hitchcock Medical Center in New Hampshire. And following that, I did 1 year of specialized forensic pathology fellowship training at the medical examiner's office in Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
And so when did you start working as a medical examiner?
I started working as a medical examiner in the summer of 2001.
So you've been doing it for a long time.
Well, 25 years seems like a long time, but.
So explain to the jury, you are licensed to practice medicine, correct?
Yes, I have an unrestricted license to practice medicine here in the state of Florida.
Explain to the jury what pathology is.
Pathology is the general study of the diseases that affect humans.
And so you have a specialty in that arena.
I do.
And what is forensics?
Forensics as forensic pathology takes those principles as well as some additional training involving injuries to try to apply those principles to more legal issues than a general pathologist would normally deal with.
And so you are a forensic pathologist.
Yes, I am.
As a medical examiner, what are you trying to determine?
We try to determine the cause and manner of death. Now, the cause of death is those are two separate things. The cause of death is the immediate or proximate disease process or injury or combination that leads to someone's death. The manner of death is a general classification of the kind or the type of death. So, for instance, that might be a natural death or an accident or a suicide or a homicide, or sometimes in a very small number of cases, we cannot determine that, and those remain unclassified or undetermined.
So the cause of death, can you give an example of a cause of death?
Well, a cause of death could be coronary artery disease. It could be multiple blunt traumatic injuries in a car crash. It could be a result of violence like gunshot wounds or stab wounds. So that is a much more specific thing than the manner of death.
In the manner, you gave 5 examples. Are those the 5 manners of death that are accepted in your field?
Yes, here in Florida. Some other states have an additional one which involves the effects of medical intervention, but we in Florida do not have that.
So have you been allowed to give your opinion in your field of forensic pathology as to cause and manner of death?
I have here in Florida as well as in the state of Rhode Island where I worked for a short period of time.
Approximately how many times have you done so?
I never kept an exact count. I would say probably 100 times, give or take a little bit.
All right, this time I would tender for voir dire and additional questioning, as this witness is an expertise in forensic pathology and his ability to give his opinion in that field.
Any questions? No, Your Honor. Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I want to turn your attention to medical examiner number 22-441. Do you have your medical record with you?
I do.
If you need to refer to it, just let us know that you're doing that. Have you had the occasion to refer to that medical record before testifying here today?
I did. I reviewed the medical record as well as the scene photographs and the photographs that were taken at the time of the autopsy.
So when we talk about medical record number, medical examiner number 22-441, what does that stand for?
That stands for basically everything associated with this specific case. Every individual case that our office takes jurisdiction over is assigned a specific, unique number just to that case. So for instance, the autopsy report, the toxicology report, the photographs would all be classified and organized under that specific number.
And so in reviewing that autopsy, this time, before we get into it, Your Honor, I think the parties are stipulating that the autopsy of 22-441 was performed upon Jared Bridegan, the named victim in the indictment.
Is that correct? All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So do you conduct an autopsy in the vast majority of your cases?
I would say probably in 80 to 90% of the cases which we take jurisdiction over, we do full autopsies, yes.
And just, I guess we could have gotten this in the preliminary questions. If a person has a deadly cancer and they're under the treatment of a doctor and they end up dying as a result of that cancer, does that case come to the medical examiner?
Those cases generally do not come to the medical examiner's office. It doesn't really meet the statutory guidelines set out here in Florida. And their doctor or doctors usually know the cause and manner of death because they've been treating them for a long time for a known potentially lethal disease.
So what types of cases do you normally get?
We take cases that involve accidents like traffic accidents or drug overdoses. All suicides fall under our jurisdiction. Natural cases for when someone does not have an attending physician, and as well as all cases of homicidal violence, regardless of how that's actually done, those become our cases.
Is a general category sudden and unexplained deaths?
Sudden and unexplained deaths or unusual circumstances, yes, those become our responsibility.
So what is an autopsy? Could you explain that to the jury?
Certainly. An autopsy is an examination of the body, beginning on the outside of the body and working our way inside, as well as examining all the internal organs for signs of disease or trauma, and looking at tissue under the microscope, and when appropriate, submitting toxicology specimens that we draw at the time of the autopsy.
As part of your examination and rendering your ultimate opinion, take into account the autopsy as well as scene factors from the scene and how the body is recovered?
It is. Actually, we are allowed to use not only the autopsy findings, but any kind of additional information which may be generated, like hospital records or police reports, fire rescue reports, reports of the scene circumstances. We're allowed to use all that information to draw our final conclusions.
In some cases, your conclusions are very, I won't say difficult, but more labor intensive than others. Is that fair?
That is correct.
And sometimes it's as simple as gunshot wounds.
That's correct.
Okay. So that's what we have in this case, but I still want to spend some time going over it. When the body comes into your office, does it come in as is? In other words, do you try your best to take it in its natural state, the body's natural state from the scene before you begin your examination?
Yes, the body is brought in as is. So, for instance, if a person is clothed, the clothing remains on the body. The only unusual procedure we do with homicides, if they are at the scene, we place bags over their hands in an attempt to preserve any evidentiary material that might be on the hands. But they are brought in as is, and actually they are photographed as is before I even begin my examination.
So you mentioned something interesting that we can talk about with the jury. Is part of your duties as an associate medical examiner to collect evidence for potential law enforcement investigation?
It is.
And why is that? Why do y'all do that?
Well, one kind of evidence, especially if people have actually physically interacted, there may be DNA transfer between people, especially under fingernails, if it's a physical fight or someone's defending themselves. So we do collect that evidence. Other types of evidence that actually is inside the body, like intact projectiles or projectile fragments, we are also tasked with recovering those. So yes, anything of evidentiary value, even including the clothing, we do collect and usually photograph at the time of the autopsy.
So before we get into the specific photographs and now, were you able to determine the cause of Jared Bridegan's death?
I was.
What was it?
He died as a result of multiple gunshot wounds.
And what was the manner of death?
The manner of death has been classified as homicide.
So did you measure and weigh Mr. Bridegan?
We did. We do that with every case we have, and we did that in his case.
I know it's not like 100% precise, but generally, what was his height and weight?
We measured him when he came to our office at 71 inches in height and weighing 243 pounds.
Were there any tattoos or piercings or other distinguishing features on his body or skin that you notated?
I did not see any tattoos or piercings. He had a couple of scars, including a very large abdominal scar along his lower abdomen, all the way across the lower abdomen.
And did that appear to be some type of medical scar?
It is a medical scar, and it's usually associated with, might generally be called a tummy tuck operation.
So were photographs taken during the course of your examination?
Yes, they were.
Why is photography so important?
Well, I guess it could be said that photographs don't lie, and they're better than the best memory. But they also document injuries, identifying marks, evidence that we might collect. So it's a way to document things for the report and for the case in general.
So I'm going to go through a series of autopsy photographs. Some of these obviously are going to be sensitive in nature, so I give everyone fair warning that they are coming. If we can just go through them and you can explain the purpose of the photograph and what the jury is seeing, okay?
Certainly.
Showing what's been entered into evidence, the State's Exhibit 63. Is this the as-is photograph?
This is the as-is photograph of the decedent as he was received in our office.
We see some wires that are coming from the chest. Is that evidence of attempted resuscitation efforts by first responders?
Yes, they put 2 defibrillator pads on this gentleman in an attempt to revive him.
We see bags on the hands. Is that what you referred to in an attempt to preserve any DNA evidence if this, in fact, was some type of struggle or close contact?
That's correct.
Showing what's been entered into evidence, the State's Exhibit 64. What do we have here?
We have an as-is picture of one side of the left hand. In homicides, we photograph all 4 sides of the hand, the back side, the palmar side, and the 2 additional sides. We do that before the body is cleaned off. So it documents the hand as is, as well as documents the 2 articles of jewelry that were present on the body when we received it.
And those are obviously collected and preserved.
It was.
Okay. And we, just so the jury knows, we see there that 22-441. Will we see that in various photographs throughout?
You will.
State's Exhibit 65, what are we looking at here?
This is actually a cleaned up what is sometimes called an identification photo, the decedent, that shows the full face. It also shows that there are some injuries on the face, but it's generally called the ID photo.
So the ID photo in state 65, those injuries to the face, those were likely as a result of the fall?
They are consistent with the collapse injuries, yes.
So that's not the entry wounds. We're going to see that in a minute.
Right, those are not the gunshot wounds, no, sir.
Showing what's been into evidence of State's Exhibit 66, is this going to be the cleaned overall body shot?
This is the clean overall body shot of the upper portion of his body.
State's Exhibit 67 is that same picture but lower?
That's the lower part of the body after it's been properly cleaned up.
State's Exhibit 68, what are we looking at here?
We're looking at the cleaned up picture of the upper half of the back surface of the body.
Now we see a discoloration that we did not see when the decedent was on his back. What is this? Explain it to the jury, please.
The discoloration that you see is what's called livor mortis. That's the passive settling of blood in the skin due strictly to gravity and position. It's commonly seen on the back of people, especially if they've been either like in a hospital bed or their own bed or on the ground or something like that. So it's common to see it on the posterior surfaces of the body. Not always, but common.
And that does not indicate injury of any sort.
That is not an injury, no.
Page 69, State 69, are these the two entry wounds?
These are the two gunshot wounds that I observed on the body.
And can you tell that they're entry wounds?
You can tell they're entry wounds.
How do you tell that?
Well, one actually both were fairly easy. One did not have an associated exit wound, but if you look at them, they're generally round, and they have a rim of abrasion around the edge of the wound, which is consistent with entry gunshot wounds. Those are the two big things. Usually round or oval shape with abrasion along the edge of the wound.
And this is just for record purposes, the jury can see it. This is going to be the upper left shoulder of the decedent.
It's the back of the left shoulder, yes, sir.
And then State's Exhibit 70 is going to be a close-up of those two entry wounds.
This is a closer-up picture, which we use the L ruler with, which gives a better measurement and a better photograph of these gunshot wounds.
You indicated that one projectile did not exit. Was there evidence that at least part of another projectile did exit?
There is an exit wound on his lateral right upper arm, as demonstrated in this picture.
So the jury can tell the difference between the exit and the entry. What the exit is not going to be symmetrical.
It's not going to be symmetrical, and it's generally not round. It often has a very slit-like appearance, and when you put the two edges back together, it's almost like they fit together, almost like a jigsaw puzzle piece. And if you look closely at the edges of the wound, there's no associated abrasion along the edges of the wound, as you can see by this close-up picture.
Next photograph of State's Exhibit 72.
Yes, that's the close-up of the exit wound that I saw.
So let's talk, I'm going to publish State 73, but before we talk about 73, can you let the jury know the associated trauma from those entry wounds, what happened to Jared Bridegan's body as a result of those gunshot wounds?
I can. One of the gunshot wounds went in and struck his left clavicle, fractured the clavicle. That projectile actually broke into several fragments, 3 larger fragments, which I recovered. 2 were by the fractured clavicle, 1 was in the muscles of the neck. The other gunshot wound went through his left common carotid artery and his left jugular vein, 2 very large blood vessels which are associated with blood flow to and from the head. It also passed through the pharynx. That's the upper airway where your vocal cords are located. After passing through those structures, it hit the right clavicle, fractured the right clavicle, and that's when a large fragment from that shot actually continued on through the right shoulder and exited through the lateral right upper arm.
So specifically the damage to the jugular vein and the carotid artery, would that lead to death in almost every situation?
Without immediate medical intervention, that would definitely be a fatal gunshot wound.
And when we check someone's pulse, we're looking at on their neck, are we going for the carotid artery?
That's correct.
That's because it's a large artery that supplies blood to your body.
It's the largest artery in the neck.
And the jugular is one of the largest veins.
It's the largest vein in the neck, yes.
So even though the location of the gunshot wounds were in the shoulder, they went through some very important parts of the body.
Absolutely, they did.
And those would have rendered a victim incapacitated virtually immediately. Is that fair? I mean,
Well, it's hard to gauge exactly how quickly that happens. However, when blood flow to your brain is compromised, as would have happened with this gunshot wound, you can lose consciousness very rapidly, sometimes as little as 15 or 20 seconds. So it could be not instantaneous, but very quickly.
so we look at States Exhibit 73. Do we see, could you point out, you can circle on your screen, the projectiles, fragments that you were able to locate?
Certainly, and I'll just preface that by saying, before we actually even open the body in homicides, we do full body x-rays, of which this is one. This is an x-ray of the head, the upper neck, and upper chest. There are two large fragments that are visible in this x-ray. That's one.
Doctor, when you're looking at the screen, can you keep your voice up? Okay.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
There's one that I circled. There's a second one. That is from one of the gunshot wounds. The other large bright object is a large piece of the projectile core. That's from the shot that went through the carotid artery and the jugular vein.
If you could use your finger and not your nail, then we can, I think, can see it. Unless we already can see it. I couldn't see it. There we go.
It's visible.
Okay?
Yeah, I think the jury gets an idea of what they're looking at now. Thank you.
Okay.
And going to State 74, do we again see evidence of those projectiles?
We do. There's a large projectile fragment, which I just circled, and also directly adjacent to that, you can see where the clavicle has been fractured.
Actually obvious. You don't need to be a radiologist to see that, right?
That's correct, and I'm not a radiologist.
75, what do we see here?
We see another shot, which includes the left upper arm and portion of the left shoulder, as well as one of the large projectile fragments that I recovered in the left shoulder.
Do you collect all of these fragments?
Those fragments, excuse me, they are collected. They are properly photographed and then sealed into evidence envelopes, which are placed into secure storage at our office and then signed over under proper chain of custody to the police.
So we see them in States Exhibit 76, and then close-ups in 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82. Is that fair, Doctor?
Yes, those are the fragments that I recovered from within the decedent's body.
May I approach the witness, Sharon?
Yes.
And we see those actual items in States Exhibit 93. Just States Exhibit 93 composite. Are these going to be from your office of those actual fragments and projectiles?
They are. That's my handwriting on the three envelopes.
And then in that, we also have a photograph of a victim's blood card in States Exhibit 94. What's the purpose of taking a blood spot card from the victim?
We take a blood spot card because if DNA is found under a decedent's fingernails, we need a standard to compare it to. It could be the person's own DNA, or it may be from someone else. So we have to have that standard in order to determine if it's DNA from someone else.
And you and your team collected that?
I collected that personally. Yes, I did.
You mentioned earlier the concept of clothing, States Exhibit 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, are going to be all the clothing that you recovered from Mr. Bridegan?
Yes.
And do we see defects in the clothing that are consistent with the gunshot wounds that you documented?
We do. There were two defects in the posterior left shoulder of the clothing corresponding to the gunshot wounds that I found.
Did you perform a toxicology of the decedent?
I did.
Why do you do that?
In homicide cases, we do that as a matter of routine. Toxicology findings can have an impact on the case, especially if people using illicit drugs, stimulants, things like that. So it's another piece of evidence that we need to have in order to do proper classification.
And what were the results of Jared Bridegan's toxicology screen?
The only thing we found in the toxicology testing was caffeine.
Did the caffeine have any part in Mr. Bridegan's death?
It did not.
Was there any natural cause or disease that you found during the course of the autopsy that would explain Jared Bridegan's death?
No, there was not.
Can you determine within a reasonable degree of medical certainty that this was not an accident or a suicide?
Well, from what I gathered from the scene, a weapon was not recovered at the scene. If he had shot himself, there probably would have been a weapon there. So it does not appear to be a suicide. As far as an accident, again, there was no weapon found at the scene. So I think an accidental shooting could be safely ruled out.
And you have multiple shots as well.
That's correct.
And certainly the angle of entry would have been very, very difficult for a person to shoot themselves, either accidentally or intentionally.
That would have been difficult, yes, sir.
Did you note any soot or stippling from gunpowder on the clothing or the entry wounds?
I did not see any adjacent to either of the entry wounds. It can sometimes be hard to see on clothing, especially bloody clothing, and his clothing was very bloody, as a matter of fact. Just with naked eye examination, I did not see anything like that.
And if you did see that, what would it tell you versus not seeing?
If you see those substances which come out of the gun when the bullet is fired, it's not just the bullet, there's other things which come out, including burned and unburned gunpowder, which is the soot and stippling you referred to. That can help us to determine the range of fire. If they had been present, that's a fairly close gunshot wound because those substances can only travel perhaps 2 or 3 feet. So it does help us, doesn't tell us exactly the range, but it gives us an estimation, a good approximation, actually.
So a good approximation is that the firearm in this particular case was at least 2 or 3 feet away from Mr. Bridegan.
Yes, sir.
What is your expert medical opinion about the cause of Jared Bridegan's death?
My expert opinion is that the cause of death is multiple gunshot wounds.
What is your expert medical opinion about the manner of Jared Bridegan's death?
The manner of death was classified as homicide.
Your Honor, that's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Mr. Mujahi. Cross-examination.
Interesting. He's going to bring up, it doesn't tell you.
We have no questions for the doctor.
Great, thank you. May the witness be excused.
Witness may be excused, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Dr. Gillespie.
Thank you.
I love it. I love
Will
it.
that be last witness for today?
Yes, Your Honor. We went faster than we thought, so we apologize for not having another witness.
No problem. Members of the jury, that will be the last witness for today. So before you leave, let me say that it's important that the lawyers are heard. So I require that they wear body mics. So if they have a second before they turn them on, please just forgive that. Okay. So it's something that I'm requesting that they do so that they can move about the courtroom freely and also that they can be heard as well. So don't think anything of it if you are thinking anything of it at all. Next is tomorrow, we're going to start at the same time. So again, everything was perfect this morning. Thank you for getting here early. Thank you for being ready to work. We're going to start again at 9 a.m. and we're going to go to about 5 o'clock every day. Today, we're going to break a little bit early, but again, thank you for your time, your hard work. I'm going to remind you to follow the communication rules that I've put into place since the very beginning of this case.
You know, what is going on? Hang tight, because they may talk. You know what? I'm just sick and tired of this shit. What is this 7 a.m. shit? Mario, that's their time, guys. Don't pay attention to that. That's mountain time. God damn it. Go back to my fucking courtroom. Yeah, we'll be watching on. I mean, I'm good. Idaho, leave it to Idaho to do this shit.
Came with me. My dad stayed at the house because our daughter was asleep. And I just decided I was just going to start driving towards the beach where he would have been to see if I could see an accident or anything and find out where they're at.
Were you continuing to call him?
Okay. Okay. All right. So just a quick rundown here. You guys, they're not disputing. We're not disputing that Jared Bridegan was shot and killed. We're not disputing that the state is saying that Henry Tenon did it. Okay? So today, what evidence before the court, before this jury, is about is bad towards Mario Saldana? Okay. I think maybe did they say they were ever going to call her back? I think a couple questions got away from maybe Dry. So I get it. Like, you don't want to ask the widow too many things, but I would have maybe honed in on the fact that, like, you and Mario weren't on those emails, right? You know, like Mario, you want it to be very known that Mario didn't, anything that he would know about the divorce would come through who? You get it? Like, anyway, so what in front of the court today is it like, ooh, damning for Mario Saldana here and that there's a murder for hire? Nope. And in fact, I went and pulled out the report specifically, and that video camera footage, Gabriel Harrett. Okay. Gabriel Harrett. Later in the day, contact was made on February 18th with Gabriel Harrett, who was seen in the area earlier in the day on security video. Harriet stated he did not see or anything out of the ordinary, and he stated he was not in the area during the time of the incident. What? Yeah. No shit, because he was walking by the police department. You guys, it should be noted that Harriet is a local long-term transient that is known to camp near the incident location. He's black. It's really important. He's black. He also suffers from mental illness and is often not lucid. This is in a police report. Homework. Okay, here. Detective John's report date 2/17/2022. How are you writing up a report on 2/17/2022 for something that you did on 2/18? Explain that to me. Yeah, what do you mean? Well, right here, Friday, February 18th, 2022 at 10:30, myself and Detective Lamont, so Chris Johns and Lamont, met with Lori Armstrong from the Child Protective Services team. That paragraph has nothing to do with this shit. Then, later in the day of like the 18th, contact was made with Gabriel Harriet, who was seen in the area. Who saw him in the area? The surveillance cameras. You guys are understanding this, right? Their newfound fucking, like, I'm like, what are they doing here? What do they mean they're going to say Henry Tenon seen on camera running around like a fucking chicken with his head cut off? Dude, it is in police reports that the cameras that caught this black male, they said it was Gabriel Harriet who was seen in the area earlier that day on security video. He was seen earlier in the day on security video. Harriet said he did not see or hear anything out of the ordinary, and he stated he was not in the area during the time of the incident. It should be noted, Harriet is a local, long-term transient that is known to camp near the incident location. He also suffers from mental illness and is often not lucid. Now, why is that important? Because, first of all, Detective John says that he writes up this report on 2/17. How are you writing up a report on 2/17 about a future incident, Detective Johns? Can you fuck all this shit? Detective Johns, on Friday, February 18th, 2022, so what basically we were able to realize here is that Detective Johns, you did not write this report on 2/17/2022, did you? And the answer is no, I did not. So then why does it say report date 2/17/2022? Now, you can't even get that fucking shit right. Now, you've already identified the person that's running around, right? And that's Gabriel Harriet. Harriet. Like Garrett, but Harriet. Male. Race, white. There's a picture of him. There ain't no motherfucking way this dude's white. These people are high off crack. So you would then show Mr. fucking Detective Johns in your police report. You said that this guy was 46, male, and his race is white to describe Gabriel Lee Harriet, right? Let me just show you a picture of him. Gabriel is as black as the color. Let me show you if you think Gabriel Lee Harriet is white or black. Why would Detective Johns be saying in a police report that this dude is white? This is absolutely insane. You're not going to frame Henry Tenon. Not going to allow it. Look at this shit. See white or black? What do you think? You guys tell me. I don't know, maybe he's white. Maybe I'm wrong. Just help me out. Maybe he is white. Is he white? You guys think that guy's white? I understand this is a black and white photo, but is that guy black or white? Help me out. right here. Harriet Gabriel, 46, male, white. White. This is a picture of him. Harriet Gabriel Lee Harriet. Is he white or black? He's clearly black, man. Okay? But let's be real. Like, let's be real. Ready? Check this out. Okay. You see this date right here that Detective Johns tried to say that he wrote up this report. He did not write up this report on 2/17/2022. So now we need to find out when he actually wrote this report. Because now does he want to say that this dude is white, which he's clearly black. But he also wants to say, do you see this? Friday, February 18th, 2022. The thing that he did on the 17th in his report, because he's writing multiple things, Thursday, February 17th, he did this. I met with the medical examiner's office during the course of their exam. It was discovered the victim was shot twice in the left shoulder. One projectile remained in the lower portion of the neck was collected. The second projectile appeared to exit the body in the right shoulder areas. The victim's clothing and other items of evidence will be collected at a later date. Excuse me? This is how they wrote police reports. Detective Lamont was contacted by a family member and stated that the victim's brother, Justin Bridegan, wanted to come in and talk to the detectives. So do you see how then he pulled like, a Maori and is just like, I have more things to say in this report. And so he goes, here, Friday, February 18th. Okay, so if you're able to put this in your police report, right, then this has to be wrote way after the 17th. And this is where he says, oh, after we did this, later in the day, contact was made with Gabriel Harriet. As soon as I heard that they were going to say that they had Henry Tenon on camera over there, I said, oh, the fuck, no, they don't. That is the transient that they have on camera. You guys, let me ask you a very common sense question. If you commit a murder, are you going to walk by the fucking police department? Come on, man. That person is walking right past the police department that they're trying to say is Henry Tenon. But 4 years ago, 3 years ago, however long it's been now, since 2022, this is who they tracked down, and this is who was running all over on the cameras. Later in that day, contact was made with Gabriel Harriet, who was seen in the area. How could you say he was seen in the area? Seen in the area when? Detective Johns is a piece of garbage, okay? He sucks. He's uneducated as fuck, okay? He cannot write a sentence to save his life. What is this telling us? I understand later in the day of February 18th, this is what you did. Contact was made with this man. How? Homeless guy has a phone? What'd you do, call him up? How'd you make contact? You just go, knock on his tent. Hey, Gabriel, hey, it's me, Detective Johns. You just call up on the phone. And I don't give a shit what he says. But how do you know who was seen in the area? Do you see this right here? Because you have already labeled the fact that this man was the man on camera who was seen in the area. Who said they saw him in the area? What, the people that live over there in those nice homes? They're just totally cool with homeless people just camping out right next to their house? Huh. Yeah, okay. Anyways, earlier in the day on security video. Oh, earlier in the day. Earlier in what day? The fuck? What day? Harriet stated he did not see, look at this, he did not see or anything out of the ordinary. That's the sentence that Detective Johns puts. And it's over and over and over. I mean, these people cannot write. Harriet stated he did not see or anything out of the ordinary. And he stated he was not in the area during the time of the incident. What night are you asking him about? This guy's so lucid. I mean, and just because he tells you that, no, you then realized what? Yep, it is him. It is him on all those cameras. And that's in another report because Lamont writes up one. So I am disgusted to see that. I get the defense's strategy. They're like, listen, there is no evidence here. Like, they have it wrong. Think about how awesome this would be. If you know, like I know, that Henry Tenon is not the shooter, and you know that Mario Saldana did not solicit Henry Tenon to shoot anybody, right? Then you want to say, like they're doing in this case, yep, we agree with the state. Yep, sure, Henry Tenon's the shooter. We totally agree. Woo! Henry Tenon did it. And then that totally just eliminates that whole entire charge. Now the defense has an upper hand here because they know that Mario Saldana did not solicit Henry Tenon because Henry Tenon isn't the shooter. You understand that this is where they're going. This is where they're headed with this. There is no evidence whatsoever that will ever show that Henry Tenon was solicited by Mario Saldana to shoot Jared Bridegan. You want to know why? You want to know why? Because that never happened and because Henry Tenon is not the shooter. So now when you want to ask me how genius it was of what they did in their opening and how they plan to attack this case, I think it's more than genius. I think it's just a stroke of luck. Unreal. The state railroaded Henry Tenon. He is not the shooter. He did not kill anybody. He leaves his cell phones in his glove or middle console glove compartment of his vehicle. That is what he does every single day. So if you were to take his vehicle and borrow it and drive around in it, guess what? His little stupid cell phones, because he had like multiple of them, right? His stupid cell phones would be pinging all over. That ain't Henry Tenon driving anywhere. Never, not once. Nobody commits murder for hire on layaway, okay? So I think the state's in some serious deep shit. And now I just, they're going to have to really hone in on this investigation, because the only thing that I could see backfiring here is that if you're conceding that Henry Tenon murdered Jared Bridegan, the last thing that you need is jurors in there like saying, hey guys, they didn't prove that there was solicitation, but come on, what else could have happened here? And then all you need is one juror to say, well, what about the wife? Like, they're trying to pin it on this dude and he didn't have anything to do with it. Is that what they're banking on? Because that's your reasonable doubt. And you don't even have to go through a fucking trial. There's reasonable doubt, and you can go through, you can do this for 90 years, and there's always going to be reasonable doubt in this trial because of their cases were severed. There's no testifying against each other. There's none of that, and the state has the burden. If you hold them to that burden, they're never overcoming that burden if you truly believe in reasonable doubt. So I'm very, 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 like, this should interest everybody to see how the state is going to overcome this, is going to try to get the jurors to see that an ex-tenant who was evicted, okay, did a murder for hire with no money and would ever be in business like this with their landlord, right? You better hope, and you better say stuff like, why are you offering him work if you evicted him? Why is he still doing work for you? Because Mario felt bad. I'm curious if they're going to show any transactions of Henry Tenon? I mean, like, what's going to come up in this case? How did Henry Tenon pay his bills to Mario for rent? How long was he a tenant? I've never seen him. I don't know. I believe that two people shot at Jared Bridegan. And we just heard evidence here today that's undisputed. How is there blood in the... If Jared Bridegan got out of the vehicle to move a tire, okay, how is there projectiles in the vehicle, right? And how is there blood in the vehicle? This tells me that Jared Bridegan was attacked while he was in that vehicle. And I've always said that. And I've said that you need to have not just only a person that's going to throw out the middle, like this tire in the middle of the road, right? But you're going to need to have somebody you need at least two vehicles. Who's going to be behind Jared? Because what if Jared just doesn't back up? I'm not going to move that fucking thing. I would just go backwards like so many other people did. Wait till you hear about that. Who's the person that's in the car between? I mean, this is wild stuff, but Jared could have just easily went backwards. So what it seems like is somebody had to be driving behind him to block him in, right? Also, there's a bunch of different roads you can take back there. It would have taken way more than I think just like one or two, hey, let's just decide to do this, on the whim. And I don't know. And then immunity. Holy shit. We find out that everybody and their mother was offered immunity and nobody budged. Nobody said, okay, hey, all these people would have had to say is, yep, it's my gun. Okay. It's my gun. I gave it to him, to Mario. And I'll testify against him. And you have blanket immunity. You understand that? That's wild. This is the first time that we're hearing this. I knew that there was immunity talks, but there was no immunity offered, like deal. Like nobody took it. But holy shit, the state went into and talked to Juan Biggerstaff, and said, and Jeremy, and we will give you full immunity. These people were never charged. These people weren't going to be charged. Like, they've never been charged to this day. And I'm over here like, I know that Henry Tenon didn't do the shooting, right? I know he's not the shooter. Ugh, hell no, he's not the shooter. Henry Tenon has he does not know what he's doing. It looks like you fucked up with who the shooters were, the state, but the state did, or maybe they know that, but they don't care because this is how they were going to get, it was all about getting Mario and Shanna Gardner. And then one should take a step back and say, I don't know. The people who never got out of the car behind Jared, why didn't they testify what they saw? Well, I have the reports right here. I'm shocked that they didn't, bother having them come in. I think it's an interesting, it's pure genius. They're not even, I don't know how the state's going to overcome this. It's just my take. All right, guys. Until tomorrow, be here. We got witness 6 coming up on the stand. The medical examiner wasn't even cross-examined because remember, nobody is arguing the fact that Jared Bridegan was shot and killed. And then the state concedes with the defense to say that Henry Tenon's the shooter. So throw that part of trying to get him on first degree murder by saying that, okay, so we know that it's not Mario Saldana that did the shooting. Remember, this whole thing was going to be that there was 2 people there. The state then just abandoned that, right? I mean, this is wild. This did not go the way the state had intended it to go. And I don't know. Wow. Okay, guys. We'll see you tomorrow. 9 a.m. Judge Kite. Love it. Love Judge Kite just laying low like, oh boy. Peace out.